And now, with sound investing, here's Paul Merriman.
Well, this is a special occasion. We have, I think, in our organization, just a lot of fun. And Chris and Daryl. Well, Daryl, people may not know. This may be the first time they've seen you. Daryl, put up your hand and expose your. Thank you. And
you say what?
Daryl is a retired systems analyst, engineer, known him for decades. Could we say that? Decades?
Yeah. 83.
And has a heart of trying to help other people when it comes to investing, and has done so much for us. We have tons of tables because of Daryl's work. Some of the best stuff that we have. And Chris Pedersen, if you're new to us, he is our director of research, and he has done marvelous work in the best in class ETF identified recommendations. Which, by the way, Chris, you're having a great year. I don't know if you've taken a look at how your recommendations are doing, but
it's just 1 year. It's just 1 year.
All right. Well, that's the only one we got this year. But I will tell you, the diversification has been working beautifully. Anyway, Chris does wonderful work in helping in the 2 funds for life that he developed. And some time ago, Craig Apple came into our life. Craig, you're the only guy left here, so there we go. And he came to our organization and made us an offer we could not say no to, and that is to he let us use the calculator, the lifetime investment calculator that we have on our site. And Craig, I don't know how often you are talking to people who are using it. Are you still talking to them? Are they writing with questions and applauding your work?
Yeah, about every month we get an email or two. Folks checking it out.
That's good. Well, it's a wonderful tool for people to use, and you're kind of special in this group because Chris used to be the young guy. And of course, that meant Daryl and I had a little jealousy, a little envy about that. And then you come along, and now you're the kid on the block, and so we are thrilled to have you as a part of the team. That's number one. But number two, you did something recently that I think is very interesting. We've talked for hours about your goals for saving and investing, and you live the life that you actually talk about. As I recall, you do not have a car. Is that correct?
That's correct. I live in a major city, and living a couple miles from the city center in a very small apartment allows me to take public transport or rent a vehicle when I need to go out into the mountains.
I think this is what the world might look like someday, huh? We'll see. Anyway, Craig did something that I thought was fascinating. Tell the story about the Chautauqua and how you found out about it, why it was important to you, and then start the story about what it is, because it has to do with a group of people that we actually don't know as much about as we should, because they are generally younger investors who have a commitment to financial independence at a level, like you say, you ride a bike, you walk, you live in a small apartment. You have a commitment to financial independence that makes it special. Let us know about the Chautauqua. What happened there, and the lessons you learned.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with the foundation's audience. I hope that this is, my story is helpful for you or for people that in your world. My kind of path is only one of many, and we all have a unique version that we're trying to pursue for ourselves. So as Paul said, I have been pursuing financial independence. And so what that means is that there is a version of enough that that I need to make to have a baseline income from the investments that I hold. And so that income can come from dividends. It can come from kind of just withdrawing a percentage of the portfolio on a regular basis. And so financial independence is a math calculation where you have you identify a safe withdrawal rate that works for you, and that's based on how much it costs you to live right now and how much you think it will cost for you to live when you reach financial independence. And then from there, it's just identifying what your number is. So if you kind of the typical scenario that is often cited is a 4% safe withdrawal rate, and someone living on $40,000 a year would need to generate that out of a portfolio. And so you take $40,000 and you multiply it by 25 and you get $1 million. So if your portfolio has $1 million in it, the idea is that you could safely withdraw $40,000, your living expenses, from that portfolio every year, and on average have a high likelihood of keeping that principal in your investments without running out of money. And surely we've talked about withdrawal rates here on numerous podcasts and numerous articles and such. And of course, the lifetime calculator allows you to identify specifically, what withdrawal rate you want while you're calculating kind of a time horizon.
So Craig, how is this different from the rest of us who have some sort of a plan? We have some sort of a withdrawal rate that we hope will work. What makes this group? Now, some people call it the FIRE group, but financial independence, retire early. But really, when you dig into it, it's really about getting financial independence. But what is unique about this community?
So the biggest thing in my mind is that there's an idea that at some point in our lives, we will hopefully reach a threshold where we no longer have to trade our time for money. So right now I'm a full-time employee and I have to do at least 40 hours a week, and I'm trading my 40 hours a week for a salary, right? And so financial independence is really focused on trying to identify how we can live our best lives, and see how money as a tool can be used so that we don't have to continue to trade our time for money every week or every month, right? And so some tenets of the community are, as I understand it, and I guess I'll get to my input on how I got here in a bit. But some of the tenets include trying to save aggressively. So for the earlier parts of my career, after recently graduating, the recommendation was to save 10% of my income in a 401k. I was a government employee. The government did a match. And so, I had my 10%. I would do that, from my 20s. And then by the time I reached 59 and a half, after a 30 to 40 year career, I would be able to have enough money to live off of after that point. So that traditional path is what I followed for most of my adult working life. Save about 10 to 15%. As I stumbled upon the financial independence blogs and media and websites and articles and books, I realized that there could be a point where I don't need to work. I've got enough money where I wouldn't need to work every day just to be able to survive, to be able to pay my bills, to be able to raise my son or whatever I needed to do. And so at that point, I eliminated all the debt by really aggressively tackling it. So student loans went away, and then I aimed to identify some things in my life that were expensive, like owning a car. I actually did a trade-off. I did a financial calculation to figure out if I should live closer to downtown or if I should have a car and live a couple miles out of the city. And I realized that the trade-off was about $300 per month, and that I could get an apartment really close to the city center for that extra $300 and not have the mental anguish of owning a vehicle in a city and having to commute. So these are just a few of the things in my life. But of course, to be able to reach financial independence, we could save that 10% per year for many, many years. Or if you save more, then you don't have to save as long, right? So a common target that is proposed by the media that I've read on financial independence is trying to target about a 50% savings rate. And so that's a lot of money, of course, right? But if you can do that, then you could be financially independent within maybe 15 years or fewer. And so someone who's in their 20s or 30s, you could be financially independent and no longer have to trade your time for money every day when you're 45, 50, not 59 and a half, 65, 70, and that provides some options. Well, my theory is that it provides some options where I could then take part-time work, or I could, once I reach that, have a different relationship with work than what I have to have right now as a full-time employee.
So, Craig, you've been kind of following this, call it methodology or this philosophy about investing for a while. Did that lead you to this conference that you recently attended? And can you tell us a little about that?
Yes, definitely. So my journey really began about 2 years ago. I got a new job, and I got a significant pay increase, but I didn't change my cost of living. So I had to figure out what to do with the extra money, which is a good problem, of course. And that led me here to the Merriman Foundation. And then I just consumed as much information as I could to see if it made sense. If the pursuit of financial independence is a thing that I wanted to do for me and my family, and then started to put the pieces into place. And the pieces, included reading multiple books that Paul has written, reading multiple books that Larry Swedroe has written, reading Two Fronts for Life when that came out, reading numerous Choose FI books and publications. In my upbringing, I didn't have a relationship with the stock market. It wasn't a thing that we discussed. And so I really I'm in my mid 30s, and now I've got a little extra money and I don't know what to do with it. So I had to figure out, what is the stock? What am I actually buying when I buy a stock? I didn't know what an index fund was a couple of years ago. And so I've just been consuming as much information as I can about trying to diversify and take this defensive approach that the organization recommends. And part of that journey included trying to find other people who are on this path. And so I recognized that, I'm just a guy sitting in a small apartment reading a whole bunch of stuff. and reading forums and blogs and books and listening to podcasts. And I didn't have anyone to talk to other than I have a brother and sister. And so, but they didn't really get it. They're thinking, what, you're saving half of your income? And I said, well, that's what I want to do. I don't know if I can do it. And so I had this need to engage with people. And so that led me to understand, what's available in my community and in my neighborhood, what resources are available, through forums or mass video calls or podcasts. And then I got interested on this Chautauqua conference. And so Chautauqua is a gathering of about 30 people. And this year there were 2 one-week sessions, and participants were able to sign up for one slot for you or you and a partner within one of those 2 weeks. And so this was my opportunity to really try to engage with other people who are pursuing this financial independence idea. And in some ways, it feels like we're swimming against the current because it's not a traditional thing that is widely known. And so I really wanted to change the conversation from a one-way conversation where I was just consuming podcasts or books or websites or media, to a two-way conversation where I could start to develop a support group and a community that would help me stay the course and be accountable. And I'm going to use this phrase a lot tonight, but I really wanted to figure out how I could live the best life possible. And finances are one component of that, right? And so this Chautauqua conference really allowed me to meet many people who each have their own story, and everyone that I met is incredibly talented and pursuing just phenomenal things in their lives. And finances are just one part of living a tremendous life. And so that's really what this conference was about.
It's not a cheap venture, is it? I mean, for somebody who was working the numbers to figure out whether to rent or get a car, this represented a sizable investment because you traveled internationally, right? To do it. So tell us a little about where it was and whether you thought it was worth it, or how you ran the ROI on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the conference, and I recommend, we'll have the link, I'm sure, in the publication of this video and podcast. The conference is Chautauqua, and we have to sign up for the newsletter. So the newsletter, they send you some kind of information on when they'll announce the next Chautauqua and when you can buy tickets. This event sold out in 18 hours. So I got an email mid-morning, and I churned and said, "Oh my God, can I afford it? Can I afford it?" And I actually had to dip into my emergency fund because I didn't have the cash on hand to do it. But I had made the decision 80% of the way before they announced it. And then spent about 4 hours, kind of feeling what did I want to do and what would be the outcomes that I could achieve during the event. And I'm glad I signed up before I went to bed, because as soon as I woke up the next morning, the thing was sold out. Wow. And I suspect that the next year will be the same. So that was kind of the if you're interested, I recommend, of course, go to their website and sign up for the newsletter. We get very few emails. It's really just focused around when the event is going to be run and where the event will be run. This year, yes, please.
Is this a specific finance or financial independence Chautauqua?
Yes.
Or is this just Chautauquas in general?
It's focused on financial independence. Yep.
Okay.
I've been to a Chautauqua up on Lummi Island. They are, I mean, what I went to was not financial. It was entertainment. I mean, there's a huge history on Chautauquas and how they're used to gather people together. But yeah, I mean, I don't know of any other Chautauqua that's focused on financial information. It is, by the way, is why the Chautauqua? This is J.L. Collins, that was the fellow that put this all together.
Yep. So J.L. Collins, who wrote The Simple Path to Wealth, decided to have a conference, and it's kind of a premium conference that's focused on financial independence. And he started it in 2013, if I remember correctly. And the intention was just to have a very small group of people get together and have cool conversations in a cool place. And so they've held them all over the world. This past year, it was in Colombia, in South America. And it wasn't actually in Bogota, which is the capital. It was 4 hours out in the mountains, in a small historical village called Villa de Leyva, at a resort there. So the trip, of course, was from a flight from the United States down to Bogota, and then a taxi or a bus from Bogota out, 4 hours into the mountains. And it was incredible. The location that Alan and Katie chose this year. It was high in the mountains and just very beautiful in a historic town that was full of scenery and people and nature that something I haven't ever experienced before.
Did it change your focus at all? Did it change your goals? Did it change your steps? And what would those changes have been, Craig?
Yep. So just to note, it's 2022. I signed up for the conference in February of this year, and it was held in early September. So that's just kind of a note on timing in case someone's listening to this a few years from now. Yeah. So going into it, I really just wanted to identify. I had three outcomes. The first one was to make sure that the things that the assets that I was saving in made sense. So I kind of wanted to validate for me the plan that I'd come up with here in partner, kind of by listening to the Merriman Foundation and reading a bunch of other things. The second thing I wanted to see is if my calculations were correct on how long it may take me to reach financial independence. And then the third one, which is of course the most important one, was to develop friendships with the other attendees. And the reason that this conference is so empowering is there are about 30 of us. And so we know everybody's story because we interact with everybody. It's a very small conference setting. Everyone that is in that group has self-selected. They were all probably on the newsletter already, already aggressive savers. And so throughout the conference, you could just walk up to somebody and say, how are you doing on your path to financial independence? Where are you? And some of the responses were, oh, we're just getting started. Some of the responses were, we just reached it, or in others, it was, oh, we've been financially independent for 3 years and we're doing X, Y, and Z with that. Interestingly, it was fun because some folks had brought partners or spouses, and in some cases, there was misalignment, as you talk about so often, Paul, where, one person is gung-ho and the other person is like, no way, this isn't going to work. And by, through all these conversations, it feels empowering to find a community of people who are pursuing hard goals like this, and seeing how talented and compassionate these people are, and helpful they are in really trying to build up this community. I can't say that enough, because we are swimming upstream. We need other people to swim with us so that we can support each other when it's time. And after the conference, we are getting regular updates on who's doing what. People are traveling, some aren't, some reach milestones, and it's kind of like a accountability partnership with 28 to 30 other people.
So there are in the U.S., I think Mr. Mustache has camps, and I can't think of the fellow out of Pennsylvania, David and his brother have camps in the U.S. Have you thought about attending some of those camps? Because I think that is the program they try to promote, is getting the people together, and sometimes they even happen in Oregon and Washington. So are you going to try to chase those down maybe and find a cheaper way to do this?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm open to all of it. In my discovery, this just felt like the premium one to pursue. And so you kind of put a target out there and you say, well, maybe I'll make it one day. And sure enough, the stars aligned, and I was able to go to that one. But surely, if there are local meetup groups, and there are Choose FI Facebook groups, and so where I live, there are a number of folks on the Choose FI Facebook group, and as you mentioned, there are other financial independence conferences that are available throughout the country.
I imagine, Craig, that since you were there with a number of I'll call them respected experts in the field of personal finance, that there were some presentations and some information delivered. Did anything stand out in that you think were key learnings that would be of interest to our audience here?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing, Alan Donegan and Katie Donegan did a couple of presentations on how to live an extraordinary life. And it started with the premise that everybody in the room probably already has the money figured out. And then with that, baseline, how can we use money as a tool to really live the life that we want to live? And so, imagine a day when, or I guess I imagine a day when I don't have to trade my time for money. And if there's a thing that I want to pursue, then maybe I could go in that direction for a while, or do some experiments outside of my 40-hour a week job. And there's a skill inherent in, I guess this is a universal message, but humans like to be productive and busy, and there's a lot of value in achievement. And so Alan really covered, he really talked about that, how happiness, include, to be happy, it's not, for most people, it's not just sitting around doing something. It's setting a goal, a hard goal, or choosing a quest to go on, and walking toward that goal for a period of time until you slowly achieve it. Or if you don't achieve it, evaluate, where you are midway, and then pivot to something that makes more sense for you. And so and actually, Alan is running a course called The Extraordinary Life that we can add a link to in the show notes that specifically talks about this. How to build the skills as individuals to figure out what we want to do versus what we have to do, and then as we develop an understanding of what we want to do, and we experiment with that, then what role does finances or what roles do finances play in that experimentation and truly actually pursuing and living that full life that we want to live? It's really interesting that we all have a version of great in our lives, and my version of great is different than everybody else's version of great. We have a version of enough, hopefully. And my version of enough is different than everybody else's version of enough, right? And there's enough, enough money, there's enough kind of achievement, and so as individuals, we have an opportunity to figure that out for ourselves, and then arrange and purposefully pursue the things that will allow us to achieve and develop the relationships, the work, the goals, the achievements, the finances that we want to be able to have, this full existence.
Craig,
somebody told me recently that self-esteem comes, not from praise, but it comes from self-mastery, which is really tied closely to a lot of what you just said, that true joy and happiness really comes from being useful and being helpful and being of service and accomplishing things. And among my friends who are farther along on this curve than you, most of them are considering when to retire. It's interesting to watch them grapple with not do I have enough money, because most of them do. Their concern is what will I do that's worthwhile. And it's a really interesting dynamic to see people grapple with that. So I'm glad as a younger person, you're already engaged in trying to figure out, well, or the realization of, gosh, I have all of these wonderful things that I could do that are worthwhile above and beyond the 40 hours a week that you do for your job. And wouldn't it be nice if you could put more time into them? Yeah, that's really cool.
Yep. And so since this conference, and Paul, this kind of answers your earlier question, I've been really focusing on trying to develop the skills for me to figure out what I want to do that would kind of be worthwhile. And so a very maybe funny example of that is I love to bake. And so I found a really difficult cake book, like a professional chef had written, and my quest for the next year is to bake every cake in that book. And there's about 33 or 34 cakes in that book.
That's great.
And every cake is like 5 to 6 different things. And as it happens, I just finished a cake last night that I took to work today. Yeah. That had had 6 different components, and I'm learning so much about making creme brulee and making chocolate ganache and mirror glaze and all these things that I had no idea about just through this quest.
Well, I love to eat. There is absolutely nothing funny about your pursuit there. That's a very serious pursuit. My son has been working on the perfect macarons, and he does a wonderful job, and they're not easy, but that is a serious pursuit. So stick with it.
Yeah. And it brings me so much joy because I get to improve my skills, right? Yeah. Like I still can't make like straight edges on the cake. I got to figure out how to like actually ice a cake correctly. So like my cake today was really lumpy. And so, but with each cake, I'm learning new skills. The one last night had an almond brittle, and I'd never dealt with with making chocolate almond brittle. I'd never done that before, and I burnt the first batch, and I went, "Oh my goodness, I got to go out and buy new almonds." But now, after burning a batch, I got the second one right, and now I know how to make almond brittle as a result.
That's great. I am curious. I live this life of passion, doing this thing I do every day from about 3:00 in the morning on, trying to figure out how can we help more people. And I used to think that these people who were focused so seriously on financial independence, I mean, they would take the time to figure out where they should live, whether they should own a car or all the things that you're doing. And I thought, this is going to be a slam dunk to help these people do better with their investments over the long term. Now, of course, they kind of have a short term. In many cases, they're trying to retire by the time they're 45 or 50. And in some cases, I know, because I've attended the meetings, they'll be happy if they can retire at 60 instead of 65. So they're not all trying to retire at age 40. But I guess the question I have, do you get a sense why it isn't easier to reach these people with the ideas of investing that we're presenting?
So I think it all comes down to so I found the Merriman Foundation. And I guess I'll just give an anecdote about my philosophy. And this may be similar for others in pursuing financial independence. Very often, if I can learn a skill that will serve me for my entire life, then I'll invest the time to learn that skill and then to hone it over years. So that I can, be good enough in what I need to live my life. So, for an example, I know how to change oil, right, in a car. I know how to rotate tires, and even though I don't own a car anymore, right, I knew early on that, it'd be pretty valuable for me to learn how to just do basic maintenance, so that I could take this asset as long as I can have it. And then that extends to other things. And so when I knew nothing about investing, I first tried to figure out, how can I put money somewhere where it's not gambling? Because that's kind of how I grew up, is thinking that the stock market was similar to Las Vegas. And then once I found out that, there are ways through, the common things that we share here around index funds, broad diversification, overall a defensive strategy, right? Then I realized, this is a skill that'll save me 1% per year at least. And that adds up like crazy. So I need to really kind of figure this out for me, and that'll add up to tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars over a 50 year period. Mm-hmm. And so that's my mindset. And as I've consumed the financial independence media, I see that that's kind of a common theme, where there are a lot of do-it-yourselfers in this community. And it's not necessarily do-it-yourself investors. It's do-it-yourselfers in everything that makes sense. Yeah. Right. And so that's how I got involved with the Merriman Foundation. And I think the media on financial independence that I've read has been really valuable. And I suspect that, to answer your question, it's a matter of exposure and trade-offs. One of the themes, so I don't know if everyone in the audience knows J.L. Collins, but The Simple Path to Wealth, he wrote a book and a blog series on his blog that really focused on trying to minimize the impact of finances on your life so that you can live, basically so you can forget about it and then do the things that you want to do instead of focusing on your portfolio. And so his strategy is really 2 or 3 funds, all in Vanguard, total market or total bond indexes. Mm-hmm. And so the messaging there was, how can you make it as simple as possible? And for me, I wanted to, I'm of course following what we have promoted here at the foundation, the Merriman Foundation. And so it's a bit more complex than 3 funds, right? I have probably 8 to 10 accounts that I have to manage instead of 1 at Vanguard, right? But for me, I feel that it's manageable, and the reasons are that I believe in what we have discovered through the research, around diversification and this defensive idea of so the extra burden of managing more accounts is worth it to me, I guess, and it's worth it to my I've got an 11-year-old son, and it's worth to manage money for him as well, based off of the teachings here compared to.
Do you mean more accounts or more assets, more investments?
Both, actually.
Both? Okay.
Yes. And it's because I have to have an individual investment accounts. I have to have tax deferred accounts, and they're across a number of different companies.
Okay. Because
of my working history, I've had to have accounts at Fidelity. I've had to have it with the government. I've had to have it with other brokers, I guess. So there's, as I said, there's 8 to 10 probably across multiple brokers, stratified by tax deferred and taxable.
So I've been confused about that, making it simple. Been confused that if a person set out to find the way to make it most simple, and yet the best it could be while being most simple, I can't understand why they don't end up with a target date fund as the recommendation. That it just confuses me, and because that is a single fund.
Some of these authors started working before target date funds were a thing. That may be part of it.
Yeah.
But also it could be that with a target date fund, you're dependent on the equity asset allocation of the target date fund. So there's a trade-off in the flexibility of your bonds versus your stocks in your portfolio. So although maybe that
you can kind of address that just by picking a different date in the target date fund. So there's a lot you can do with it, but I think for many of the these kind of legacy strategies that have been around a while, the target date fund just wasn't a tool. Wasn't. I mean, now it's so ubiquitous, it's hard to imagine coming up with a strategy that doesn't at least acknowledge that an investor is likely to hold some in a target date fund. But I think that's kind of now going forward, not necessarily looking back.
So, Daryl, I'm curious. You started saving relatively young. You were a student, a serious student of how to invest. I know you attended more than one of our workshops at the Merriman Company. What's the difference? What is the difference between what you were as an investor and what the financial independence people are?
Well, when I first seriously started investing in 1981, when I was 30 years old, and that was the time when individual retirement accounts first became available to the masses. I guess they had been available before, but they were only available to a selected segment of the population, and I don't remember the details as to what that was. But at that point, I just happened to be sitting next to some people who were interested in investing. And so I did find out about the AAII at that time. And I had found some other books that I had looked at, and I dabbled in different strategies. And being the analyst that I am, I looked at some of them and I said, in theory, this looks good, but I don't see how it's going to work in real life. And so I kind of didn't do some things and did some other things. And I just kind of fumbled my way around until probably about the early 90s or so. For the first 10 or 15 years, I saved a lot. I saved what I could in my IRAs and my 401ks. And I saved a little more, and I opened a brokerage account, but I just kind of fumbled around. I didn't have any real direction until probably the late 80s, early 90s, when I started maxing out my 401k and maxing out my IRA contributions and putting some additional aside. And so I just kind of overcame my ignorance by throwing as much as I could. Well, as much as I did into savings. I probably could have saved more, maybe not 50% like Craig, but I could have saved more. But it turns out that I didn't need to by the time I got done with everything. And then I discovered, I think the first time we actually met, Paul, was in the early 80s sometime. I seem to recall it was maybe it was the mid 80s. It was a seminar you did over in Spokane at one time. And so I started looking at that and I said, well, it's kind of interesting. And I actually have your book over here in my bookcase that you wrote in 1983. I forgot Lifetime. What is it? Investing for a Lifetime. Yeah. And so I started to look at that and read that, and it sort of started to sink in. There really was no analog to the FIRE movement at that time. So you kind of were on your own to try to figure these things out. In some ways, I wish I would have been born like 30, 40 years later, because a lot of this stuff would have been around and it might have helped. On the other hand, because of the timing in my career, I did live through some really interesting and challenging times in the career field that I chose, and so that was worthwhile. But yeah, I ended up spending a little bit of time in spreadsheets looking at different kinds of approaches, and the diversification approach, equal equity asset allocation approach, because you don't really know who's going to win, who's going to do worse, who's going to do better, sort of appealed to me. And by the time I was probably, I was probably 50 by the time I ended up getting seriously focused on trying to get ready to retire, which was a little late because my goal was to be able to retire when I was 55. Now, because I had saved so much, it turns out that I probably could have at 55. I just didn't appreciate it until afterwards when I actually had retired and found out how much you actually need versus how much you think you need when you retire. At least for us, that may not be the same for everybody. But
so what it seems like maybe one of the aspects of this financial independence group that makes them different is the degree of focus.
Yeah.
It is not just the focus on the saving, it's the focus on the number. That number that isn't that what they say, Craig, is they call it the number that they need to be able to change their life and go from being a worker bee to a life B, or whatever the words might be. But maybe that's the big difference, is just the degree, because there you were in essence, Daryl, at that same point, but you weren't focused.
I think it's the degree. See, I was focused on being able to walk away at 55. A lot of today's fire people are focused on 50 or 45 or 40 or even 35, and you could, a lot of times what it boils down to is, what is the level of expenses that you are willing to accept to live the life that you want to live for the next 40 or 50 years or 60 years even. And so my benchmark had been to sort of try to balance the lifestyle from before to after at a level that I and my wife would be satisfied with, is probably the best word to use.
So, thank you. I think that's great, Daryl. And
plus, I must say, yes, I really liked my job. I really liked what I was doing. And that makes a big difference.
Yep.
I won't say that I would have done it for free, but for the last probably half dozen years or so, after I had run the numbers and looked at it and said, you know what, I probably don't really need this job to live anymore. And my mindset changed, and I didn't care about so much about the overhead burden of working for a megacorp, and I could just kind of let it roll off my back, because it didn't matter. If it just got too much, I could leave the next day. And that made a big difference to the mental outlook on life.
Yeah, I felt much the same way as you were talking about your experience. I feel fortunate that I think 80% of my career I enjoyed.
Yeah.
There's about 20% where I wasn't a good fit, or the manager wasn't a good fit, or something wasn't a good fit, and it was very frustrating. But 80% of the time, it was a joyful part of my life. It was a fun and stimulating way to contribute. And so that makes it less urgent to get out early.
Yeah, I would say probably in my case, it was probably 90 or 95%. I remember very few times when I just was up to here with it, and I was ready to go. That did not happen very often. I was very fortunate, incredibly fortunate, to be able to have a job that I just loved doing. It was very challenging and great people to work with.
I was depressed one afternoon. Of all of the time that I've always loved to work and enjoyed many different kinds of jobs in my career, but I got super depressed. I went out and spent some money on my wife, and everything was okay. That's what and I went on and got back with it.
The fact that you're still doing a lot of the same work in retirement kind of speaks to how much you loved it.
It's great fun. Craig, with your commitment to this financial independence, does it matter what you do for a living to get there?
So for me, yes, because I want to live the best life that I can. So everything that I do now is a decision for today and for tomorrow and for 10 years from now, right? So, that common adage where the goal doesn't matter, the journey, is what counts. I want to live a day. I want to live a day-to-day existence that's fulfilling, knowing, of course, not knowing how long the days will last, right? And so for me, it's a balance. I do love the career paths that I've taken, and I've had numerous careers, numerous pivots, and the one that I'm in now, I'm enjoying, and I'm doing my best to balance the demands at, I guess I should say all the demands that everyone, listening probably also balances.
Yeah.
And I would not take a job that I didn't love. And, right now they align where I can have an aggressive savings rate. Before, a couple years ago, they didn't. And in the future, they may not, right? But while I have it, while I have this alignment, I'm going to continue to capture this opportunity and save aggressively. And I can't see anything wrong with that in the long run. If you save, I don't know who said it, but this thing it keeps recurring in my mind. A dollar saved today is more than a dollar that you can spend tomorrow or in 50 years, right?
My dad grew up on a farm. He'd say, "Make hay while the sun shines."
Yes.
Right? If somebody listening is intrigued about this conference based on what you said and is thinking about going, what would your advice be to them in terms of how to prepare or what to consider before they commit? And also, if you're comfortable saying how much it was to go, that might be interesting too.
Sure. So I don't remember the exact numbers, probably about $6,000 all in, roughly, including the flights. And I stayed an extra day in Bogota so that I could acclimate to the environment before going up to the mountains. So for those who are interested, I think definitely get on the newsletter for the Chautauqua website so that you're informed about this conference. We'll also have resources to financial independence websites and books that would be available for you to read. I think it's important that folks who go to this make sure that we aren't taking on debt to go to a thing like this, right? For example, if a person can't afford to go, because they're already in significant debt, then pay off the debt because you're not ready, right? Because this is a thing that it's important to be in a place where you're ready and already pursuing, I think, in a situation where your finances are kind of positively trending. So many of the people, or I guess I should say all the people who've attended, knew their balances in all of their accounts. They had a strategy for investing. We didn't specifically talk about it, but I suspect that very few people had, active debt that they were paying other than maybe mortgages. Clearly, credit card use was really for points because it was paid off at the end of every month, right? So I believe it's important to get a financial plan or develop a financial plan, and develop your why and live that out with conviction for a while so that you can have experiences in common with everyone else that's attending. And then you, and even if you have a spouse or a partner who wants to go with you, have a clear set of outcomes. Just like any project or any goal or any journey, right? Purposefully discern what you want out of it before you take the first step, and discern why you want to take the first step. It will change through the journey, but really kind of getting to know yourself and what will make you happy, I think are super valuable things that we can use when walking into a conference like this.
So
Great
Craig,
stuff.
I have a question for you, Craig. So this conference was in September, right? So it's been a couple of 2-3 months now. What has been the impact of the things you learned at the conference on your life now, 3 months later?
So, so I haven't changed anything in my savings or my investment strategy. So that's good, right? Because my investment plan.
It depends. What that means is you were doing the right things before, right?
Exactly. And I wrote down, I found an investment policy statement that I wrote down for myself in March of 2021, I guess. We're in early December 2022 right now.
And he did not cash out all of his holdings to put it in the total market index.
No. And I still don't own any cryptocurrency.
Or Bitcoin, everything in the FTX crash. That's good.
And so my finances haven't changed. What's changed? I really am trying to look at my life with the intention of the full lifespan, right? So much of what we do at the organization here is thinking like, that end date is like 95 years old, right? And so I have, 50 to 60 more years ahead of me if that's my end date. Who knows? And so one of the things that I've learned, or one of my kind of views, is to think about the totality of my life and what I want, who I want to be when I'm 95. And then what can I do today so that I can get there when I'm 95? And one of the outcomes of this conference was the realization that I don't really know what makes me happy, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that what makes me happy now is way different than what made me happy 5 years ago. And it's going to be way different than what makes me happy when I'm 95, right? So one of the outcomes is really trying to figure out the habits that I can develop now so that I could figure out what's going to make me happy for the next year or the next 6 months or the next 24 hours, right? And this idea of trying to live an extraordinary life has, the process is really trying to identify that discernment. So what am I doing? I've written a list of 35 goals of things that I want to achieve in my life. Wow. And that was an activity that Alan asked us to do. And this baking quest that I'm on was one of those goals, right? And
if you need any help with that, I'm not that far away.
That's true.
And I'll drive up to help too.
Yeah, and so then I've done probably 6 of the 30 cakes over the last few months, and now I'm still trying to actively journal and say, well, what else would be, when this quest ends, what else would make me happy? And I thought, well, what if I try to be on the Great American Baking Show? I don't know.
Sure.
Hey,
yeah. Why not? Right. Well, then what would I have to do? Well, I'd probably have to bake a lot more other stuff than cakes. And so I'm actively kind of in my journaling process right now, considering like a goal of, I don't know if you all are watching, but the Great British Baking Show, right? They have have a website, and they have all the recipes from all of the technical challenges that they've done.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And so I thought, well, do I want to go on that quest where I bake all of the technical challenges that have ever been done on the Great British Baking Show? Well, if I do that, then I could probably be on that show in a couple of years. And so these are the, but would it make me happy?
That would be must-see TV, by the way.
Oh, good.
I know that guy.
So, but again, it's, that may or may not make me happy. And it's my responsibility. And the outcome that I'm learning is that, money is just one part of it. Happiness is, not linked to money. Money is an enabler in many instances. Too much money is like negative.
Yeah, it can be a disabler.
Yeah. And so what's the sweet spot for me? How do I figure that out? And then how can I try to live the best life, in that balance, and figure out what the best life means to me today and tomorrow and the day after that, until it's over.
Did you, by chance, when you put together that list of 35, include anything about doing a blog telling the story, the trip that you're going through?
No.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, I just didn't. I wrote something like write a book. Pass on knowledge to the next generation. That kind of stuff. So. Great. Maybe it'll be realized that way. I don't know.
Another thought that came to mind as I heard you talking that through is it's hard to predict what you're going to be like in the future. But you can talk to people who are ahead of you on the path. It might be interesting to interview some people who you think, outside of the conference, who you think have got a life that looks fulfilling in some way, and find out, well, how did their tastes change and what do they like? And
most definitely, yeah.
What's the thought?
Craig, you've shared a lot of great stuff. Thank you. And did you have something on your list that you've not had a chance to share that because I know you're a list maker.
I am a list maker.
Let us not keep you from your appointed rounds. What do you got on that list?
The most important thing is I wanted to just speak directly to the audience, the folks that are watching or listening to this video or podcast. I know that we have been so focused on finances, and we have these, core assets and lessons that we share as the foundation. For me, those are incredibly valuable. And I realize that community is also as valuable. That finding a confidant or a partner, like an accountability partner, or a mentee or a mentor, is what really will keep me on the course. We preach buy and hold, do it yourself, right? Well, it's really hard to buy and hold. And for me, it's important to have a community who I can tap into. Not just a one-way community, but a two-way community, right? We aren't financial advisors. A lot of this conversation is one way, where we're putting content out into the world. And for me, I've been receiving so much gracefully. And a huge realization is that I need to have two-way conversations so that I can be successful in this lifespan. And I encourage you to consider that in your world, right? There's so many people who listen to this for entertainment, I suspect, or they listen to it so that they could kind of gain knowledge. Some people are mentors to peers or to younger or to youth. Some people are grandparents or parents saving aggressively for their kids, right? And that all of that is community, right? All of that is community that drives out of this resource that we've created. And I feel so honored to be part of, this part of the conversation. And it has been so powerful for me to understand the role of this information gathering and the podcasts, and then see how I can go out and have conversations, and develop relationships and deepen existing relationships based off of what I've learned. So I have within my family, I've shared, my dad actually talked to Paul a few months ago, which was incredibly exciting for all of us. And he's now a regular listener. And when we talk every week, he's like, "Hey, what's going on in the Merriman Foundation?" And so for those who are listening, kind of a key takeaway that I'd like to recommend is to see, how this information is impacting your life and what brings you happiness in it and from it. Who brings you happiness with this information, and how does it show up for you? Be it, just an entertaining thing that you listen to on the way to work. That's, great. That's awesome. And maybe it's more. Maybe it's that you're standing in line with a coffee and you say, "Hey, where'd you go for vacation?" "Well, I went to Colombia." "What the heck were you doing in Colombia?" "Well, a conference on financial independence," right? And then that sparked a few conversations at work where, other people that I had no idea were also, on a similar path. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just to really capture that and to reflect on it and see where it goes and where it takes you.
Well, you are a jewel. Chris, you're a jewel. Daryl, you're a jewel. I just cannot express how thankful I am that you guys are in our life. And I know from the emails I get that the people who do spend time with us appreciate the approach and the attitude and the desire to help others. So thank you. As always, you are great. And I hope we can find an opportunity for you to attend one of these groups that is here in the US, so you could report back to us and tell us whether there's something that people could go to that would be a similar kind of experience, because it sounds like something a lot of people would like to do. Thank you very much, Greg.
And thank you, Paul. I have to say, you enable so much in me, and these 2 years that I've been on this journey with you, and I guess a year and a half now with Chris and Daryl, it's been profound. And I just feel so fortunate that all of the content existed before I got into it, and all of the lessons, were available for me to begin to consume. That these libraries, these troves of knowledge, they continue to grow, and we continue to learn. And the pursuit of over the last 10 years that you and your family have enabled has really had an impact on my life. And
that's very kind.
Thank you
very much. I appreciate it. Well, listen, happy holidays to you guys. I don't know if we're going to be talking like this again before Christmas or New Year's, but thanks very much, and enjoy your wonderful lives. You've helped us all a lot. Thanks.
Well, thank you too, Paul.
All right. You got that, Chris?
I learned something very important tonight. We don't talk to Craig enough. He feels so detached that he had to go all the way to Colombia to find somebody to talk to about personal finance.
That's wonderful.
It's Paul Merriman with Sound Investing. Sound Investing, soundinvesting.com, and paulmerriman.com are produced and exclusively owned by Paul Merriman, who is solely responsible for their content. For more information, free articles, mutual fund recommendations, and more, visit paulmerriman.com. with Sound Investing. Here's Paul Merriman.
Well, this is a special occasion. We have, I think, in our organization, just a lot of fun. And Chris and Daryl, well, Daryl, people may not know, this may be the first time they've seen you. Daryl, put up your hand and expose your, thank you. And
You say what?
Daryl is a retired systems analyst, engineer, known him for decades. Could we say that? Decades?
Yeah. 83.
And has a heart of trying to help other people when it comes to investing, and has done so much for us. We have tons of tables because of Daryl's work. Some of the best stuff that we have. And Chris Pedersen, if you're new to us, he is our director of research, and he has done marvelous work in the best in class ETF identified recommendations. Which, by the way, Chris, you're having a great year. I don't know if you've taken a look at how your recommendations are doing, but
it's just 1 year. It's just 1 year.
All right. Well, that's the only one we got this year. But I will tell you, the diversification has been working beautifully. Anyway, Chris does wonderful work in helping in the 2 funds for life that he developed. And some time ago, Craig Apple came into our life. Craig, you're the only guy left here, so there we go. And he came to our organization and made us an offer we could not say no to, and that is to he let us use the calculator, the lifetime investment calculator that we have on our site. And Craig, I don't know how often you are talking to people who are using it. Are you still talking to them? Are they writing with questions and applauding your work?
Yeah, about every month we get an email or two, folks checking it out.
That's good. Well, it's a wonderful tool for people to use. And you're kind of special in this group because, well, Chris used to be the young guy. And of course, that meant Daryl and I had a little jealousy, a little envy about that. And then you come along, and now you're the kid on the block. And so we are thrilled to have you as a part of the team. That's number one. But number two, you did something recently that I think is very interesting. We've talked for hours about your goals for saving and investing, and you live the life that you actually talk about. As I recall, you do not have a car. Is that correct?
That's correct. I live in a major city, and living, a couple miles from the city center in a very small apartment allows me to take public transport or rent a vehicle when I need to go out into the mountains.
I think this is what the world might look like someday, huh? We'll see. Anyway, Craig did something that I thought was fascinating. Tell the story about the Chautauqua and how you found out about it, why it was important to you, and then start the story about what it is, because it has to do with a group of people that we actually don't know as much about as we should, because they are generally younger investors who have a commitment to financial independence at a level, like you say, you ride a bike, you walk, you live in a small apartment. You have a commitment to financial independence that makes it special. Let us know about the Chautauqua. What happened there, and the lessons you learned.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with the foundation's audience. I hope that this is, my story is helpful for you or for people that you know in your world. My kind of path is only one of many, and we all have a unique version that we're trying to pursue for ourselves. So as Paul said, I have been pursuing financial independence. And so what that means is that there is a version of enough that that I need to make to have a baseline income from the investments that I hold. And so that income can come from dividends. It can come from kind of just withdrawing a percentage of the portfolio on a regular basis. And so financial independence is a math calculation where you have you identify a safe withdrawal rate that works for you, and that's based on how much it costs you to live right now and how much you think it will cost for you to live when you reach financial independence. And then from there, it's just identifying what your number is. So if you kind of the typical scenario that is often cited is a 4% safe withdrawal rate, and someone living on $40,000 a year would need to generate that out of a portfolio. And so you take $40,000 and you multiply it by 25 and you get $1 million. So if your portfolio has $1 million in it, the idea is that you could safely withdraw $40,000, your living expenses, from that portfolio every year, and on average have a high likelihood of keeping that principal in your investments without running out of money. And surely we've talked about withdrawal rates here on numerous podcasts and numerous articles and such. And of course, the lifetime calculator allows you to identify specifically, what withdrawal rate you want while you're calculating kind of a time horizon.
So Craig, how is this different from the rest of us who have some sort of a plan? We have some sort of a withdrawal rate that we hope will work. What makes this group? Now, some people call it the FIRE group, but financial independence, retire early. But really, when you dig into it, it's really about getting financial independence. But what is unique about this community?
So the biggest thing in my mind is that there's an idea that at some point in our lives, we will hopefully reach a threshold where we no longer have to trade our time for money. So right now I'm a full-time employee and I have to do at least 40 hours a week, and I'm trading my 40 hours a week for a salary, right? And so financial independence is really focused on trying to identify how we can live our best lives, and see how money as a tool can be used so that we don't have to continue to trade our time for money every week or every month, right? And so some tenets of the community are, as I understand it, and I guess I'll get to my input on how I got here in a bit. But some of the tenets include trying to save aggressively. So for the earlier parts of my career, after recently graduating, the recommendation was to save 10% of my income in a 401k. I was a government employee. The government did a match. And so, I had my 10%. I would do that, from my 20s. And then by the time I reached 59 and a half, after a 30 to 40 year career, I would be able to have enough money to live off of after that point. So that traditional path is what I followed for most of my adult working life. Save about 10 to 15%. As I stumbled upon the financial independence blogs and media and websites and articles and books, I realized that there could be a point where I don't need to work. I've got enough money where I wouldn't need to work every day just to be able to survive, to be able to pay my bills, to be able to raise my son or whatever I needed to do. And so at that point, I eliminated all the debt by really aggressively tackling it. So student loans went away, and then I aimed to identify some things in my life that were expensive, like owning a car. I actually did a trade-off. I did a financial calculation to figure out if I should live closer to downtown or if I should have a car and live a couple miles out of the city. And I realized that the trade-off was about $300 per month, and that I could get an apartment really close to the city center for that extra $300 and not have the mental anguish of owning a vehicle in a city and having to commute. So these are just a few of the things in my life. But of course, to be able to reach financial independence, we could save that 10% per year for many, many years. Or if you save more, then you don't have to save as long, right? So a common target that is proposed by the media that I've read on financial independence is trying to target about a 50% savings rate. And so that's a lot of money, of course, right? But if you can do that, then you could be financially independent within maybe 15 years or fewer. And so someone who's in their 20s or 30s, you could be financially independent and no longer have to trade your time for money every day when you're 45, 50, not 59 and a half, 65, 70, and that provides some options. Well, my theory is that it provides some options where I could then take part-time work, or I could, once I reach that, have a different relationship with work than what I have to have right now as a full-time employee.
So, Craig, you've been kind of following this, call it methodology or this philosophy about investing for a while. Did that lead you to this conference that you recently attended? And can you tell us a little about that?
Yes, definitely. So my journey really began about 2 years ago. I got a new job, and I got a significant pay increase, but I didn't change my cost of living. So I had to figure out what to do with the extra money, which is a good problem, of course. And that led me here to the Merriman Foundation. And then I just consumed as much information as I could to see if it made sense. If the pursuit of financial independence is a thing that I wanted to do for me and my family, and then started to put the pieces into place. And the pieces, included reading multiple books that Paul has written, reading multiple books that Larry Swedroe has written, reading Two Fronts for Life when that came out, reading numerous Choose FI books and publications. In my upbringing, I didn't have a relationship with the stock market. It wasn't a thing that we discussed. And so I really I'm in my mid 30s, and now I've got a little extra money and I don't know what to do with it. So I had to figure out, what is the stock? What am I actually buying when I buy a stock? I didn't know what an index fund was a couple of years ago. And so I've just been consuming as much information as I can about trying to diversify and take this defensive approach that the organization recommends. And part of that journey included trying to find other people who are on this path. And so I recognized that, I'm just a guy sitting in a small apartment reading a whole bunch of stuff and reading forums and blogs and books and listening to podcasts. And I didn't have anyone to talk to other than I have a brother and sister. And so, but they didn't really get it. They're thinking, what, you're saving half of your income? And I said, well, that's what I want to do. I don't know if I can do it. And so I had this need to engage with people. And so that led me to understand, what's available in my community and in my neighborhood, what resources are available, through forums or mass video calls or podcasts. And then I got interested on this Chautauqua conference. And so Chautauqua is a gathering of about 30 people. And this year there were 2 one-week sessions, and participants were able to sign up for one slot for you or you and a partner within one of those 2 weeks. And so this was my opportunity to really try to engage with other people who are pursuing this financial independence idea. And in some ways, it feels like we're swimming against the current because it's not a traditional thing that is widely known. And so I really wanted to change the conversation from a one-way conversation where I was just consuming podcasts or books or websites or media, to a two-way conversation where I could start to develop a support group and a community that would help me stay the course and be accountable. And I'm going to use this phrase a lot tonight, but I really wanted to figure out how I could live the best life possible. And finances are one component of that, right? And so this Chautauqua conference really allowed me to meet many people who each have their own story, and everyone that I met is incredibly talented and pursuing just phenomenal things in their lives. And finances are just one part of living a tremendous life. And so that's really what this conference was about.
It's not a cheap venture, is it? I mean, for somebody who was working the numbers to figure out whether to rent or get a car, this represented a sizable investment because you traveled internationally, right? To do it. So tell us a little about where it was and whether you thought it was worth it, or how you ran the ROI on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the conference, and I recommend, we'll have the link, I'm sure, in the publication of this video and podcast. The conference is Chautauqua, and we have to sign up for the newsletter. So the newsletter, they send you some kind of information on when they'll announce the next Chautauqua and when you can buy tickets. This event sold out in 18 hours. So I got an email mid-morning, and I churned and said, "Oh my God, can I afford it? Can I afford it?" And I actually had to dip into my emergency fund because I didn't have the cash on hand to do it. But I had made the decision 80% of the way before they announced it. And then spent about 4 hours, kind of feeling what did I want to do and what would be the outcomes that I could achieve during the event. And I'm glad I signed up before I went to bed, because as soon as I woke up the next morning, the thing was sold out. Wow. And I suspect that the next year will be the same. So that was kind of if you're interested, I recommend, of course, go to their website and sign up for the newsletter. We get very few emails. It's really just focused around when the event is going to be run and where the event will be run. This year, yes, please.
Is this a specific finance or financial independence Chautauqua?
Yes.
Or is this just Chautauquas in general?
It's focused on financial independence. Yep.
Okay.
I've been to a Chautauqua up on Lummi Island. They are, I mean, what I went to was not financial. It was entertainment. I mean, there's a huge history on Chautauquas and how they're used to gather people together. But yeah, I mean, I don't know of any other Chautauqua that's focused on financial information. It is, by the way, is why the Chautauqua? This is J.L. Collins, that was the fellow that put this all together.
Yep. So J.L. Collins, who wrote The Simple Path to Wealth, decided to have a conference, and it's kind of a premium conference that's focused on financial independence. And he started it in 2013, if I remember correctly. And the intention was just to have a very small group of people get together and have cool conversations in a cool place. And so they've held them all over the world. This past year, it was in Colombia, in South America. And it wasn't actually in Bogota, which is the capital. It was 4 hours out in the mountains, in a small historical village called Villa de Leyva, at a resort there. So the trip, of course, was from a flight from the United States down to Bogota, and then a taxi or a bus from Bogota out, 4 hours into the mountains. And it was incredible. The location that Alan and Katie chose this year. It was high in the mountains and just very beautiful in a historic town that was full of scenery and people and nature that something that I haven't ever experienced before.
Did it change your focus at all? Did it change your goals? Did it change your steps? And what would those changes have been, Craig?
Yep. So just to note, it's 2022. I signed up for the conference in February of this year, and it was held in early September. So that's just kind of a note on timing in case someone's listening to this a few years from now. Yeah. So going into it, I really just wanted to identify. I had three outcomes. The first one was to make sure that the things that the assets that I was saving in made sense. So I kind of wanted to validate for me the plan that I'd come up with here in partner, kind of by listening to the Merriman Foundation and reading a bunch of other things. The second thing I wanted to see is if my calculations were correct on how long it may take me to reach financial independence. And then the third one, which is of course the most important one, was to develop friendships with the other attendees. And the reason that this conference is so empowering is there are about 30 of us. And so we know everybody's story because we interact with everybody. It's a very small conference setting. Everyone that is in that group has self-selected. They were all probably on the newsletter already, already aggressive savers. And so throughout the conference, you could just walk up to somebody and say, how are you doing on your path to financial independence? Where are you? And some of the responses were, oh, we're just getting started. Some of the responses were, we just reached it, or in others, it was, oh, we've been financially independent for 3 years and we're doing X, Y, and Z with that. Interestingly, it was fun because some folks had brought partners or spouses, and in some cases, there was misalignment, as you talk about so often, Paul, where one person is gung-ho and the other person is like, no way, this isn't going to work. And by through all these conversations, it feels empowering to find a community of people who are pursuing hard goals like this, and seeing how talented and compassionate these people are, and helpful they are in really trying to build up this community. I can't say that enough, because we are swimming upstream. We need other people to swim with us so that we can support each other when it's time. And after the conference, we are getting regular updates on who's doing what. People are traveling, some aren't, some reach milestones, and it's kind of like accountability partnership with 28 to 30 other people.
So there are in the U.S., I think Mr. Mustache has camps, and I can't think of the fellow out of Pennsylvania, David and his brother have camps in the U.S. Have you thought about attending some of those camps? Because I think that is the program they try to promote, is getting the people together, and sometimes they even happen in Oregon and Washington. So are you going to try to chase those down maybe and find a cheaper way to do this?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm open to all of it. In my discovery, this just felt like the kind of the premium one to pursue. And so you kind of put a target out there, and you say, well, maybe I'll make it one day. And sure enough, the stars aligned, and I was able to go to that one. But surely, if there are local meetup groups, and there are Choose FI Facebook groups. And so where I live, there are a number of folks on the Choose FI Facebook group. And as you mentioned, there are other financial independence conferences that are available throughout the country.
I imagine, Craig, that since you were there with a number of, I'll call them respected experts in the field of personal finance, that there were some presentations and some information delivered. Did anything stand out in that you think were key learnings that would be of interest to our audience here?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing, Alan Donegan and Katie Donegan did a couple of presentations on how to live an extraordinary life. And it started with the premise that everybody in the room probably already has the money figured out. And then with that, baseline, how can we use money as a tool to really live the life that we want to live? And so, imagine a day when, or I guess I imagine a day when I don't have to trade my time for money. And if there's a thing that I want to pursue, then maybe I could go in that direction for a while, or do some experiments outside of my 40-hour a week job. And there's a skill inherent in, I guess this is a universal message, but humans like to be productive and busy, and there's a lot of value in achievement. And so Alan really covered, he really talked about that, how happiness, include, to be happy, it's not, for most people, it's not just sitting around doing something. It's setting a goal, a hard goal, or choosing a quest to go on, and walking toward that goal for a period of time until you slowly achieve it. Or if you don't achieve it, evaluate, where you are midway, and then pivot to something that makes more sense for you. And so, and actually, Alan is running a course called The Extraordinary Life that we can add a link to in the show notes. That specifically talks about this, how to build the skills as individuals to figure out what we want to do versus what we have to do. And then as we develop an understanding of what we want to do and we experiment with that, then what role does finances or what roles do finances play in that experimentation and truly actually pursuing and living that full life that we want to live? It's really interesting that we all have a version of great in our lives, and my version of great is different than everybody else's version of great. We have a version of enough, hopefully, and my version of enough is different than everybody else's version of enough, right? And there's enough, enough money. There's enough kind of achievement, and so as individuals, we have an opportunity to figure that out for ourselves, and then arrange and purposefully pursue the things that will allow us to achieve and develop the relationships, the work, the goals, the achievements, the finances that we want to be able to have, this full existence.
Craig,
somebody told me recently that self-esteem comes, not from praise, but it comes from self-mastery, which is really tied closely to a lot of what you just said, that true joy and happiness really comes from being useful and being helpful and being of service and accomplishing things. And among my friends who are farther along on this curve than you, most of them are considering when to retire. It's interesting to watch them grapple with not do I have enough money, because most of them do. Their concern is what will I do that's worthwhile. And it's a really interesting dynamic to see people grapple with that. So I'm glad as a younger person, you're already engaged in trying to figure out, well, or the realization of, gosh, I have all of these wonderful things that I could do that are worthwhile above and beyond the 40 hours a week that you do for your job. And wouldn't it be nice if you could put more time into them? Yeah, that's really cool.
Yep. And so since this conference, and Paul, this kind of answers your earlier question, I've been really focusing on trying to develop the skills for me to figure out what I want to do that would kind of be worthwhile. And so a very maybe funny example of that is I love to bake. And so I found a really difficult cake book, like a professional chef had written, and my quest for the next year is to bake every cake in that book. And there's about 33 or 34 cakes in that book.
That's great.
And every cake is like 5 to 6 different things. And as it happens, I just finished a cake last night that I took to work today. Yeah. That had had 6 different components, and I'm learning so much about making creme brulee and making chocolate ganache and mirror glaze and all these things that I had no idea about just through this quest.
Well, I love to eat. There is absolutely nothing funny about your pursuit there. That's a very serious pursuit. My son has been working on the perfect macarons, and he does a wonderful job, and they're not easy, but that is a serious pursuit. So stick with it.
Yeah. And it brings me so much joy because I get to improve my skills, right? Yeah. Like I still can't make like straight edges on the cake. I got to figure out how to like actually ice a cake correctly. So like my cake today was really lumpy. And so, but with each cake, I'm learning new skills. The one last night had an almond brittle, and I'd never dealt with making chocolate almond brittle. I'd never done that before, and I burnt the first batch, and I went, "Oh my goodness, I got to go out and buy new almonds." But now, after burning a batch, I got the second one right, and now I know how to make almond brittle as a result.
That's great. I am curious. I live this life of passion doing this thing I do every day from about 3 o'clock in the morning on, trying to figure out how can we help more people. And I used to think that these people who were focused so seriously on financial independence, I mean, they would take the time to figure out where they should live, whether they should own a car or I mean, all the things that you're doing. And I thought, this is going to be a slam dunk to help these people do better with their investments over the long term. Now, of course, they kind of have a short term. In many cases, they're trying to retire by the time they're 45 or 50. And in some cases, I know because I've attended the meetings, they'll be happy if they can retire at 60 instead of 65. So they're not all trying to retire at age 40. But I guess the question I have, do you get a sense why it isn't easier to reach these people with the ideas of investing that we're presenting?
So I think it all comes down to so I found the Merriman Foundation. And I guess I'll just give an anecdote about my philosophy. And this may be similar for others in pursuing financial independence. Very often, if I can learn a skill that will serve me for my entire life, then I'll invest the time to learn that skill and then to hone it over years. So that I can, be good enough in what I need to live my life. So, for an example, I know how to change oil, right, in a car. I know how to rotate tires, and even though I don't own a car anymore, right, I knew early on that, it'd be pretty valuable for me to learn how to just do basic maintenance, so that I could take this asset as long as I can have it. And then that extends to other things. And so when I knew nothing about investing, I first tried to figure out, how can I put money somewhere where it's not gambling? Because that's kind of how I grew up, is thinking that the stock market was similar to Las Vegas. And then once I found out that, there are ways through, the common things that we share here around index funds, broad diversification, overall a defensive strategy, right? Then I realized, this is a skill that'll save me 1% per year at least. And that adds up like crazy. So I need to really kind of figure this out for me. And that'll add up to tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars over a 50 year period. Mm-hmm. And so that's my mindset. And as I've consumed the financial independence media, I see that that's kind of a common theme, where there are a lot of do-it-yourselfers in this community. And it's not necessarily do-it-yourself investors. It's do-it-yourselfers in everything that makes sense. Yeah. Right. And so that's how I got involved with the Merriman Foundation. And I think the media on financial independence that I've read has been really valuable. And I suspect that, to answer your question, it's a matter of exposure and trade-offs. One of the themes, so I don't know if everyone in the audience knows J.L. Collins, but The Simple Path to Wealth, he wrote a book and a blog series on his blog that really focused on trying to minimize the impact of finances on your life so that you can live, well, basically so you can forget about it and then do the things that you want to do instead of focusing on your portfolio. And so his strategy is really 2 or 3 funds, all in Vanguard, total market or total bond indexes. Mm-hmm. And so the messaging there was, how can you make it as simple as possible? And for me, I wanted to, I'm of course following what we have promoted here at the foundation, the Merriman Foundation. And so it's a bit more complex than 3 funds, right? I have probably 8 to 10 accounts that I have to manage instead of 1 at Vanguard, right? But for me, I feel that it's manageable, and the reasons are that I believe in what we have discovered through the research, around diversification and this defensive idea of so the extra burden of managing more accounts is worth it to me, I guess, and it's worth it to my I've got an 11-year-old son, and it's worth to manage money for him as well based off of the teachings here compared to.
Do you mean more accounts or more assets, more investments?
Both, actually.
Both? Okay.
Yes. And it's because I have to have an individual investment accounts. I have to have tax deferred accounts, and they're across a number of different companies. Okay. Because of my working history, I've had to have accounts at Fidelity. I've had to have it with the government. I've had to have it with other brokers, I guess. So there's, as I said, there's 8 to 10 probably across multiple brokers, stratified by tax deferred and taxable.
So I've been confused about that, making it simple. Been confused that if a person set out to find the way to make it most simple, and yet the best it could be while being most simple, I can't understand why they don't end up with a target date fund as the recommendation. That it just confuses me, and because that is a single fund.
Some of these authors started working before target date funds were a thing. That may be part of it.
Yeah.
But also it could be that with a target date fund, you're dependent on the equity asset allocation of the target date fund. So there's a trade-off in the flexibility of your bonds versus your stocks in your portfolio. So although maybe that
you can kind of address that just by picking a different date in the target date fund. So there's a lot you can do with it, but I think for many of the these kind of legacy strategies that have been around a while, the target date fund just wasn't a tool. Wasn't. I mean, now it's so ubiquitous, it's hard to imagine coming up with a strategy that doesn't at least acknowledge that an investor is likely to hold some in a target date fund. But I think that's kind of now going forward, not necessarily looking back.
So Daryl, I'm curious. You started saving relatively young. You were a student, a serious student of how to invest. I know you attended more than one of our workshops at the Merriman Company. What's the difference? What is the difference between what you were as an investor and what the financial independence people are?
Well, when I first seriously started investing in 1981, when I was 30 years old, And that was the time when individual retirement accounts first became available to the masses. I guess they had been available before, but they were only available to a selected segment of the population, and I don't remember the details as to what that was. But at that point, I just happened to be sitting next to some people who were interested in investing. And so I did find out about the AAII at that time. And I had found some other books that I had looked at, and I dabbled in different strategies. And being the analyst that I am, I looked at some of them and I said, in theory, this looks good, but I don't see how it's going to work in real life. And so I kind of didn't do some things and did some other things. And I just kind of fumbled my way around until probably about the early 90s or so. For the first 10 or 15 years, I saved a lot. I saved what I could in my IRAs and my 401ks. And I saved a little more, and I opened a brokerage account, but I just kind of fumbled around. I didn't have any real direction until probably the late 80s, early 90s, when I started maxing out my 401k and maxing out my IRA contributions and putting some additional aside. And so I just kind of overcame my ignorance by throwing as much as I could. Well, as much as I did into savings. I probably could have saved more, maybe not 50% like Craig, but I could have saved more. But it turns out that I didn't need to by the time I got done with everything. And then I discovered, I think the first time we actually met, Paul, was in the early 80s sometime. I seem to recall it was maybe it was the mid 80s. It was a seminar you did over in Spokane at one time. And so I started looking at that and I said, well, it's kind of interesting. And I actually have your book over here in my bookcase that you wrote in 1983. I forgot Lifetime. What is it? Investing for a Lifetime. Yeah. And so I started to look at that and read that, and it sort of started to sink in. There really was no analog to the FIRE movement at that time. So you kind of were on your own to try to figure these things out. In some ways, I wish I would have been born like 40 years later, because a lot of this stuff would have been around and it might have helped. On the other hand, because of the timing in my career, I did live through some really interesting and challenging times in the career field that I chose. And so that was worthwhile. But yeah, I ended up spending a little bit of time in spreadsheets looking at different kinds of approaches and the diversification approach, equal equity asset allocation approach, because you don't really know who's going to win, who's going to do worse, who's going to do better, sort of appealed to me. And by the time I was probably, I was probably 50 by the time I ended up getting seriously focused on trying to get ready to retire, which was a little late because my goal was to be able to retire when I was 55. Now, because I had saved so much, it turns out that I probably could have at 55. I just didn't appreciate it until afterwards when I actually had retired and found out how much you actually need versus how much you think you need when you retire. At least for us, that may not be the same for everybody. But
so it seems like maybe one of the aspects of this financial independence group that makes them different is the degree of focus.
Yeah,
it is not just the focus on the saving; it's the focus on the number. That number that isn't that what they say, Craig, as they call it, the number that they need to be able to change their life and go from being a worker bee to a life B, or whatever the words might be. But maybe that's the big difference. It's just the degree, because there you were in essence, Daryl, at that same point, but you weren't focused.
I think it's the degree. See, I was focused on being able to walk away at 55. A lot of today's fire people are focused on 50 or 45 or 40 or even 35, and you could, a lot of times what it boils down to is what is the level of expenses that you are willing to accept to live the life that you want to live for the next 40 or 50 years or 60 years even. And so my benchmark had been to sort of try to balance the lifestyle from before to after at a level that I and my wife would be satisfied with, is probably the best word to use.
So, thank you. I think that's great, Daryl. And
plus, I must say, yes, I really liked my job. I really liked what I was doing. And that makes a big difference.
Yep.
I won't say that I would have done it for free, but for the last probably half dozen years or so, after I had run the numbers and looked at it and said, you know what, I probably don't really need this job to live anymore. And my mindset changed, and I didn't care about so much about the overhead burden of working for a megacorp, and I could just kind of let it roll off my back, because it didn't matter if it just got too much. I could leave the next day, and that made a big difference to the mental outlook on life.
Yeah, I felt much the same way as you were talking about your experience. I feel fortunate that I think 80% of my career I enjoyed.
Yeah.
There's about 20% where I wasn't a good fit, or the manager wasn't a good fit, or something wasn't a good fit, and it was very frustrating. But 80% of the time, it was a joyful part of my life. It was a fun and stimulating way to contribute. And so that makes it less urgent to get out early.
Yeah, I would say probably in my case, it was probably 90 or 95%. I remember very few times when I just was up to here with it and I was ready to go. That did not happen very often. I was very fortunate, incredibly fortunate, to be able to have a job that I just loved doing. It was very challenging and great people to work with.
I was depressed one afternoon. Of all of the time that I've always loved to work and enjoyed many different kinds of jobs in my career, but I got super depressed. I went out and spent some money on my wife, and everything was okay. That's what and I went on and got back with it.
The fact that you're still doing a lot of the same work in retirement kind of speaks to how much you loved it.
It's great fun. Craig, with your commitment to this financial independence, does it matter what you do for a living to get there?
So for me, yes, because I want to live the best life that I can. So everything that I do now is a decision for today and for tomorrow and for 10 years from now, right? So, that common adage where the goal doesn't matter, the journey, is what counts. I want to live a day-to-day existence that's fulfilling, knowing, of course, not knowing how long the days will last, right? And so for me, it's a balance. I I do love the career paths that I've taken, and I've had numerous careers, numerous pivots, and the one that I'm in now, I'm enjoying, and I'm doing my best to balance the demands at, I guess I should say all the demands that everyone, listening probably also balances.
Yeah.
And I would not take a job that I didn't love. And, right now they align where I can have an aggressive savings rate. Before, a couple years ago, they didn't. And in the future, they may not, right? But while I have it, while I have this alignment, I'm going to continue to capture this opportunity and save aggressively. And I can't see anything wrong with that in the long run. If you save, I don't know who said it, but this thing it keeps recurring in my mind. A dollar saved today is more than a dollar that you can spend tomorrow or in 50 years, right?
My dad grew up on a farm. He'd say, "Make hay while the sun shines."
Yes.
Right? If somebody listening is intrigued about this conference based on what you said and is thinking about going, what would your advice be to them in terms of how to prepare or what to consider before they commit? And also, if you're comfortable saying how much it was to go, that might be interesting too.
Sure. So I don't remember the exact numbers, probably about $6,000 all in, roughly, including the flights. And I stayed an extra day in Bogota so that I could acclimate to the environment before going up to the mountains. So for those who are interested, I think definitely get on the newsletter for the Chautauqua website so that you're informed about this conference. We'll also have resources to financial independence websites and books that would be available for you to read. I think it's important that folks who go to this make sure that we aren't taking on debt to go to a thing like this, right? For example, if a person can't afford to go, because they're already in significant debt, then pay off the debt because you're not ready, right? Because this is a thing that it's important to be in a place where you're ready and already pursuing, I think, in a situation where your finances are kind of positively trending. So many of the people, or I guess I should say all the people who've attended, knew their balances in all of their accounts. They had a strategy for investing. We didn't specifically talk about it, but I suspect that very few people had, active debt that they were paying other than maybe mortgages. Clearly, credit card use was really for points because it was paid off at the end of every month, right? So I believe it's important to get get a financial plan or develop a financial plan, and develop your why and live that out with conviction for a while so that you can have experiences in common with everyone else that's attending. And then you, and even if you have a spouse or a partner who wants to go with you, have a clear set of outcomes. Just like any project or any goal or any journey, right? Purposefully discern what you want out of it before you take the first step, and why. Discern why you want to take the first step. It will change through the journey, but really kind of getting to know yourself and what will make you happy I think are super valuable things that we can use when walking into a conference like this.
So,
Great
Craig,
stuff.
I have
Great.
a question for you, Craig. So this conference was in September, right? So it's been a couple of 2-3 months now. What has been the impact of the things you learned at the conference on your life now, 3 months later?
So, so I haven't changed anything in my savings or my investment strategy. So that's good, right? Because my investment plan.
It depends. What that means is you were doing the right things before, right?
Exactly. And I wrote down, I found an investment policy statement that I wrote down for myself in March of 2021. I guess we're in early December 2022 right now.
And he did not cash out all of his holdings to put it in the total market index.
No. And I still don't own any cryptocurrency.
Or Bitcoin, lose everything in the FTX crash. That's good.
And so, so my finances haven't changed. What's changed? I really am trying to look at my life with the intention of the full lifespan, right? So much of what we do at the organization here is thinking like, that end date is like 95 years old, right? And so I have, 50 to 60 more years ahead of me if that's my end date. Who knows? And so one of the things that I've learned, or one of my kind of views, is to think about the totality of my life and what I want, who I want to be when I'm 95. And then what can I do today so that I can get there when I'm 95? And one of the outcomes of this conference was the realization that I don't really know what makes me happy, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that what makes me happy now is way different than what made me happy 5 years ago. And it's going to be way different than what makes me happy when I'm 95, right? So one of the outcomes is really trying to figure out the habits that I can develop now so that I could figure out what's going to make me happy for the next year or the next 6 months or the next 24 hours, right? And this idea of trying to live an extraordinary life has, the process is really trying to identify that discernment. So what am I doing? I've written a list of 35 goals of things that I want to achieve in my life. Wow. And that was an activity that Alan asked us to do. And this baking quest that I'm on was one of those goals, right? And
if you need any help with that, I'm not that far away.
That's true.
And I'll drive up to help too.
Yeah, and so then I've done probably 6 of the 30 cakes over the last few months, and now I'm still trying to actively journal and say, well, what else would be, when this quest ends, what else would make me happy? And I thought, well, what if I try to be on the Great American Baking Show? I don't know.
Sure.
Hey,
yeah. Why not? Right. Well, then what would I have to do? Well, I'd probably have to bake a lot more other stuff than cakes. And so I'm actively kind of in my journaling process right now, considering like a goal of, I don't know if you all are watching, but the Great British Baking Show, right? They have have a website, and they have all the recipes from all of the technical challenges that they've done.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And so I thought, well, do I want to go on that quest where I bake all of the technical challenges that have ever been done on the Great British Baking Show? Well, if I do that, then I could probably be on that show in a couple of years. And so these are the, but would it make me happy?
That would be must-see TV, by the way.
Oh, good.
I know that guy.
So, but again, it's, that may or may not make me happy. And it's my responsibility And the outcome that I'm learning is that, money is just one part of it. Happiness is, not linked to money. Money is an enabler in many instances. Too much money is like negative.
That can be a disabler.
Yeah. And so what's the sweet spot for me? How do I figure that out? And then how can I try to live the best life, in that balance, and figure out what the best life means to me today and tomorrow and the day after that, until it's over.
Did you, by chance, when you put together that list of 35, include anything about doing a blog telling the story, the trip that you're going through?
No.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, I just didn't. I wrote something like write a book. Pass on knowledge to the next generation. That kind of stuff. So. Great. Maybe it'll be realized that way. I don't know.
Another thought that came to mind as I heard you talking that through is it's hard to predict what you're going to be like in the future. But you can talk to people who are ahead of you on the path. It might be interesting to interview some people who you think, outside of the conference, who you think have got a life that looks fulfilling in some way, and find out, well, how did their tastes change and what do they like? And
most definitely, yeah.
Just a thought.
Craig, you've shared a lot of great stuff. Thank you. And did you have something on your list that you've not had a chance to share? That because I know you're a list maker.
I am a list maker.
Let us not keep you from your appointed rounds. What do you got on that list?
The most important thing is I wanted to just speak directly to the audience, the folks that are watching or listening to this video or podcast. I know that we have been so focused on finances, and we have these, core assets and lessons that we share as the foundation. For me, those are incredibly valuable. And I realized that community is also as valuable. That finding a confidant or a partner, like an accountability partner, or a mentee or a mentor, is what really will keep me on the course. We preach buy and hold, do it yourself, right? Well, it's really hard to buy and hold. And for me, it's important to have a community who I can tap into. Not just a one-way community, but a two-way community, right? We aren't financial advisors. A lot of this conversation is one way, where we're putting content out into the world. And for me, I've been receiving so much gracefully. And a huge realization is that I need to have two-way conversations so that I can be successful in this lifespan. And I encourage you to consider that in your world, right? There's so many people who listen to this for entertainment, I suspect, or they listen to it so that they could kind of gain knowledge. Some people are mentors to peers or to younger or to youth. Some people are grandparents or parents saving aggressively for their kids, right? And that all of that is community, right? All of that is community that drives out of this resource that we've created. And I feel so honored to be part of, this part of the conversation. And it has been so powerful for me to understand the role of this information gathering and the podcasts, and then see how I can go out and have conversations and develop relationships and deepen existing relationships based off of what I've learned. So I have within my family, I've shared, my dad actually talked to Paul a few months ago, which was incredibly exciting for all of us. And he's now a regular listener. And when we talk every week, he's like, "Hey, what's going on in the Merriman Foundation?" And so for those who are listening, kind of a key takeaway that I'd like to recommend is to see, how this information is impacting your life and what brings you happiness in it and from it. Who brings you happiness with this information, and how does it show up for you? Be it, just an entertaining thing that you listen to on the way to work. That's, great. That's awesome. And maybe it's more. Maybe it's that you're standing in line with a coffee and you say, "Hey, where'd you go for vacation?" "Well, I went to Colombia." "What the heck were you doing in Colombia?" "Well, a conference on financial independence," right? And then that sparked a few conversations at work where, other people that I had no idea were also, on a similar path. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just to really capture that and to reflect on it and see where it goes and where it takes you.
Well, you are a jewel. Chris, you're a jewel. Daryl, you're a jewel. I just cannot express how thankful I am that you guys are in our life. And I know from the emails I get that the people who do spend time with us appreciate the approach and the attitude and the desire to help others. So thank you. As always, you are great. And I hope we can find an opportunity for you to attend one of these groups that is here in the US, so you could report back to us and tell us whether there's something that people could go to that would be a similar kind of experience, because it sounds like something a lot of people would like to do. Thank you very much, Greg.
And thank you, Paul. I have to say, you enable so much in me, and these 2 years that I've been on this journey with you and I guess a year and a half now with Chris and Daryl, it's been profound. And I just feel so fortunate that all of the content existed before I got into it, and all of the lessons, were available for me to begin to consume. That these libraries, these troves of knowledge, they continue to grow, and we continue to learn. And the pursuit of over the last 10 years that you and your family have enabled has really had an impact on my life. And
that's very kind.
Thank you
very much. I appreciate it. Well, listen, happy holidays to you guys. I don't know if we're going to be talking like this again before Christmas or New Year's, but thanks very much, and enjoy your wonderful lives. You've helped us all a lot. Thanks.
Well, thank you too, Paul.
All right. You got that, Chris?
I learned something very important tonight. We don't talk to Craig enough. He feels so detached that he had to go all the way to Colombia to find somebody to talk to about personal finance.
That's wonderful.
It's Paul Merriman with Sound Investing. Sound Investing, soundinvesting.com, and paulmerriman.com are produced and exclusively owned by Paul Merriman, who is solely responsible for their content. For more information, free articles, mutual fund recommendations, and more, visit paulmerriman.com.
Good Good morning, everybody. At least it's still morning here in Chicago. Welcome to our conference and our panel on retirement and investing. I've got three special guests with us today, Christine Benz, Paul Merriman, and Roger Young. We're going to break this discussion into three different segments, pre-retirement, transitioning to retirement, and in retirement. I'll be monitoring the questions as well as be asking our panelists questions. I'll ask questions specific to each segment throughout the presentation. And then if we have time at the very end, we'll get to some questions that we haven't answered. But Roger, I'll start with you because you'll be talking about it this afternoon. How does one person figure out how much they need to save for retirement?
Well, thanks, Charles. I don't want to spoil it all. Please come to the session. But there's a wide range in approaches, and we'll talk about that range. Ideally, at some point, you develop a comprehensive financial plan. The amount that you need to have saved is one of the insights coming out of that process. At the other end of the spectrum, you could just look at a rule of thumb. We have savings benchmarks, and you could just see, well, you need around 11 times your ending salary saved. That's not a satisfactory answer for most people, but it helps give you some idea. And there's a whole range of personalized estimates in between there. No perfect answer. Those approaches can different ones can resonate with different people and at different stages of life. So hope you join me at the later session.
And Paul, I know you talked earlier today about just trying to add a little bit to your returns year after year. But in terms on the other side, what are some of the biggest mistakes you've seen people make when they're saving for retirement?
Well, it's a long list. So you're looking for the biggest, the things that are going to cost them the most money, I assume, Charles. And I obviously, because the amount of equities you have in your portfolio are going to drive the growth in that portfolio, particularly during this accumulation period. A lot of people do not have enough. As a matter of fact, I am shocked. I see these studies that report that anywhere from 25 to 40% of young people do not want any equities in their portfolio. And we understand why that might be, but that is likely costing them a fortune. I do also think that one of the least spoken of and most expensive things that people do, and there's no way you can do a study, or it's difficult to do a real study on this, is they allow market timing into their life. And market timing can literally, with one decision, put you at retirement with half of what you should have. And gosh, the great example would be the people who went to cash in 2008 and early 2009 with the idea of getting back in later. And I talk to people every month that are still trying to figure out, how do we get back into the market? And so, I think here we go again. They're about to get back in at a point where the market could likely go through a major correction. So I think that is a terrible, any market timing has a tendency to end up hurting people rather than helping.
Great. And Christine, I know you're a big fan of bucket strategies, and I've seen you write about it for retirees. What about for somebody who's saving for retirement? Could they use the same type of strategy to their advantage?
I think so. And the basic idea with bucketing is that you are organizing your portfolio by your time horizon. So if you have goals that you'll need to spend your money on within the next, say, 5 years or fewer, you have no business taking equity risk in that portfolio, in my view, that it's just way too volatile. And so I do think the concept can be instructive for younger investors who invariably have these shorter and intermediate term goals like buying homes and paying for weddings or going back to school. But I think the key idea there is that if they do have those short and intermediate term goals, they need to be taking less risk with that portion of their portfolios. So cash, certainly for those very near term goals, bonds, perhaps, if they have goals that are, say, 5 years away, they may want to pick up a little bit more return potential, albeit with the potential for principal related volatility. But if they have a time horizon that short, they should not be in stocks. And unfortunately, I think that we do have a lot of new investors coming on board who have known nothing but a very strong bull market. We did have that mini bear in March of 2020, but I think that it maybe gave some of them sort of this false sense of security that, oh, bear markets, they last a month, maybe 2 months, and then they're over. No, in reality, as we all know, it's sometimes 2 years, 3 years. And that's when investors can do some of the market timing stuff that Paul was talking about, that capitulation where investors sell themselves out at the bottom. So I think it's really important for young investors to be aware that not all of their portfolios should be in stocks if they have those short and intermediate term goals.
Related to that, we actually got a question in just now asking whether or not, Paul, people could take your strategy and then Christine use your buckets. So
Sure. And it is, the question is how much, whatever you have in equities, how do you invest it? And how do you then, you've got the same question with fixed income. How do you invest that? And Christine just has a different way of making those two work together, but it doesn't change, if I understand the question, the goal of trying to do the right thing with your equity while you have it.
Yeah, I would agree. I have used generally pretty utilitarian equity funds in my bucket portfolio. So total international, total US index funds, but I don't see any reason why investors couldn't put their own spin on the ball based on what their biases are. If they wanted to take Paul's advice and include a healthy dose of small value, they could do that. If they wanted to emphasize dividend payers with the equity piece, that seems reasonable too. So I do think that there's room to give some thought to what specifically you drop into those buckets. But I think the overarching concept of matching your investments to time horizon works with a variety of underlying investments.
great. And Roger, I know you've written about health savings accounts. Would it be fair to describe those as an underutilized tool for saving for retirement?
Well, there are a couple of sides of that story. Amounts invested in health savings accounts are growing pretty rapidly. They're still tiny in comparison with amounts invested in retirement plans. I know, Christine, you actually just tweeted some stats on HSAs this week. So I'm not sure I'd say they're overlooked as much as they're a more recent development. A lot of people who have them need to use them to fund annual medical expenses. To have an HSA, you need a high deductible health plan. So that might mean, you've got to have some saved away for covering those deductibles. Now, for people who are able to invest long-term, people who are getting their full 401k match, people, who have, a fairly good start on saving for retirement, they have the right type of health insurance plan, the tax benefit of an HSA is hard to beat. So used properly, it's kind of like combining the benefits of Roth and pre-tax contributions. So I think increasingly people are realizing that, but there's a limit to the number of people who can take full advantage of that triple tax benefit.
Okay. And then this is relative to the panel. I guess an investor is in their 20s and 30s and it's just starting to save for retirement. What's one piece of advice that you would give them?
Well, this will be really self-serving, Charles, but I mean it. I would say take a copy of my free book and read the 12 things that you should be doing. But having said that, if they're not going to do that, I would certainly, with a young person, want to educate them about how investing works regarding investing in equities, the huge advantage of the dollar cost average, the huge advantage of a bear market in the early years. Most young people, like old people, don't like bear markets. But for a young person, a bear market is a huge advantage if, in fact, the market's going to come back in the future. So So I would want to make sure they would know to celebrate a bear market, regardless of what grandma and grandpa and mom and dad are saying. So, and of course, I really get upset when I see a lot of bonds in the portfolio of a young investor. Every 10% of bonds is likely to cost 0.5% a year during the years that you do that. Yes, there's a time for bonds later in your life, but if you give up 0.5% for 10% in bonds, and a lot of people have 30 and 40 and 50% in bonds, that is a huge cost to their financial future.
Roger, Christine, anything you want to add?
Sure. I would just add, take advantage of automatic saving. So, you automatically get going in a 401k plan if you have access to it. Even better, automatically increase your contribution, so % or 2 per year. It's remarkable how quickly that can get you up to speed in terms of where you want to be on saving.
Yeah, I love that comment as well. That just put it all on autopilot. And that's really your best remedy from what Paul was talking about, where investors, if they are inclined to capitulate in a down market or not add to investments, if you're on autopilot like that, you're not likely to override those contributions that you've set up. In terms of another piece of advice that I would impart, one is just don't overthink it in terms of the investment mix. I love target date funds. There's been sort of this ongoing debate in the investment advisory community about whether they're good or bad. And I personally think that we do a great disservice to consumers by suggesting that they're suboptimal choices. They may not be perfect, but I think they are the single best innovation of my lifetime in terms of helping improve outcomes for investors. We think about, or we know what investors did before the advent of target date funds. They would sometimes, put 10% in each of the 10 choices without any knowledge of what the underlying investments might be, or worse yet, they might just gravitate to whatever the fund was on the 401k menu that had the highest return over the past 5 years. That's where I'm putting my money. Target date funds are a great simplified solution. I say use them, and we monitor fund flows at Morningstar. We know that most of the dollars are going to the better lineups. They're going to the better providers, the lower cost providers. So they're not perfect, but I think that they are a really solid option for younger savers.
And if I could add, because I totally agree with those comments about being the best investment, particularly for young people to save for the future. Wharton did a study. They looked at 1.2 million accounts at Vanguard. They looked at accounts that had all of the money in target date funds, some of the money in target date funds, and none of the money in target date funds. And they figured that those people who were in target date funds only were about a 2.3% better rate of return per year than the people who didn't have any target date funds. That is a game changer, because if you can pick up an extra 2% for the rest of your life compared to your neighbor, that's a big deal. You'll be moving into a new neighborhood, possibly.
No, I agree. I think target date funds are really good, especially for people who don't have a good sense of allocation or know where they're going. And I kind of like to equate it to, it might be an off the rack suit and it may not fit you perfectly, but it's better wearing that than showing up to a wedding in a t-shirt and flip flops. So,
right. Yeah. One thing we know from target date fund research too, Charles, is that investors, once they buy them, they tend to sit tight. And we know this about 401k participants in general. It's a very inert population in terms of making changes. That turns out to be a great way to invest. And we think that one of the reasons that target date investors do tend to sit tight and not make a lot of allocation changes is that they're seeing less volatile results in their statements because their portfolios are sort of inherently diversified. They're not seeing all these moving parts. They're not seeing that, oh, this fund lost 10% last quarter, this other one gained 15%. They're not seeing those swings. And so that tends to just keep them in their seats, which it turns out is a great way to invest.
Great. I want to move on to transitioning to retirement, and I'll apologize to everybody. Our offices are right by a hospital, so we've got the nice background of sirens. But Paul, I just want to go to you here. Transitioning to retirement. At retirement, soon after, a lot of investors will have a considerable allocation to cash from if they sold a house, they rolled over their retirement plan. If they're nervous about putting the money to work, what suggestions would you give them?
Well, those would be two very different situations. Let's take the one where they're rolling it over from a 401k plan. I'm assuming that they had a reason why they had a percentage in equity and a percentage in fixed income in their 401k plan. So if they're rolling it over, I would like to know why they aren't rolling it over and putting it back, right back to work where they had it. Otherwise, they're a market timer and they better be rethinking the process. Or maybe they have too much exposure to equities in the 401k and they're not sure what they should have in retirement. But it should basically be the same theoretically. Now, the other one is more complex because there are a lot of people who get money from a house who have never been themselves a successful investor. And now for the first time, they're having to make this big decision about how to put this money to work for the long term. I'm assuming it's for the long term. And I think if they don't know what to do, they should be working immediately with some sort of a professional. And I'm not talking about somebody who's going to manage their money for the rest of their life, but somebody who will charge them maybe by the hour to go through this and understand the forks in the road in that decision that they make and make sure the decisions are by design and not by default, because if they're by default, they can be bad. When I'm left to give counsel to a do-it-yourselfer who is not going to talk to a professional, I will talk about the implications of dollar cost averaging. Now, we all know the industry tells us that if you got money, put the money to work. Now, I know the studies show that's true, but that doesn't necessarily work emotionally for somebody, in which case dollar cost averaging may make sense. Or how about this? How about go ahead and invest a third of it in whatever the appropriate asset allocation is between fixed income and equity. Maybe you take a third and you dollar cost average over 12 months, and maybe you take the last third and you dollar cost average over 24 months. So it's kind of a diversification in getting the money in. On the other hand, I always tell them at the end of the 2 years, when you've done all of these things, understand the market then and only then may collapse. So you never relieve yourself of not having the risk of a major market decline, which means every investor should have the right amount of fixed income and equity for whoever they are in terms of need and willingness to take risk, and go ahead and put it in the market.
Great. And Christine, relative, I just asked Paul, what would you say to someone who's worried that this is a terrible time to retire?
Right. We're all teasing for our presentations. Mine will be at 1:30 today. And that is the topic of my presentation. What if this turns out to be a terrible time to retire? And for people who are embarking on retirement today, and this is a growing share of our population as we have retirements really escalating over the past year and a half. I guess for that cohort, I have good news and bad news. So the good news is that if you have had stocks in your portfolio, you have enjoyed really nice gains. So your portfolio is larger. I think that's why a lot of people are getting serious about retiring soon, because they're looking at those enlarged portfolios. The bad news is that I think there's a risk today that new retirees run headlong into what retirement researchers call sequence of return risk or sequence risk. And that basically means that you encounter a lousy market at a time when your portfolio is at its largest. And if your portfolio is too aggressively allocated, you will have no choice but to spend down from shrunken equity assets. So if you're someone who is in that situation where you're embarking on retirement and you want to protect yourself against that possibility, I think that you can think about a couple of different things. One is just to make sure that the asset allocation of that portfolio has enough in safe assets. And that gets back to the sort of bucketing idea, but the idea is that you're holding enough cash, enough bonds, that if in a worst case scenario, a bear market strikes early in your retirement, you could spend through the safer stuff before you would ever need to touch the equity assets. And then a related point relates to withdrawal rates. And that's where some of the research that we've been doing at Morningstar points to a lower starting withdrawal for people who are just embarking on retirement. So if someone wants to use sort of fixed real withdrawals, our research would suggest that given the likelihood of not great returns from stocks and bonds over the next decade, you'd probably want to have your initial withdrawals be in the neighborhood of like 3.4% if you have a balanced portfolio. Alternatively, you could use some of these sort of flexible withdrawal strategies, and that could help you take more out of your portfolio initially and over the lifetime of your retirement. But the trade-off is that you need to be willing to really pull in your withdrawals if a weak market materializes. So lots to discuss there, but I do think that prospective retirees should really be doing their homework and thinking about what the next decade might look like for stock and bond returns.
And Charles, could I just add one small
Sure.
thing? We have this new lifetime investment calculator. And one of the things it allows you to do is start any year between 1970 and 2020. So you can set it up to see what would have happened with different combinations of fixed income and equity. And you can do different combinations of equities in the equity part. I mean, you can have an all value, you can have all just S&P 500, whatever, and you can run these numbers. And if it doesn't scare you into rethinking how aggressive you are, then we haven't done our work, or the market hasn't taught us the lessons that we should have learned. But that calculator is just marvelous to do that what if kind of thinking.
Great. And Roger, you wrote about Roth IRA conversions in last month's AI Journal. It's a great article for those who have not read it. But could you share some key insights about considerations you should have? Because certainly as you're nearing retirement, there might be that gap where you haven't claimed Social Security, but maybe you're working less hours or you just left your job. So you have that gap in the lower potential income bracket.
Sure. Well, thanks. It was a pleasure to be able to put that article in the journal. The key consideration is comparing your tax rate when you do a conversion to the effective tax rate later when your tax deferred account distributions would have been taken if you hadn't done the Roth conversion. Now, the challenge is it's hard to predict taxes. It's hard to predict what the statutory rates are going to be. RMDs are a huge factor. RMDs could potentially raise your tax bracket at some point. Now that the Secure Act has been passed, your beneficiary's tax situation has become more important. Ed Slott talked a lot about this actually yesterday in his session. He's very gung-ho on Roth conversions. I'm not quite as gung-ho, and in general, but there are situations where it does make sense. And people who have a lot of tax deferred assets who will clearly be leaving some of it to the next generation, those people should at least consider doing Roth conversions. And you were right about the timing that, early in retirement, kind of that age 60 to 72 range, and even before Social Security, they might be in a lower tax bracket. The more I study it though, even since I initially wrote some of that work, the more I believe it needs to be part of a broader plan, because you do need to factor in your Social Security claiming decision, to think about your mix of assets. There might be times when it's better to take advantage of capital gains with no taxes on them if you're below that threshold. So there's a lot going on. And I would say to people, don't rely on any illustrations and say, well, this is right for me. Even the ones in my own article, I wouldn't say don't just take those as gospel. Look at your own situation.
Great. To that end, we actually had a question come through from Charles, a great first name. And he said he just retired at age 64 with a large amount in his Vanguard 401k. And he's wondering, would it be best to wait next year till his adjusted gross income is lower to start doing the Roth IRA conversions? But he's also concerned that federal taxes might go up. And obviously, future taxes is always a big question.
So, I can't give anyone specific advice, even with some background like that. But I would say, in someone in that situation, should one, look at their own situation. Are they actually going to be affected by, potential tax increases that are being proposed? That's a fairly small population that would be affected. And also look at, where are you in your tax bracket? If you're always going to be in the same tax bracket the rest of your life, you probably don't need to do a Roth conversion and accelerate your taxes. But if there's a chance you or your beneficiaries will be in a higher bracket later, that's where it makes sense. But it's very tough to give a person an answer, in a panel like this.
Charles, if I could just jump in real quick.
Sure.
On this issue of tax planning in those early years of retirement, it seems like that is so valuable to get some tax advice about how to take advantage of those pre-RMD, potentially pre-Social Security years. I guess one countervailing force is that's often kind of the pent-up demand years of retirement where people do potentially have bigger expenditures on their horizon than they do later on. They're healthy, they're young, they may want to do travel, especially in the post-COVID environment. So those, from sort of a real life standpoint, I think that that's a challenge for people really being able to keep their incomes down in those early years of retirement, because those are the fun years. And if you're feeling healthy and well, don't downgrade that, because that is worth spending on during those years as well.
Yep. And I'll ask with the panel one question. It's something we get, and I'm sure you all have heard. Someone's just retired. Should they start taking money out of their portfolio first, or leave it in there and claim Social Security before full retirement age, which is the age, for people who are not familiar with FRA, it's the age that you're eligible for your full benefits? Any thoughts?
I'm on team delay, and I know people don't love to hear this. They really like the idea of replacing the income that they had while they were working. I think that's very intuitively appealing. Run the numbers. Delaying isn't the right answer for everyone, but I often recommend a calculator called Open Social Security, which was developed by Mike Piper, who is a Social Security expert and a tax expert. And it really is an interesting tool, especially for married couples, to run your situation through. You'll need to come equipped with some information about your earnings history, but plug your information in and get an answer that way. But oftentimes, especially if you're a healthy person, delaying is a good strategy, in part because that increased benefit that you receive is a little bit outdated in terms of it giving you a nice boost for delaying. And it was based in part on the fact that interest rates at a point in the past were much lower than they are today. So oftentimes delaying, I think, is the right strategy.
I would generally concur with that. And I would just add, you mentioned married couples, and, for a married couple, that survivor benefit is a huge consideration, especially if there's an age gap. You really want to think about leaving the surviving spouse as large a Social Security benefit as possible. And again, there are reasons not to do it. You want to think largely about your longevity. You need to think about whether, what risks are most important to you. Are you worried about running out of money, or are you more concerned with, having that money now to spend, like Christine mentioned? So lots of factors, but yes, I would lean toward waiting if it's feasible for most people.
Let's just move to in retirement. And I know some questions are coming through. So we'll get to some of those in this segment and certainly afterwards. And if people have questions you want me to ask, just to all attendees, you can vote on questions. Christine, I'll warn you, there is a question about buckets that's getting voted up. So just be aware.
Awesome.
But just to everyone, and there's a lot of disagreements about how much should be allocated to equities. I show a chart showing where it's almost all equities to you're really you're putting almost everything into annuity. What are your thoughts about how much exposure someone should have to equities at retirement?
Is that for me, Charles?
For the whole panel, but Paul, let you go first.
I'll start then. I'm happy to. I have been putting on a desk in front of people for years, tables that show the different combinations of equity and fixed income, and the risk that is represented by each of those combinations. And then I show them the tables that show the implications of taking out different levels of percentages. And my view is that people simply need to get educated on this combination of the risk relationship between equities and fixed income, their willingness to take risk. I used to ask people, is your basic job, your objective to beat the market? Is it to get the highest return you can within your risk tolerance? Or is it to find the lowest risk way to get the return that you need to satisfy your needs for life? And you tell me which one of those you are, and I'll tell you how much you should be in equities. And if you say, I want to beat the market, then I ask you, how much are you willing to lose? And if you tell me how much you're willing to lose, I'll tell you how much you should be in equities so that you lose that amount. Because if you don't lose that amount, I haven't produced the highest return I can within your risk tolerance. And then they say, whoa, wait a minute, you want me to lose money? Yeah, well, that's the way it works if you tell me you're looking for the highest return. So the person has to figure out who they are and what their relationship is with risk and return. And I think then the answer is pretty simple, but it means the hard part is for us, those of us who are teachers, educators. How do we teach this without sitting down with these people one by one? You can do your best, but that's a tough job.
I have a way that I like to think about it, which really starts with thinking about what your income needs are in retirement in totality, and then subtracting your certain sources of cash flow. So if you have a pension, if you are going to be taking Social Security, perhaps you have some sort of a very basic annuity that is kicking off income, subtract those income sources. And then the amount that's left over is sort of your annual portfolio expenditure, your annual withdrawal. And so the way I like to think about it is having roughly 7 to 10 years worth of that withdrawal in safer assets. They should not be in stocks because stocks are too risky if you truncate that time horizon. So that, I think, is a way for people approaching retirement to back into a sensible asset allocation framework based on their portfolio spending. I think it's just an intuitive way to approach it. And I would say, as kind of you're doing that work, really thinking about, well, what can I do to amplify those certain income sources? What tools might be in my toolkit? Because I do think that it's a worthy goal to try to have those income sources replace your basic spending. So your mortgage payments, if you have them, your tax payments, insurance, and so forth. So I like it. I like that general framework for thinking about how to asset allocate the portfolio.
Spoken as a good financial planner. That's what you do, and that's wonderful.
Yeah, think about your goals first, right? Very important. I won't add too much because I think these are all very good thoughts. We give guidance on rough amounts to have in stocks at different points in your life, and we say a range of 45 to 65% in stocks in your 60s as you're approaching a typical retirement age. And that's a wide enough range. It can accommodate some different situations, some different risk tolerance. Yeah, I just think it's important for people to remember, retirement can last 30 plus years. A decent chunk of that should be for the long term and therefore in stocks.
Well, and of course the industry, including T. Rowe Price and Fidelity and Vanguard and all of these folks, they offer a glide path that tells them their best minds in their company have decided that this is the right amount of equity and fixed income for the average person. And that's about as good as it gets for the do-it-yourselfer, except that when you go to T. Rowe Price and BlackRock and Vanguard, they have different recommendations that can be significantly different in the amount of fixed income or equity. So the glide path should theoretically be a great guide, but it might not be the right guide just because of your risk tolerance.
Yeah, and I do think the retirement years can be a little bit of a game changer in terms of one size fits all asset allocations, that there you really do want to think about your own situation. So say in an ideal world, you're a retired college professor and you have a pension that's meeting all of your living expenses. Well, if I look at that person should have, assuming that he or she can tolerate it, a really equity heavy portfolio. But if I'm a more standard person where I'm withdrawing from my portfolio for a lot of my living expenses, well, there, a lower equity allocation would be appropriate because I want to protect my near-term spending needs.
Great. And Christine, I know you recently came out with a study about how much investors can withdraw without incurring the risk of outliving their money. Is there some key points you could share?
Yeah, I mentioned, Charles, 3.4% was sort of the sobering data point. A lot of people know the 4% guideline for retirement portfolio withdrawals, but our research would suggest when you kind of look forward and think about the very low bond yields that we have today, as well as not inexpensive equity valuations, that new retirees would be wise to be a little bit lower than 4%, assuming that they want to take some sort of a fixed real withdrawal from that portfolio. So if they're using sort of the Bill Bengen 4% guideline strategy. On the other hand, we also explored some of the more flexible strategies where if you are willing to pull back on your withdrawals in weak markets, you can potentially take more in better market environments. So we explored some of the trade-offs associated with those variable strategies, because a lot of the retirement research does point to the benefits of being able to be a little bit flexible. And I know T. Rowe Price has done some valuable research along these lines. But one thing we wanted to talk about was sort of the quality of life issues that can accompany that variability. So if we're saying that we need you to take your withdrawal down from 60%, $60,000 this year to $40,000 next year, well, what we were exploring is that's a big deal for some people, right? For everyone in terms of the quality of their life. So we were trying to show that, yes, flexibility is good to the extent that you can be flexible. That's a benefit, but there are trade-offs, especially for folks who have tighter plans where they don't have the latitude to rein in expenses. It's a bigger deal for them to use a flexible approach.
Great. And Paul, obviously, besides outliving your savings, there's also the risk of cognitive decline. In fact, I just heard today that Tony Bennett has been living with Alzheimer's for several years. Sad to see a great musician suffer through that. But I guess at what point, if you're a retiree, do you start considering maybe handing over control of your portfolio to either a planner or someone else you trust?
Well, a friend of mine who has passed on, Lou Mandel, who was one of the founders of the financial literacy movement many decades ago, a professor out of New York. He wrote a book called "What Do I Do When I Turn Stupid?" and as opposed to 60 or 70 or whatever. But I really believe that all of us, do-it-yourselfers or those who want to look to professional help of some sort, we should, even before we have come to that point, have established a relationship with somebody who can check what we're doing. Do-it-yourselfers like to think they maybe know more than they really do, and a good professional can spend an hour or two. And I'm talking about not somebody who's trying to manage your money for a lifetime, but to take a good close look at what you're doing and give you some advice. I also think, and I used to do when I was an investment advisor, I also think it's important for do-it-yourselfers, if they've got enough money, to take a piece of money. I used to have a minimum of $100,000 decades ago as an advisor. And I would have people let me manage the $100,000. They might have had 1 or 2 million more sitting over there. I would manage that. And the reason they were having me manage that is they wanted somebody to be there to work with a surviving spouse. And they wanted the spouse to get to know the advisor. And I was always willing to do that. It was never an all or nothing kind of situation, because I understood they wanted to really manage their own money. But I think that relationship can be very important to the family when in fact the person who's the expert on investing is no longer there. But just in terms of even the person who is the expert, how are we going to know that we are losing it and starting to fail? And according to the study, I remember in Lou's book, I think it was at 53, you're downhill from 53 on. And here I am at 77 wondering, well, should I have an advisor to work with me? Not only for me, but for the family. And I've come to the conclusion, yes, there should be somebody there. And I don't really think it's a matter of turning your life over to those people, but let them become part of your life so you get to know them and they know you.
Now, that's invaluable advice. And I just want to point out to everyone here that just create a list of all the professionals you work with and tell your spouse or your heirs where it's located at. It's a very simple thing, but it's invaluable, especially if something happens to you sudden, for them to just have that. So Paul, I think that's great advice about taking the spouse along and making sure they have that relationship started.
I agree. I love all that advice. I had a dad who experienced cognitive decline later in life. And I often think that it was about as good as it gets if someone is going through that, in terms of, I was really close to my mom and dad and had been involved in helping them manage their finances before they encountered cognitive decline. But I often think, what would have happened if I hadn't been as on board and in line with their plan? And so I do think it's so valuable to start getting to know financial advisors. If you're the investment savvy partner in your family, you're by far better equipped to choose a good quality financial advisor than your spouse might. I think oftentimes spouses have an inclination, if they're not comfortable with financial matters, they will choose the person who they respond to and connect with emotionally. And that person may be great from an investment standpoint, but he or she may not be great. So if you're the investment savvy person, it's incumbent upon you to do that due diligence of advisor selection, document the heck out of who you deal with, as well as what you have. I like the idea of creating a master directory that documents, just in very broad terms, here is where we hold our assets. So it's not kind of a paper chase for your kids to have to sort out after you're gone. But laying that very simple groundwork and also simplifying the plan as you age, I think, is another way to protect yourself against cognitive decline. It's not foolproof, but by reducing the number of moving parts, reducing the need for ongoing oversight, I think that can just be hugely beneficial.
Absolutely. And I just want to, one question had come through, I'll answer it. We actually had someone write in a newbie question and wanted to know where the withdrawals from the portfolio came from. And just to be clear to everyone, so when we're talking about, Christine mentioned the 3.4% withdrawal rate. So we're talking from the total portfolio value, and it doesn't matter if it's coming from dividends, you're selling securities, it's whatever the value of portfolio is at retirement, it's that percentage of the value. So that's where the money's coming from.
And Charles, can I add one more thing about this withdrawal rate? Because It's one of my favorite topics. We found, and we have tables. This is another set of tables we have. When you oversave, you have a luxury, the greatest financial luxury I think you can have, and that is the ability to take out more than you need. If you take a person who's got $1 million and they need 40,000 to live on, and they got to take the 40,000 out, they got to take the adjustment to inflation. There's pressure on that portfolio. But if you had $1.5 million instead of $1 million, and you had a cost of 40,000, now all of a sudden you can take out 5% of $1.5 million or $75,000. And if your portfolio is not too aggressive, you're not at great risk of taking out 5% because you only need 40,000. And so it is that ability to save so that a larger percentage. That's what my wife and I take. We take 5% the first week of every year. Stupid to do because it's costing us money because we're taking that money out at the first of the year that we could have left in there to continue to grow. I don't want to think about that money on a monthly basis. I want to have it right there. No, that's what we have for the year. By the way, we put that in a short-term bond fund and get a little bit extra there. But the bottom line is we're taking more than the textbooks say that we should, but we're doing that because we waited to retire until we had more than enough. And I know John Bogle was really focused on enough. I am focused on trying to get people to have more than enough for this very reason.
That's such a good point. One thing I want to piggyback on is this whole idea of like where that withdrawal comes from. And that's one thing we touch on in our paper. Yields are so low. So if you show me a portfolio that has anything close to a 3.4% withdrawal rate today, that is an incredibly risky portfolio. And that I think speaks to the virtue of just using a total return approach to managing your portfolio and managing your in-retirement withdrawals as opposed to relying on current income. I know a lot of retirees take comfort in having at least some of their withdrawals coming from current income, fine. But if you're trying to get your whole withdrawal from current income today in this environment, I think that leads to a quite risky looking portfolio.
Yep.
Okay, so another question, Christine, I'll tell you this has 21 votes. So they said Christine Benz's bucket strategy is wonderful, but in light of the low interest rates and looming inflation, what should be in the fixed income bucket?
Yeah, good question. And I do think about this. In fact, I was talking with Wade Pfau, who's a retirement researcher, about this issue. And he feels that the drag of having a lot in cash, certainly, and a lot in bonds is a risk to a bucket strategy. So in my sort of baseline bucket portfolios, I've got like 10 years worth of portfolio withdrawals in cash and high quality bonds. I think you could reasonably shrink that a little bit given how low the return potential is from that portion of the portfolio. I think you could take it down to like 7 years worth of portfolio withdrawals in the safer assets. I think annuities, and I know a lot of retirees, a lot of folks in the audience certainly have these marked with a skull and crossbones, but I think annuities might make sense as a means of sort of augmenting the certain other sources of income that you'll have coming into your plan. I think that the very low yield environment does embellish the case for annuities because you still get that longevity risk pooling that comes along with an annuity product that enlarges your payout versus just having the money in cash and fixed income assets. So those are a few things that I would think about in this very low yield environment. But I guess a point I would come back to, a broader point, is that the point of those safe assets is not to be any sort of great return generator for your portfolio. We know that they're not. We know that their return potential is really quite low, but they are there to be stability and something that you could spend through if in a worst case scenario, a weak equity market occurs early on in your retirement.
By the
You
way,
might also think about, okay, sorry, Paul. Just briefly, you might also think about, diversifying within bonds, globally, some in high yield, some in, banknotes that are more protected against interest rate changes. You might think about total return strategies. So you just might need to think a little more broadly about that relatively safer part of the portfolio. Nothing's perfectly safe, but relatively safe.
I think to add to Christine's comment about annuities and the skull and crossbones, I agree that is really not appropriate, because it's a wonderful product. I've never sold one, by the way, but I've recommended a lot of people own one, and you got to know how to buy them right. But I have found, I used to ask in workshops, how many of you have a pension? And these were older people, and a lot of them had a pension. And I would say, how important has the pension been, and how much comfort has it been to know there's a check coming in every month? And yeah, I mean, the hands would go up, and people were very emotional about the importance of that pension. And what people, I think, oftentimes forget is an annuity, a single premium annuity, life annuity, is nothing but buying a pension. And I don't know how to get that kind of a return. At my age, I think I would probably get 8% a year. If I put in $100,000, I'd get $8,000. Well, people who can only get 2 or 3% a year, but they don't have enough money, those people are in trouble who don't have enough money. And very often, the annuity is really about the only way they're going to get the cash flow they need to give that return. And as Christine said, it's because of the way that these annuities work. It is a pool, and you're being paid back some principal, and you want to be one of the winners who lives a long time, because the people who only live a week after they buy their policies, the money's gone into the pool for everybody else. It's a sweetheart deal, but for crying out loud, don't pay a commission to get in them.
Also remember that delaying Social Security is perhaps the best annuity you can buy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, effectively.
And it's free compared to buying one. No expense ratios. Paul, this is to you. This got a lot of votes too. Do target date funds have any application for those in retirement, such as he wrote early 70s in age?
Well, I think so, because it's a balanced fund. The most successful video that I ever did was done for 10 people at the senior center on Bainbridge Island. And it was my favorite 12 Vanguard funds for retirees. We put it up on the internet, and we've had almost 100,000 people watch that. And all it is a series of different kinds of balanced funds at Vanguard that you can use. Some are fixed balance, some are like the target date fund. It's changing balanced. But what that target date fund, I don't care if you're 20 or you're 80, what they're trying to do for you is to manage your money for the level of risk you should have. And so it works as well at 80, although you might not be comfortable with 30% in equities. They think you should have 30% in equities. There's a reason why they believe that. And maybe they know more about what you need than you do. And you have to ask yourself, if you're going to go pick a balanced fund, what level of balance do you want? You don't want 30? Then buy a balanced fund like their income fund at Vanguard, which is 20% in equities and 80% in fixed income. But all of those balanced funds are great. The beauty of the target date fund, it continues to worry about you as you get older, and will tend to be more and more conservative. To the best of my knowledge, as low as they go is 30% in equities. And Roger, what about at T. Rowe Price? How low do you go? You guys are typically a little more aggressive.
We are, yeah, it's somewhere in there. And that's not my job to run those at T. Rowe. But yeah, something in that ballpark. And I would add, you probably, if you have them in retirement, and of course you have to take RMDs, and you have to think about how you're going to fund your lifestyle. So it might take a little bit more work, and you might want to have some things in addition to target date type of products. But yes, they can be a foundation for you.
One thing I don't think those all-in-one funds don't get enough credit for is just the rebalancing that they do for you behind the scenes. That in March 2020, where stocks went down very quickly, they're in there buying for you. And that's such a powerful thing, not necessarily specifically for retirement, but whatever your life stage, that fund that is going to step up and be a buyer in a weak equity market, that's such a tremendous thing to do for your plan. So there's a lot to be said for that rebalancing that's going on under the hood. It's not something that investors necessarily feel like doing themselves in such environments.
Okay, that's great. Another question, Christine, this is addressed to you, but I'm going to address it to the full panel. And it's a good question. What do you recommend for investing RMD cash distributions in this environment? So if someone's taking their RMD, they don't need to spend the whole RMD, which is, for those who are unfamiliar, it's a required minimum distribution, money you're required to take out of not only your IRAs, but if you have a Roth 401k, you're required to take it. What people who don't need to spend it, what should they do with it?
It's a good question. It's a lot of retirees are in this sort of high class situation where their RMDs are kind of a nuisance, that they boost their tax bill. But you can reinvest the money, and you should if you have extra. And so I would say you want to think about your uses of those funds. If you are saving for children, grandchildren, a taxable account will tend to be the most typical receptacle for those proceeds. And you can invest pretty tax efficiently there using index funds or exchange traded funds for the equity exposure. Alternatively, one thing people don't think about is that if either they or their spouse has earned income at all, you can actually reinvest those funds in an IRA. And you might want to use a Roth IRA there because the RMDs wouldn't apply. But I think that that's another strategy that can sometimes apply. Oftentimes 72-year-olds aren't working at all, but sometimes their spouses are. And so that's a neat strategy as well. But think about what you'll be using the money for and use that to allocate the assets.
And just a quick addition. If you are asking them to make the decision whether they're investing for themselves or their children or their grandchildren, you should also, I think, ask them, in the choice of the equities, do you want to invest as if you are, in fact, investing for them in something that's more aggressive, or do you want to invest for you in something that's a more conservative equity holding? I encourage them, when they have more money than they need, to invest. Or, by the way, even better, give the money to the grandkids to put into a Roth IRA or something where it's doing some good for the long term. But you could take a different kind of equity depending on who you're investing for, really.
One quick thought I'll add: if you're charitably inclined, you might consider a qualified charitable distribution, and that counts for your required minimum distribution. If you have, clearly money in the RMDs that you don't need for living. It's a nice tax break, tax benefit to you.
And we're almost out of time, so I'll ask you all, if you had to give, I guess, one short piece of advice about either investing for or in retirement, or guidance, we'll say, what would it be?
Get some help, I think, is one piece of advice that I would impart based on my own family experience. The fact that I did have firsthand experience with someone I really adored who had cognitive decline, and I was glad I could be there as his helper, but not everyone has that. So get some help, get a second set of eyes on your plan.
And I think you need to check a list of the things you should not do and do as an investor. And even if you've been doing it for a long time, are you really doing the right things? And maybe make some adjustments based on the new things we've learned about investing over the last 50 years. A lot of people are still living way back in the old days. And I would suggest take a look. Should you be making some changes now?
And just one quick addition, think about your vision for retirement. So it's not all about the numbers, even though that's kind of what I do. Think about, who you spend time with, what you want to do, where you want to do it, why, purpose in retirement. Having that vision defined can really help you get more satisfaction out of your retirement.
Great advice. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Christine. Thanks for all the attendees. We appreciate it. It's a great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Nice work, you guys.
That was fun.
It was great.
Yes.
We
Good to be on the panel with you. Thanks.
It was great to
Take care, you guys.
I'm really pleased to welcome you tonight to tonight's presentation, How to Plan for a Successful and Secure Retirement. Tonight's presentation is brought to you by Bainbridge Community Foundation, the Merriman Financial Education Foundation, and Library U, which is a continuing ed program of the Bainbridge Public Library. A few logistics before we begin. Tonight's presentation is closed captioned. So you'll see that captioning at the bottom of the screen. If you want to shut that off, you can follow the CC button, which is in your Zoom menu, and you can turn that function off if it's distracting to you. The other note is that it is voice recognition closed captioning, so it's not always perfect. You just have to kind of bear with it. But I hope that for anyone who might have any hearing challenges, that's going to be helpful. So we're going to begin tonight's presentation with the land acknowledgement for the Suquamish tribe. Paul and I and some of you on this call are joining us today from the Aboriginal land of the Suquamish people. And the land acknowledgement statement goes like this. Every part of this soil, Chief Seattle said, every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and every grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished. So as we begin tonight, we recognize that we're gathering in the Aboriginal land of the Suquamish people, the people of the clear salt water. Expert fishermen, canoe builders, basket weavers, the Suquamish live in harmony with the lands and waterways along Washington's Central Salish Sea, as they have for thousands of years. Here, the Suquamish live and protect the land and waters of their ancestors for future generations, as promised by the Point Elliott Treaty of 1855. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Bainbridge Community Foundation and introduce Paul, and then Paul's going to introduce our keynote tonight, Larry Swedrow. And I just want to thank Larry and Paul once again for joining us today. So Bainbridge Community Foundation is a community foundation, which means that it's our job to understand what's happening in the community, to raise awareness and funds, and to make grants to those that are meeting the needs and improving the lives of people in our community. Many of you on the call from far away have a community foundation in your own community. While grant making is one of the primary areas of focus at the foundation, our mission goes well beyond money. We seek to create a more equitable community and to give our constituents the tools to help themselves and to help others, which helps everyone. It's fitting then that we host tonight's presentation in partnership with the Merriman Financial Education Foundation, because financial fluency is one of the most important tools with which we can help ourselves, our families, our neighbors, and our community. So I'm pleased to introduce to you Paul Merriman. Paul is a nationally recognized authority on mutual funds, index investing, asset allocation, and both buy and hold and active management strategies. Now retired from Merriman, the Seattle-based advisory firm that he founded in 1983. He is dedicated to educating investors, young and old, through weekly articles at marketwatch.com and via free ebooks, podcasts, articles, recommendations for mutual funds, ETFs, 401k plans, and more at his website, paulmerriman.com. We also we're grateful that Paul is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Bainbridge Community Foundation and has really helped to spearhead our financial education series, which has been going for more than 6 years now. So with that, I'll welcome you, Paul. Thanks for being here.
Jim, thank you. And thanks to all of you for coming out. Many of you for the second or third time. I have been so pleased with the response to this series. We have one more to go, and we're going to be hearing from Tim Ranzetta, who is the premier supplier of free curriculum to schools on all topics of personal finance. So I hope you'll join me. But tonight, I have a hero here with me as a guest. And when I say a hero, I personally feel that the biggest mistake that investors can make is trusting the wrong people as their source of information. And so I've talked before about one source could be Wall Street. Another source could be Main Street, a neighbor, an associate at work. And the third source is University Street, the academic community. And what makes Larry Swedroe so special to me is that he is a connection that brings together information that's used in the investment advisory and in the all this information in here in this book about your complete guide to a successful and secure retirement. It's a fantastic book, I think. I've read every page and underlined all the things I thought would be important to people who read it, and it's a lot of great information. But Larry has been that connection between what comes out of the academic community and what we as individual investors need to put to work. So I trust Larry Swedroe, and I think the information that he offers in some 17 books that he has either authored on his own or co-authored, it's great material. And I think our library has a number of the books. It turns out you can't dictate what books are put into the library, but anything that Larry writes, I think, is worth reading. He comes from a rich background of experience. Prior to joining a company, Buckingham, it was Buckingham Asset Management back in those days when I first knew Larry. And he's been for 25 years the director of research for Buckingham. I don't know whether it's 15 billion or 50 billion that they manage, but they manage a lot of money. He has been, prior to being with Buckingham, he was with Prudential Mortgage Company, Home Mortgage, I think the title. And before that was Citicorp. In all of the things that Larry did that I know about, they were all having to do with managing risk, whether it was foreign exchange risk or the risks of inflation and other variables that he dealt with at Prudential. Well seasoned, well intended, and filled with a ton of knowledge. Larry, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. That was very gracious of you. It's $18, and Buckingham advises now on more than 23 billion of assets. We're one of the very few, maybe 3 or 4 truly national firms. We have offices in almost 50 cities now. And we're also an advisor to other firms, other advisors around the country. And that cumulative assets, so I'm like the director of research for all of them, we're now well over 60 billion of assets. So,
well, that's great. Well, I'll tell you, I sat down with the new book. I had already read the previous edition, and I wanted to make sure I covered all the, or many of the important topics. We don't have all night, so I've got to zero in on the things that I think are really important to a lot of these people, and then we'll have a Q&A, and they can ask some of their questions. But I can't help but bring up the elephant these days in the room, which was not in your book as such, and that is this whole area of cryptocurrency and the Bitcoin craze and the Doge coin and all of these things that represent prices. Oh, and Coinbase. Is that right?
I think it is.
Base, excuse me. I mean, the value they're putting on these, I'll call them assets. With your background in the insurance industry and the banking industry and the mortgage industry, what do you think of cryptocurrency? What is the future? And what would you tell anybody who's going to put those in their portfolio?
Yeah, well, let me begin by having a very short discussion on forecasts. So I'm a trained economist. That's what my background is, working for Citicorp, at that time, the leading financial institution in the world in the investment banking space, especially. I sold forecasts and made them, participated in them. I ran foreign exchange and interest rate trading rooms for them. And I ran the same type of thing for the largest mortgage company in the country, Prudential Mortgage, and was charged of credit. I have a long background in studying financial history as well because of that. And what I can tell you is there are no good forecasters. They don't exist. That's what the research shows, at least when it comes to economics and markets. And therefore, probably one of the biggest takeaways tonight should be from your audience that they ignore all forecasters. So that includes me, because while I always have an opinion about where the economy and markets will go, I virtually always ignore it because I know I'm no more likely to be right. Here's what I used to think, Paul. When I got an economic or market forecast right, I took credit for my brilliant analysis, of course. But when I got it wrong, I blamed it on some unforecastable event that nobody could have seen. It was a surprise. And of course, that way you're a genius and you're never really wrong, you're just unlucky. What I eventually, as smart people learned, that's not the right way to think about it. When I was right, I was probably lucky. And when I was wrong, I was just unlucky. And so I'm saying this to let you know that my forecast of what likely that I foresee for Bitcoin should be taken with a very deep grain of salt, because I can't tell you. I wrote a paper 4 years ago, which I'd be happy to send to you and you could share with the audience. I think it holds up very well today. This is a very emotional topic for a lot of people. It's almost like a religion. And if you don't agree with it, you can be, cancel cultured or whatever the right words are. So here's what I will say. Number one, the technology of this blockchain is a tremendous advancement. And I believe within the next several years, you will have cryptocurrencies or blockchain currencies in every country, major country in the world, because it is a much faster and secure way to transfer data. Just think how ridiculous it is today, Paul. When I go, I've got money at several different high yield savings accounts. When they raise rates, this one is the highest yield out. So I'm online and transferring money. It could take 3 days to get the money there, and then you can't use it for 5 days sometimes, depending on the institution. That's insane in the world we live in today. The blockchain technology solves all that. So very important to understand that this craziness that we have, like T2 trading with stocks, you can't get your money when you sell a stock for 2 days. That's ridiculous. That's all going to change in the next few years. But that has nothing to do with Bitcoin. That's the technology. To me, there is literally no logic whatsoever. And I've talked to all the people who tout Bitcoin. There's not a single one who has given me any logical reason to believe that it has any value above a nominal amount. And here's the logic behind that. There is an unlimited supply, not of Bitcoin, but of Bitcoin competitors that could do exactly the same thing. Provide the security, the safety, the secrecy, all of those things. And basic economics tells you when you have an unlimited supply of something, the price should be asymptotically close to zero. So my view is could very well be the biggest bubble in history, making the tulip bulb bubble look like nothing. Or it might turn out to be that it goes on to be worth 100,000, 200,000 or more, because it's a story. And if enough people believe in it, that's what it has value. It has zero intrinsic value. And there are already hundreds, if not thousands, of competitors. So I personally believe that this thing likely, my mind heads towards zero, but I could be dead wrong, and I'm very humble about my forecast.
Well, I appreciate that, Larry. And I was interested. I saw a couple of guys in a discussion on a podcast, a Zoom podcast, and they were very, very knowledgeable and very up and supportive of the cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. And both of them, during the conversation, admitted they didn't really understand it. and this is what I find so interesting, is finding the people who truly understand what Bitcoin is and what is that underlying value. Well, now let's get on. Thank you for taking.
Well, hang on. I'll give you one other just point.
Okay.
This is I'll mention this because it's a value. There's only 2 bloggers who I read everything they write, and they're not really related necessarily to investing. One, I think, maybe the smartest guy in the world. It's just escaping me. Tyler Cowen. It's this age thing, Paul. Names, can't remember. Tyler Cowen. He has a blog. It's absolutely fantastic. You want to learn about the COVID and the science and the medicine and how dumb our CDC and FDA have been, and anything else you want to learn about. He knows more about everything than anybody I've ever met. I read everything he writes religiously. The other is John Cochran. He has a blog called The Grumpy Economist, and he, I believe, is definitely our leading financial economist. He was chairman of the Finance Association, for example, and stuff. So, and he was asked about Bitcoin, and I felt very good. It made me feel smart for a change when he said almost exactly the same thing about Bitcoin as me. So at least I'm in good company if I'm wrong.
That's great. Well, let's talk about a very serious topic. In your book, you talk about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. You change it. It's the 4 horsemen of the retirement apocalypse.
And I mention a 5th too.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Would you just talk about those, because those are the serious concerns, or certainly should be, for people doing long-term planning?
Yeah, this is really an important subject, and that's why it's right up front in the book. Very common mistake that investors make. And I want to make this point. The people on this call, I'm sure, are highly intelligent, but they may also be ignorant. And I don't mean ignorant in a pejorative sense. I think I'm fairly intelligent. I graduated #1 from one of the top MBA programs in the country, but I'm totally ignorant about nuclear physics. My wife and 3 daughters tell me women is another subject that I'm ignorant about. But, so ignorance is not a negative term. It just means you have lack of knowledge. Smart people can be ignorant about lots of things. The sad part is, I think one of the great tragedies in America is, despite the importance of money and investing, and it's not money itself, of course, it's meaningless, but what money can buy for you: financial security, a nice retirement, good education for your kids, travel, whatever is important to you. I think outside of your family, your health, and for some people, perhaps their religion, money is the next most important thing. And unless you get an MBA in finance, not just an MBA, it's a virtual certainty, not 100%, that you've never taken a single course in capital markets theory. So how are people supposed to get educated? I thank God that there are people like you and Bill Bernstein, and I hope I'm contributing in my way as well, to try to make up for the lack of education provided by our education system. Because most of what happens is they bring in some stockbroker, maybe they donated some money to the school, and they teach them all the wrong things, not what we know the science of investing based on the academic research says. So one of the mistakes that people make, and it's very easy to see why that would be the case, is they look at historical returns for asset classes, stocks and bonds as example, and then just extrapolate that into the future and assume that will be the case. So why is that a problem? Because it's completely nonsensical. You have to look at how returns were earned and what caused them. So for example, I'm just going to pull out a little book I have to read a little data here. If you look at US stock returns up to, say, right after World War II, so 1949, so we had 29, about a little over 30 years of data, stock returns were 6.8%. Now, if you looked at that return and projected it, that was probably likely to be a vast understatement, because we had gone through a depression in World War II, and now the Korean War was a possibility, and people were not, and valuations were likely much lower than that you would think in the long term. And then valuations went way up from then until 99. So by 1999, the return to the market was now 11.3%. So somebody looking at that data would say, I should expect stocks to get me 11.3%. That too is nonsensical, because in 1949, the average PE was less than 10, and it was probably in the high 30s or maybe 40 by the end. So valuations went way up, and you can't get the same returns. Most of that excess return occurred not because the profits were much greater, but because valuations went way up. The PE went up. And so that's a real problem. People should have been expecting much lower returns going forward, and that's in fact what happened. Same thing is true of bonds. If you look at long-term returns to, say, a 5-year treasury, the number is probably something like 5%. But today, the 5-year treasury is about 1%. So you can't get 5% unless rates collapse. That's possible. But even then the future returns will be even lower. So what I did in the preface to the book is to point out a big mistake that I see even many professional advisors make is rely on the history and not consider where valuations are so you could see how they impacted past returns. Now, many of the people on this call, Paul, I think are from the ones I could see, are our generation. So they began investing probably around the 80s, got out of college and they're paying off their debt and saving for a down payment. And the 80s come and, they've now got enough money to invest. Maybe they're in their 30s now or so. And that led to a tremendous returns because PE ratios were at 6 as we entered that era. And today they're in their 20s. And bond yields at that time were in their teens. And today they're under 2. So you had a powerful tailwind at your back. And the typical 60-40 portfolio that we hear mentioned as endowments typically use and recommended for a lot of people, at least till they get near retirement. That portfolio historically, if you go back to the 20s, earned about 8.5%, but from 80s on, it was over 10. Now there literally is virtually no way you can get that today because PEs are much higher and bond yields are low. In fact, most financial economists do what we do. They forecast returns based on today's valuations. And if you have PEs, let's just round it, it's even worse than I'm about to say, but PE of 20 for the market, that gives you an earnings yield. So you invert the PE to make it E over P of 5%. That's the best predictor we have of future real returns. So add, say, 2% for inflation, you can now expect stocks to get 7, not the historical 10% plus they've earned over the last almost 100 years now. And bonds can only get you 10, let's use the 10-year. That's about 1.5%. So if you're 60% getting 7, it's a little over 4, and 40% getting 1.5, that's 60 basis points. You're around 4.5%. That's half, almost, a little bit more than half of the 95-year return, and it's only 40% of the last 30 years or so. People are going to be disappointed.
Can I just interrupt for a second then?
Yeah.
Obviously, we have a challenge in trying to predict. I mean, predicting is difficult under any condition.
Right.
But now we're talking about predicting using, in essence, a formula approach that you're comfortable with. What is the resolution or the solution or the steps that people should be taking that are actually within their control to do something about that? I mean, I guess one thing they have to do is to reconsider what they have in their plan for a return. What's beyond that?
Yeah, so let's come back to this. Let's just use that as a baseline forecast. Let's say a typical 60-40 portfolio might get 4 to 5%. Let's just use that. The only right way to think about that forecast, Paul, and here's another mistake that people make, is they tend to think of that in a deterministic way. I'm going to get 4.5%. Yeah. The thing is, the only right way to think about that is to create like a bell curve, and that 4.5% is the median estimate, with half of the possible future universes, or to use a Star Trek term, an alternate universe, where you'll get more and half less. If you get lucky, maybe the returns are 6 or 7. If you're unlucky, maybe they're 2 or even negative, like Japan has had for the last 30 years for stocks. Virtually no return. That's possible, and all plans must incorporate those full spectrum, not just the median. So first thing that people need to do is to think about how much they need in retirement. And when they do that, you want to make sure you really need things, not want or desire, right? And separate those two, because the greater the need you create, then the bigger the pile of money you'll need to retire. And that means you have to take a lot more risk, which may not be appropriate for your situation. So that's number one. You also have to consider, here's another problem. You have to consider that once you retire, you have what's called sequence risk, which we talk about in the book. So I'll give you a great example of sequence risk. When you're in the accumulation phase, bear markets are good because you get to buy more at lower prices. People don't think of it that way, but when you're in, as long as you remain employed, when you're in the accumulation phase, you should always be rooting for bear markets. Instead, people are happy watching their values go up, not realizing that means when they add more money, that future money is going to earn lower returns. So that's a problem. But when you're in retirement, now if the market goes down, you withdraw money, and that money can never recover, even though the market does, because you've spent it. So a great example is if you were unlucky enough to retire in 1973, I can tell you this. If you, even though the market returned 10% from 73 through last year, if you, and that meant 7% roughly after inflation, if you took out that 7% every year, and you know for the 50 years, you got 7% real, and you're going to adjust it for inflation. Even with that certainty, 9 years later, you were bankrupt. And the reason was the market crashed in the first 2 years, over 40%, inflation soared, and you had to withdraw a lot more money. And when you did that, your portfolio crashed and you went bankrupt. It's another real problem why you have to become more conservative when you enter retirement, even though we're expecting to live a lot longer. So a second to die life expectancy of the typical American couple, 65, is 90. And that means half of the time, one of the two will be alive. So you literally have to plan for at least 30 years. You have to worry about sequence risk. So people are living longer, and return outlook is not as good. So that pile of money earning lower returns, unfortunately, has to last longer. And another problem that we face is as we age, medical costs go way up, particularly because the risk of Alzheimer's dramatically increases once you pass 75. So if you're lucky enough to live long enough, your risks are there, and the costs to deal with that can drain most people's portfolio unless you're a multimillionaire. Could very quickly deal. So that's another problem. And then the fifth horseman that I mentioned is Social Security. While not bankrupt, is if nothing changes, and now I think it's 12 more years, we'll only be able to pay out 75%. So I think people should not plan on getting more than that. And so that's another risk that we have. And now you got all the budget deficit problems. So there's a lot of things people have to worry about. So here's what I tell people. If you're able and willing, keep working as long as you can so you protect your portfolio, you don't withdraw from it. Secondarily, make sure you keep enough equity risk in the portfolio and don't get too conservative, because that portfolio may have to last 35 years. And keep your spending to the things that are really important, which are experiences and not, things. No one, gets on their tombstone, he died with the most toys. It's, I hope when I pass on, people say he was a good husband, a good father, a good friend. And the best thing that I do with my time, I can't imagine anything better than sitting with my grandkids and playing games with them, taking a walk with my wife around the lake in the park, traveling, those things, not spending money on things that don't really move the needle in terms of the quality of your life.
You know, Larry, in your conversation about the reality of likely returns, and by the way, this has been a warning that has been on the table for many years. We can go back to even after the decline of 2008, they were still saying count on lower earnings in the future. But it seems to me there's a part of your book that has to do with selecting a financial advisor.
Mm-hmm.
I can see a conflict of interest here as an investment advisor if I get too tough with people, because you're talking tough, okay? You're saying things people don't want to hear. Another advisor, maybe she charges a little more money even, but he's got a, or she's got a better story, because advisors do paint pictures, and they try to paint pictures that they think the client is going to be happy with because they're looking to work with them for the rest of their life. It isn't an evil thought. It just may not be a very educated thought. And so one of the things that I've encouraged people to do is save twice as much as you think you need, which is basically what you're suggesting at some level.
Well, I would say this, Paul. You can't take the money with you. At least I haven't met anybody who's been able to claim that they could. And therefore, you want to spend it, and enjoy your life. That's what, hopefully in good ways. So you don't want to be so conservative, but definitely, it is safer given the risks that we have here and the potential for severe bear markets, given valuations, the budget deficits that we're facing, and no end in sight here. And I will add this, there are a series of papers. I just wrote up a piece on this. And like everything else, it's not my opinion. I'm citing academic literature. There are 4 papers, I think I cited, that point out that the research shows that once the debt to GNP gets in excess of, depending on the paper, somewhere to 85% to about 115%, then economic growth is negatively impacted. And we're getting near the top of that range already, and no end in sight for huge deficits. And we haven't even heard the next infrastructure plan and the next, I would be very concerned that that's a risk, because if you don't get strong economic growth, you can't justify 23 PEs. The only way you can justify that is you get strong economic growth that leads to rapid earnings growth. But the research shows that when the budget deficit gets above that, economic growth is negatively impacted. So that creates at least another risk. We don't know what will happen. I can't tell you what will happen. But we know the research shows when you look around the world, when countries' debt to GDP ratios get to those levels, their economic growth was negatively impacted. So that's another, we might call that the 6th horseman of the retirement apocalypse.
So one of the questions that comes to mind when somebody knows as much as you do about all of these factors, and the factors, let's say you had been 60% in equity, and if you really get feeling negative or maybe realistic about these things, you change your asset allocation. I think you believe in buy and hold, correct?
Well, almost. You're missing 2 other important points: buy, hold, rebalance, and tax manage.
Okay, great. And that's all in the book, by the way. I mean, there's some great stuff in there on all of those topics.
Yeah, and Paul, let me add this, that the only time you should change your equity and bond and other asset allocation is when any of your assumptions that went into your plan about your ability, willingness, and need to take risks, and we go in great detail to help people figure out their ability, willingness, need, giving them tables and other things and rules of thumb.
That's a terrific part of your book, by the way. That's
Thank
really
you. And so that's
helpful
key.
part.
Now, I may think that at least U.S. equity returns are likely to be much lower than historical. I would tell you emerging markets and international are about their long-term average valuations, which means their expected returns are much better. And given basically zero interest rates, their premium above that, the safe benchmark may even be higher than historical. So there is some good news for those who avoid a home country bias. And to me, we point out in the book, US is half the global market. My view is you should have half of your money outside the US. And most people, the average American only has 10%. Part of it due to recency bias, because the US has been the big outperformer for the last 10 years. But there have been many decades wherein it dramatically underperformed. 2000 to 09, it underperformed, especially from 2000 to 05 was massive underperformance. And it underperformed in the 70s and 80s.
So asset allocation is a major topic in your book.
Yeah, I don't change my asset allocation based upon my view of stock returns.
That's what I wanted to get at. So that is the commitment of a buy and holder. This is why buy and hold, I think, is so difficult, is because our emotions are, look at all these reasons why things look risky, and maybe I should be changing and putting more money into fixed income because it looks like the market's likely to go down. You've implied that strongly, and yet
well, I'm not saying the market's going to go down. I'm saying that the expected future returns are much lower. The market could just generate, just hypothetically, 7% a year for the next 20 years every year. It's also possible that valuations go back to their historical average, or worse, because you get high inflation and much lower economic growth. That's possible too.
The point is that your approach and what you recommend to others is truly a buy and hold approach. You're not bobbing and weaving as you see things coming and going, and that is difficult for people. Yep. So let's just talk about
So let me say this, Paul. Just one last point on this. What this low interest rate environment and high PE environment means is that you have to adapt to a world of much lower future expected returns. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean you should try to time the market. It doesn't mean stocks will collapse. They may even go up. I remember Alan Greenspan in December, I think it was 96 or 97, I forgot the year. Markets are irrationally exuberant. The PE of the S&P was very high, 50% higher than its average at about 23. And then, of course, the next 3 years were the best 3 years the market had seen, and he looked dumb. Eventually, turned out to be right, but he was 3. So that's why you can't or should not be in the timing game. You cannot, even though the market forecasted lower expected returns, the market can ignore your forecast.
So give us some information about taking money out of our investments in retirement.
In the withdrawal phase.
Yes.
We have a whole chapter on withdrawal strategies, so I will tell you that is the most dangerous area or time for retirees is in the first, say, 6 to 10 years, because once you get past that, if the markets have done well, you've built up a bigger nest egg and you have a shorter time it has to last, so you're in good shape. But if you retire in 73 or 2000 or 08, you could be in serious trouble. And maybe the next one is around the corner. We just don't know. And the reason is the sequence risk. So you have to become more conservative, unfortunately, because of that risk of sequence risk. So that's really important. And don't take more risk than you can stomach, because let me give you an example. So let's say you think emotionally the worst you could handle is a 20% drop in your assets. Well, we know the market in 08 dropped 60%. Well, if you don't, now the bonds, if you own safe bonds like you and I recommend, and not things like junk bonds, they went up. So if you were 60-40, 40% of your portfolio goes up 10%, that's good. But 60% drops 60%, that's 36% hit. Maybe your portfolio's down 30 and you said you could only take 20. So you can't be 60%, because when that happens, number one, almost certainly you won't be able to sleep well, you won't enjoy your life, and life's too short not to enjoy it. But even worse, if you don't panic and sell, all right, but it's possible you will. And now once you sell, the odds of you being able to buy again are close to zero. The research says we tend to panic because we can't take any more losses. In 09, in March, the world looked like it was going to get much worse. In fact, the unemployment rate kept going up through the end of the year, from all the way up to 10%. The economy was still in a recession in the second quarter of 09. There was no green light. And if you were a Republican, you were worried about President Obama and what these liberal Democrats would do, and you were more likely to sell. That's what the research showed. We let our political biases even. Democrats were more likely to believe that they would solve the problem, and they were less likely to panic. There's another lesson for our listeners. Don't let your political views bias your investment decisions. So you have to look, and I give a table in the book. If a 20% drop is all you can stomach, then maybe you only could be 40% equities. And then you have to figure out how long I have to work. When can I retire? Maybe I have to cut my spending down. Maybe I should consider moving to a lower cost of living area, because that's better than taking the risk and then the bear market shows up and now you panic and now you have to worry, maybe I'll end up eating cat food. We don't want that.
So Larry, one of our viewers has, and you have a great chapter on this, has asked the question about maybe one way to work through this and get a little better return. Immediate return is to get a single premium annuity, immediate annuity. And I think that there are a lot of people that is probably going to be the right thing. Probably not for their whole portfolio, but certainly for part of their portfolio. Do you want to talk a little bit about the single premium annuity?
Yep, sure, happy. We have a whole chapter on that. And another interesting, not as good, but it's at least worth understanding. I have a chapter on reverse mortgages, which can be another option that can be deployed for those who have paid down their house, which many retirees have done. And they want to retire and live in that house with dignity, not have to go to some nursing home or something. So the house can act there. So there's a whole chapter in the book on reverse mortgages as a policy. That's an expensive alternative, but it's at least worth considering there. So let's talk about annuities. Annuities is an insurance contract that pools longevity risk. That's what you're buying. You're buying insurance against the possibility that you will live longer than expected. Now, everybody on this call knows that when you buy insurance, you are likely losing money. The insurance company is not in the business of selling you insurance, so they lose money. they're taking risks, whether it's fire insurance, earthquake insurance. They have costs to originate it, the salesman, the underwriting, and the expected losses, and they want a risk premium on top of that to earn their profit and their cost of capital. So whenever you buy insurance, you should expect to be losing money. But we buy it because it's a risk we don't want to bear, because the consequences of not having the insurance are far worse than the cost. So for example, we buy car insurance, but we don't buy insurance for oil changes. We buy homeowners insurance, but we may have $1,000 or $2,000 deductible because we can budget for that. But we don't want the risk of that possibility of my home being destroyed and I'm out, whatever that value of the home is. Annuities basically work in that the insurance companies know what the average life expectancy of all, say, 65-year-olds are, and they will price that risk. And they also consider that the people who are going to buy annuity are self-selecting. They're going to be healthier, because the people who have smoked and maybe overweight and diabetic, they say, hey, I don't want to buy longevity. I'm likely to die early anyway. Yeah. And so they understand there's negative selection against them. So you have to understand that already in the pricing is that. Now, what annuities do is it reduces your risk that you will live longer than expected, because you're going to get that payment for as long as you live, or second to die if you designate that for a married couple. So you get what's called mortality credits. The people who die early subsidize, because they're not going to get their payments. Say you buy it, the insurance company expects you to last to age 80 on average. You die at 70, those payments between 70 and 85 are available to give to the people who live longer. So they're priced in that way. You get mortality credits. And those mortality credits, once you're past about age 75, exceed anything else that's a risk-free investment. And you can't duplicate that by, say, building a bond portfolio. Okay. And you're now in the stage where you overcome the costs and the profit margins of the insurance company. I bought an annuity for my mother-in-law that started paying at age 85. Because we budgeted, we knew she had enough money to last to age 85. If she died earlier, so what? We didn't need to inherit it. We wanted to protect her assets. And so what I tell people is, don't ever buy an annuity that starts paying immediately. Budget for your life expectancy. That's covering the period that you should be self-funding. Then you buy an annuity to protect on the tail end, maybe past age 85. That means you can probably put up a very much smaller fraction, maybe 15 or 20%, depending upon when you start the annuity, giving you a lot more liquidity and flexibility. Think of it, it's like the deductible on your home, or we don't buy the insurance for the oil change. Budget for that. So annuities can be good, and they're really good to help people who are on the margin. Some people use a safe harbor withdrawal rule of, say, 4% of their portfolio. So if you had $1 million, you could take $40,000 the first year, adjusted for inflation. I'll mention, I think that's too aggressive now because of the reasons of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Something more in the order of 3 to 3.5, I think, is a better rule. But your risk now is you have to live not 30 years, but maybe 40. You want to protect that. So you hedge that risk by buying that annuity. Now, there is a bit of a problem here, because there are no good annuities that give you a good inflation hedge. There are some that will provide inflation up to 3% a year, but that's about it. So you're putting up this capital and you're running an inflation risk for the next 35, 40 years maybe. So that's another reason to limit the purchase to the deferral period and not put all of the capital. I'm a big fan for people who are on the margin and have to worry, well, if I live longer, I might not have enough. Annuities can be good to do that, but they should be fixed annuities, not indexed annuities, things with big sales load, looking at equity risk, and use the deferred annuities. And I'd recommend reading the chapter in the book, because I know this might be a bit technical for a lot of people on the call, but the chapter will walk you through that.
That's great. We have another question that I wanted to bring up having to do with adding value to the portfolio. We have talked in some of the other presentations about small versus large and value versus growth and whatnot. But from your viewpoint, Larry, what do you think? How much value do you have to add to a portfolio to benefit from that premium? And I don't want to forget to ask you this along with that. What are your expectations for future premiums on value and small cap?
Yeah, well, we could spend the next 24 hours on this subject. For those of you interested, I wrote a book called Your Complete Guide to Factor-Based Investing, and goes through all of the academic literature. We cite 100 and I think it was 6 papers in that book. And so it's not just small and value. There are other factors, including profitability, something called quality. For bonds, you have term risk and credit risk. And then there's something called a low volatility premium. Interestingly enough, at least on a risk adjusted basis, lower volatility stocks have generally outperformed higher volatility. Although it's really, in that case, the highest volatility stocks have been god awful. And the rest of the market has done very well. So if you just avoid what's now been the best stocks in ever these bubbles, the high volatility, you're likely to do better. Let me talk about value and small. So here we have the academic research shows, just like the stock market is a factor, it's called market beta. It's earned a premium historically of about 8% a year above treasury bills. And most people believe, of course, that's a risk premium. It's not a free lunch. Stocks crash. We had a 90% drop in the Great Depression. We've had 60% drops just in 08, 09, and we've had a bunch of 30, 40% drops. It's painful. And that's why stocks are priced to have high returns, because people hate those risks, especially because they correlate with your labor capital. So they tend to show up at the time you get laid off, and now you're in deep trouble because you have to sell stocks to put food on the table and you can't recover. The same logic has been found for small stocks, which intuitively are riskier than large companies for a variety of reasons. So they have outperformed on average, but it's just the tendency. There are long periods when they underperform. And value stocks have outperformed growth stocks by fairly wide margins over the long term. But you have to have the discipline to stay the course, because these factors can go through very long periods of underperformance that is nothing more than random. And people don't understand. They think when it comes to judging the performance, in fact, Paul, I'm going to go on the record and say this may be the worst mistake, because it's the most common maybe, that investors make when it comes to judging the performance of an investment strategy. They think 3 years is a long time, 5 years a very long time, and 10 years is infinity. Any good financial economist would tell you 10 years is noise when it comes to risky assets, and you should ignore it, or don't invest because you'll make mistakes. Let me give you this example. The market, in the form of the S&P 500, has gone through 3 periods of at least 13 years where it underperformed totally riskless treasury bills. And the longest was 17 years, from 66 to 82. And from 2000 to 08, they underperformed T-bills by more than 60%. That's 8 years. Do you give up on stocks because of 8 years? How long do I wait? Many people panicked and sold and missed out on one of the great bull markets. So when value stocks, which have dramatically outperformed over the long term, went through a period from basically October of 16 through March of 2020, that was the worst drawdown ever. By the way, there were 3 other periods, Paul, where we had similar bad periods of value. Not really long, but bad. All right. Not like stocks where you had 3 or 13 years, but more typical 3 to 5 years. Okay. Were in the bubble of the late 90s, the bubble of the Nifty 50 in the 60s, when you had the Xeroxes and Coca-Colas trading it all at 50 or more PEs, digital equipment and all those stocks. And the other time was the roaring 20s. And in each case, value did poorly for that period when we had these bubble and growth manias. And the next period, value went on to spectacular returns. And I think that's what's likely, not certain now, because value today is cheaper than it was in 1999. And from 2000 to 05, we had the biggest value premium ever. But if you can't stay the course, because 3 years makes you abandon value, then you shouldn't own any. Now, my portfolio is 100% small value. I'm a believer in the evidence and the science. And one big benefit of doing that is small value stocks, let's say we think historically have outperformed the market by, let's say, 3%. That allows me to hold a lot lower equities overall because the equities I own have much higher expected returns. So historically, a portfolio that's, say, 40% small value and 60% bonds has had very similar returns to a 60-40, but market-like S&P portfolio. But the 60-40 S&P portfolio had much bigger drawdowns, like the worst years might be down 30%. For the 40-60, the worst years might have been down 10. And that's because you have a much bigger safe bond portfolio, which tends to do really well. So that helps cuts the sequence risk, the tail risk, the risk that you panic and sell. But I would tell people that's only right for people who can ignore periods of 3, 5, or 10 years because it's going to happen. And you're going to have to live, if you're 65, to say 30 years of that. So you're going to live through 2, 3, 4 of them and have to ignore that noise. But the same thing is true as stocks. We've had 3 super bear markets in just the last 20 years. That's once every 7 years. So that means if you got 30 years to plan for, you should plan on 4 more of those. And you better be able to stay the course because you will be tested. Almost certainty you will get big bear markets. That's just the nature of the world we live in. So there's no right portfolio. I've always believed the right one for you is the one most likely that you'll stick with. But for retirees especially, I personally believe if you can stand the heat in the kitchen, highly tilted value portfolios are far superior because they cut that tail risk and let you sleep well.
You know, we have a lot of great questions here. By the way, we have some questions like, here's what are PEs?
Paul, by the way, while I think of it, I wrote a book on this subject, just of what we discussed, called Reducing the Risk of Black Swans, that shows you the science and the evidence behind this strategy of what we call a high tilt but low beta portfolio. And PE, of course, is price to earnings ratio. So you take a company's price, let's say it's 40, and they earn $2 a share, the PE is 20, and that would give you an earnings yield. 1/20 would be 5%, and that's the best predictor we have of future returns in real terms. So you would say a 20 PE stock has a 5% expected real return. If you believe, say, inflation is 2%, then you should project your portfolio would earn about 7, but that's the mean of a distribution, which is why, and we have a chapter on this in the book, we run Monte Carlo simulations for every client before we implement any asset allocation to show them their odds of success and what can happen in thousands of different scenarios. Will your plan hold up in the left tail if the really bad ones come up? And how well will it do if the good side shows up?
Yeah, that's great. And by the way, we've had a question in here that is about the Monte Carlo and the effectiveness, the meaningfulness of Monte Carlo. You want to just talk briefly about not too deep, but because we don't have a lot of time, but Monte Carlo study, what is it? And how reliable is that information?
Right. Well, in Monte Carlo's analysis, what it does is it takes, let's say you think that stocks are going to return 7%, and you look at the historical volatility and it's 20, it will then run, in our model, we run 3,000 different alternate universes. It will spin out using those two statistics and show you here's 3,000 possible different universes over the next 30 years. So you may end up, the mean is going to be that 7%, but it might be there's a 40% chance it'll be more than 8, and a 20% chance it'll be more than 9, and a 5% chance it'll be more than 10. But there's also a 40% chance it'll be less than 5, and a 30% chance it'll be less than 3, and a 20% chance it'll be less than 0. And we look at all these scenarios to make sure your plan with a certain withdrawal rate can leave you alive, and still, when you die, you'll still have some assets. You won't run out of money before you die. So that's what a Monte Carlo does. What's really important to understand is the Monte Carlo will give you not the odds of success, it will give you an estimate of the odds of success based upon your estimates of return. So it's only as good as the data. But we do have tools that tell us what are the best predictors. They're not perfect. That's why we run Monte Carlos, to look at different alternatives. And you should use that science by looking at current valuations to tell you what expected returns are. And then make sure you don't look at the point estimate, but consider all the distributions. And you might say, well, I like this 40-60 portfolio, and then I match that with a 3.5% withdrawal rate, and that gives me a 92% chance of success. Then you build a plan B to deal with the 8% chance of failure that says, okay, if that risk shows up, say 08 happens, I'm going to give up the trip to Europe every year. I'm going to delay buying a car every 3 years. I'll make it every 10 years. I'll move to Kia, from New York City down to Destin, Florida, whatever it might be. So you write that plan down when you're not in the emotions of the market crashing. It's well thought out, considered steps you can actually take. So it's a tool. Just like a racing car, in the hands of Mario Andretti, it's a great tool. In the hands of a drunk teenager, it's garbage and deadly.
Right. So a part of your book I found really not fun reading, interesting, kind of heartfelt. That's this family, this money and family. Just take a second, if you will, Larry, and because I had not seen that in other books that you had done, and I haven't read them all, but talk about the money and family and the mission statement.
Yeah, well, first of all, I got lucky in my life, took a big risk, left a job, took a huge pay cut, but got a piece of equity. Luckily, it all turned out well, and I was able to basically retire if I wanted to over 30 years ago. And I sat down and I talked to a friend who recommended I read this book, Preparing Your Heirs, which is how do you educate your children? Because one day they're going to inherit this money, and how do they deal with wealth, etc. And I learned a great deal from that. And ever since then, I've been trying to preach to others to make sure that they take the time to sit down with their family. My kids, since they were teenagers, know everything about the family's assets. They know where all the bank statements are. They know who our advisors are, who's the attorney, the CPA. They know what they're going to inherit and when. And we created a family foundation because I wanted to pass on my values. And they vote every year on where we give money to charity. And they know they're not getting our IRA money because it'd be dumb to inherit it. They'd end up paying like 85% taxes on it by the time you're done with estate taxes and income taxes and everything else. So we're going to donate that to my foundation, and they will then have to spend that money. So that hopefully keep my 3 kids together, and they could even pass it on to their grandkids. So you want to prepare your ass for wealth, teach them what values you have. We think it's a great idea to write this family wealth mission statement, and we give you a sample one. What's the purpose of the money? Why did you save it? What did you want it to do? And so it's a sin in this country that money is such a taboo subject in many families. One of my son-in-laws, he literally doesn't know anything about his parents' estates. They don't know where the money is, what bank accounts. They wouldn't be able to find it even if somebody died. And that's just their parents. That's the way that generation may have been brought up. That's really, I think, a crime. It's a disservice to the kids. We wrote this chapter to help people have those difficult subjects. It's another thing a good financial advisor, a true wealth advisor could do is help you run family meetings. And that should be part of what they do, which is why, by the way, I tell people you should never hire a money manager. You should hire a wealth manager who integrates the investment strategy with estate planning, insurance, and everything else in your life, whether it's retirement planning or passing on values, educating your kids, reverse mortgages, when to take Social Security, all the topics we cover in the book. And most of the time, those advisors charge the same as people, or maybe even less than people who are just managing money for you.
So Larry, another a great area in the book is the conversion of Roths, IRAs to Roths. I just want to check with you. I've always taught young people that we don't know the future of taxes. And to the extent that you can get all the money you possibly can into a Roth, what it basically does is it forces you to save more money than you would likely have saved had you gotten the refund. I mean, that's probably the bottom line for most people. And that the Roth is probably the best estate planning tool that I know of. But what's your feeling on the Roth? You give a ton of information on that in the book.
Yeah, well, first of all, retirement planning, 401k, traditional and Roth accounts are great tools. We explain when a Roth is better and when a traditional 401k. It's a very simple one. If you think your tax rate is going to be high now and low when you retire, then you should put money in the traditional IRA. If you think it's reverse, you want to do it the other way. Now, what's really important to understand is we're in this problem that I mentioned earlier about massive government deficits. I think everyone, no matter what they're telling you today, we're only going to raise taxes on people on 400,000. There's just not enough money there. I think we're likely to see higher tax rates because those budget deficits are unsustainable. So one good strategy, since we don't know, is you diversify, and you can own both a traditional and a regular if you don't know. If you think rates are going up and you may have to pay more, or in retirement, it'll be more than a Roth is a better asset. It's also better because it avoids RMDs. You're not required. So if you don't need the money, you can continue to grow, in effect, tax-free forever, if you will, until you take it out. Here's one big mistake, and Roth conversions have been a great tool, especially in years, let's say like 2002, 08, 09, maybe 2020. If you run a business, your business got hit, your income is way down, or maybe you're in what we call a blackout period, which is this. You retire at 65, and we tell you, don't take your Social Security until 70, or maybe even a little later now, because that's the highest risk-free rate of return you can get if you expect to live long, normal, healthy. Better off drawing down your taxable accounts, living off of that, and every year your payment goes up 8% a year, and you're buying longevity insurance, of course, because your pool of money will get bigger, right? And for a longer time. So that's a great idea. Now what happens in that period, or in a year where you've had laid off, you lost your job, or your business is poorly, you have no income or low income. So what many people make this huge mistake, I want to pay the least tax that year. That's dumb. You want to pay the least tax over your lifetime. So when you have that opportunity and you see you have low income, and you can expect later to have more normal income or higher rates, and you start taking Social Security and getting that payment, your RMDs come in, your tax rate may be higher than you think, then you should convert a traditional IRA or a 401k, if you can access it, to a Roth up to at least maybe the 24% bracket or the 26, because you may be in a much higher bracket later. So that's a great opportunity, and a huge mistake that people make. They tend to focus on paying the least amount of tax in 1 year instead of the least amount of tax over the lifetime. It's a subject we talk about in the book. That's another good way a true wealth advisor can really add value, is helping do that analysis.
Well, I know you're going to give this person advice that's going to be a life changer. This person asks, let me find it. Hang on. Well, what this person wants to know is, should they roll over their 401k to a financial advisor?
Well, let me say it this way. First of all, you generally are better off rolling over your 401k to a self-directed IRA, so you get control. There are good 401k plans, if they let you stay in them, that have very low cost funds, things like Vanguard index funds or DFA funds or other that we use, and there's a list of recommended vehicles in the book. But obviously, if you get control, then you may have better, lower cost options. In some cases, though, company may have, for example, DFA's products, and you, if you don't have an advisor and feel you don't need one, you won't be able to access them in your self-directed plan, so you might be better off in there. But lots of 401k plans, especially those run by insurance companies, are really poorly designed, high expense products. There because they're run by these banks or insurance companies. So number one, generally I tell people, get control, roll it over, but it's not always the case. So that's number one. Number two, you then have the question, should you turn it over to an advisor? There's a chapter in the book on how to choose an advisor, and it should, we don't really have time to go into all this, but I would say this. Read the chapter in the book. It will tell you the questions to ask. Make sure they answer. The rules should be this: no active investing. They are happy to show you that they are a fiduciary. That means they have to give advice solely in your interest. No fees paid by anyone other than you. They put their money where their mouth is. If they're not willing to show you their Schwab or other brokerage statement, run. And so you can see that they're investing in exactly the same vehicles that they are recommended to you. Now, the asset allocation could be very different because they're a different person than you, but they should be in the same vehicles, and they should be a true wealth advisor who advises on the full spectrum, because you have to integrate tax planning, insurance, the ability to rebalance and how that impacts your tax situation in that year, estate planning. And we just talked about Roth IRAs and which is the best 529 plan, maybe to fund for your grandkids, all kinds of other issues like when to take Social Security. I will tell you, people on this call, we probably spend far less time on investments with our clients, and we advise on over 60 billion than we do on all the other issues. It's not even close, because once we have the investment strategy set, it's simple. We're passive. We just buy, hold, rebalance, and tax manage for you. But then we spend all of our time helping you on all these other issues, including, educating your kids, helping write a family wealth mission statement, helping elder care, and how do you take care of your parents, and looking at long-term health, whatever those issues are.
So here's an email I got knowing you were going to be on, and I like this question. It has to do with the choices they have in their 401k. Are not very good choices.
Yeah.
And now, as good fortune has it, I think they do have a in-service transfer capability. Most people don't even know what an in-service transfer is, and I don't know why, but the administrators of 401k plans rarely tell people what that's about.
Right.
But, what advice do you give to people who do have access to an in-service transfer?
Yeah, well, first of all, there are many bad plans, sadly, especially what insurance companies will do is walk in and say to, Paul Merriman, this is your business. I'll pick up all the expenses of your retirement plan if you let me put my funds in there. And then your employees get screwed because then they'll eat the expenses through the high expenses and poor returns in the fund. Paul would, in that case, be much better off telling his employees, I'm going to give you the best vehicles, and then we're going to charge you 15 basis points a year to administer the plan. That would be a much better outcome if he didn't want to absorb those costs or couldn't do it. In terms of in-service transfers, I did it myself when I turned 65 because there were some vehicles that were not available even in my company's plan, some alternative investments that are not allowed in 401 plans, 401ks, because they don't have daily liquidity. So that's a great idea. If you have that, you can do it. Typically, it's a very low cost. It might be $25 or $50. And every year you could do it once. So you do an in-service transfer, you get to then manage the assets and then start contributing again. And that means your money is there for a short time. And I would tell you, choose the lowest cost. If they have index funds, choose them. If not, choose the active funds with the lowest cost and also lowest turnover. And you also should use bond funds because bonds belong in the tax advantage accounts. Your equities, if you have a choice to put them in either, they're better in taxable accounts because they're more tax efficient. And bond funds are generally much cheaper than equities, even for active. So you can minimize the costs that way as well. So those are some good ideas to help minimize those costs.
And I actually forgot what I was going to ask. Damn, that happens way too often recently.
Well, yeah, but we all have that problem, Paul, at our age.
Let's see, because I know we're coming up to the 6 o'clock hour, and I know I've got some. Oh yes, would you please talk about long-term care insurance?
Yeah, great. So we buy insurance for things that are too expensive for us to bear the risks, and long-term care is a great idea. Unfortunately, it's so expensive for most people that it's just not viable. Now, when the product first came out, there was a rush by the insurance industries to get market share quickly, and they underpriced the risks. And now, of course, people are living longer with big advances in medical care. And so if you have a good plan, you may want to keep it, but at the same time, most people wouldn't buy what's available today. There are better options now, though, which I think a really good product that started to be made available is combining life insurance with long-term care. So you buy a life insurance policy, and now you're later in years and you need long-term care, you have some health bad issues, you can draw down the cash value of the life insurance policy to pay that, and then you probably don't need the life insurance anymore. You're going to die, and now you're later in years. But that cash is available to you. And let's say you had $1 million policy, you spent $500,000 on long-term care, you die, then your ass get the $500,000. But they, would draw down on your estate anyway. So this is a unique idea, which I think is at least has merit for people to consider. If you have to buy life insurance for other reasons, you might combine it with a long-term care policy. So, but I would tell you, want to work with an insurance expert. We work with insurance brokers. I would not work with anyone who worked for a company who's getting paid commissions. There's a great firm we work with. They analyze the best policy and recommend whatever is the most appropriate. Slightly off topic, but I thought it worth mentioning because most people are totally unaware of this, Paul. There's something called a MYGA, which is MYGA, which is Maximum Year Guaranteed Annuity. What it really is it's basically a CD, but it's sold by an insurance company, and it's in a annuity wrapper. So it's sold as an annuity, but it acts just like a CD. Now, most of the time, people have been better off being in bank CDs, but the interest rates collapsed, and the insurance companies have found they can offer higher rates. So I have bought about 10 different of these MYGAs because I want to stay within the state insurance limit. In my state, it's $250,000. So if the annuity goes bankrupt and I'm, then out of luck, I would like the equivalent of FDIC insurance. The state has an insurance fund that would step in and pay the annuity. Today, you can buy a 5-year CD, 1%, 1.25%, 1.5%. You can buy a 5-year MYGA at about $275. So if you don't need the liquidity, and they're totally illiquid, and you're willing to go through the paperwork, this is a good alternative. Again, I work with a broker who handles all the paperwork for me. So the first time you got to fill out all these forms, and after that, they do it all electronically for you, and I just electronically sign a bunch of forms. But for people who are in this no-yield environment, MYGAs are an interesting product. Just stay within the state limit. I'd also recommend stick with a company that's at least A-rated. And you can go online, just type in MYGA or Maximum Year Guarantee, and you'll find all kinds of lists online. That's a great way to pick up an extra 1% or so, as long as you don't need that liquidity.
I did think, I remember now what that question was. Social Security. Is that a bond? Would a person consider Social Security as a fixed income portion of their asset allocation or not?
It's a great question. You could do that. The problem is, how do you put a value on that bond? You have to use a discount rate, and the interest rates change all the time. If you assume interest rates are 2%, you take your Social Security and times it by 50. If you get a discount rate of 4%, now you only multiply it by 25. So I think that's not a good way for most people to deal with it. The way that's easy to deal with Social Security is to think of it as a bond. It's a fixed income that allows you to maybe take more risk on equities if you like, but here's how I tell people to think about it. Let's say you decide you need to spend $80,000 a year, or that's what you'd like to have in retirement. And you run your Social Security numbers and you find between you and your wife, you're going to get $50,000 a year. So now your need is $30,000. That's the number that you target. And if you use a 3% rule, you can multiply that by 33. And now I need $933,000 or whatever that number is. And that's the way to deal with it. Instead of taking the 80,000 and multiplying it by, say, 30, and that's 2.5 million, by subtracting it, reducing your need to take risk from 80 down to 30, now you only need 900,000. And then you can say, hey, 900,000, I don't need a lot of equity risk. So Social Security reduces your need to take risk. That's the way to think about it.
So Larry, is that in the book?
You know what? It's a good question. I don't recall if it is or not, but that's really a very simple tool. Just subtract your Social Security.
The reason I'm asking is because at the end of a day here, that's a lot of information to hear and maybe didn't get down. Have you written that up somewhere in an article? Or?
Yeah, I've written that up somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. It may even be in the book.
All right. We'll check it out.
Any pension that you get, whether it's from your company or Social Security, the simple thing to do is just say, I need 100,000 a year, and reduce that need by that payment. And the good thing is Social Security adjusts for inflation. So that's a real positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think your book is terrific. I heartily recommend it. And I think if you go on Amazon and you click on to open it up, you'll see the chapter headings. And I'm going to guess that everyone here will find at least 5 chapters they would like to see the details. And you certainly do know the details, Larry. I appreciate you coming on here so much. And I hope because, see, this is an annual thing that we do. I'm not going to require you to be here every year, but maybe every couple of years you'd come back and hit us again. Would that be
I'd be more than happy to come back anytime for you, Paul. Paul's one of the great gentlemen in the world. He devotes all his time to helping people. I try to model myself after Paul, giving back. And let me just add one other comment for those. One of the benefits of reading my books is I answer every email from everybody who's a reader of the book. All you have to do is say, I read your book, I've got a question, and I will answer your email, your questions.
As a matter of fact, I think the number at the Bogleheads is 15,700 questions you've answered online.
Could be.
I don't know if you've seen that number, but that's what I read somewhere. So yeah, you're a good guy, and thanks for all you do for investors. And Jim, is there anything we need to wrap up here other than to make sure that we encourage people to come out next week for somebody who is doing a job for educating our children unlike anybody else? And I see Doug Hastings is giving you a hand. I think we're all giving you a hand, Larry. Thank you very much. And we'll hopefully see you guys next week. Be well.
Take care.
Thanks, Jim.
And now, with Sound Investing, here's Paul Merriman.
Well, it's great to have you back with the three amigos here. We are excited to share some what I think is very interesting information today. For those of you who are here for the first time, Chris Pedersen is our Director of Research. He is the youngest of the three. And Daryl Balls, our Director of Analytics, is the next youngest. And then the old guy here, Paul Merriman. I'm happy to be with you again. I love doing this. These guys love doing this. Please don't forget, they don't get paid a penny. Everything they do is to make you a better investor. So let's see what we can do about that today. Now, I want to just take a minute. There's a question that comes up so often about asset class location. In other words, where do we put our small cap? In our Roth IRA, in our taxable? Where do we put our bonds? Where do we put our REITs, et cetera? Well, there are some simple answers to that, but they may not be quite as simple as we'd like them to be because there are so many different kinds of combinations. And so I went to a truth teller. I went to Larry Swedroe. If you're a newcomer to our work, we have a whole bunch of people that we think highly of, and their work in some areas is better, deeper than what we do here because we focus on some very specific areas of investing. They focus on others. I want to show you a book. I have recommended this book so many times. This is Larry Swedroe's Your Complete Guide to Successful and Secure Retirement. I truly think it is one of the best books that you could read on retirement, whether you're preparing for it or you're in it. And I called Larry. I said, how about doing us a favor? We have this question that comes up often. Would you let us publish your chapter 10 on asset class location? And he went to the publisher. The publisher said yes. So in the notes to this podcast, you will be able to access that chapter and read it in detail. Now, I'm going to tell you something about Larry that is pretty doggone amazing. He answers almost, I can't say every, but anybody I ever know that has written to Larry and asked a question, he's answered it. And when I wrote to him, I guess I started with an email. It was probably 9 or 10 his time, not thinking he was going to get back to me. He got back to me immediately. He is an amazing guy who does not have to work this hard. So I hope, by the way, that you will not only read that chapter and you'll get an idea of the depth of his work, but that you will go on Amazon. And I'd like you to read the table of contents, because I dare you not to find at least a half a dozen things you'd like to find more about. So I just wanted to start the program today with that. And then I want to move on to something that is really fun for me, because we had a casual conversation in the last week about another topic that comes up all the time, and that's rebalancing. And it turned out that we don't all exactly agree on all the aspects of rebalancing. And so I think it would be great fun to take this one on to start with today and talk about the good, bad, and the ugly about rebalancing, if there is such a thing as ugly, and how the three of us may view rebalancing in a different way. So I'm not sure. Daryl, how do you feel about starting this conversation?
Okay. To me, rebalancing is all about controlling. Well, rebalancing controls the asset allocation of your portfolio, but the reason you do that is to control risk in your portfolio. You pick that asset allocation for a reason, and you should want to, at least I want to keep it that way in terms of the risk profile of the, as best I can, of the portfolio. So I rebalance back to my target allocation in order to keep the risk of my portfolio consistent with what the risk of that target asset allocation should be or is. And that's the reason I do it. I choose to do it when it needs to have it done. And the reason, not on a time basis, and the reason I do it that way, or did it that way, was, or how I do it that way is I use, and this is Larry Swedroe again, Paul, I use his 5-25 rebalancing method, except I widen the bands a little bit and use 10-25. And what that is if you pick a target asset allocation, say 60-40, and your equities grow to more than 10% away from that allocation, say it grows to 71, what would it be, 29, then you're outside the plus or minus 10 percentage point band of your target allocation. And so you rebalance back to your target allocation of 60-40 in that case, or whatever your allocation is. And there are a couple of ways to do that. I used to watch it all the time, not all the time. I used to watch it monthly or so. And when it got out of whack, then I would put it back. Now I only look at it once a year. Or as I got closer to retirement, I only looked at it once a year. And if it was within the bounds, I let it go. And if it was, it didn't really matter where it went throughout the year. As long as when I chose to look at it, if it was within those bounds, that's what I did. So that's kind of the way I look at it, and how I look at doing it, how I look at implementing it.
So Daryl, the question then also is around the impact of rebalancing in terms of returns. We have shown in our ultimate buy and hold returns going back to 1970 that if you rebalance on a monthly or an annual basis, there's about a 0.3% better return for the all equity. Now, this is important. This is all equity portfolio that is rebalanced less often. Any comment on that regarding the work that you've looked at?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what I've seen. I did a little study here earlier this week based on some hints that Chris gave me, and so I went. Let me see if I can find it here. Where'd it go? There we go. Using Portfolio Visualizer. Is there a rebalancing bonus? Well, yeah, sort of, but it's not much. Paul, I think, will probably disagree with that. But I looked at 4 different methods: rebalancing monthly, annually, never, basically, and then I looked at the 10% rebalancing bands. So for the rebalancing monthly, the ultimate buy and hold portfolio, this is all equity, from 95 to 2022, the compound annual growth rate for monthly rebalancing was 7.57%. This is out of Portfolio Visualizer. If you switched and rebalanced annually, in other words, let things run on a little longer before you check in on it, your return goes up by 15 basis points to 7.72%. And then if you if you never rebalance over that whole 28-year period, it went up to 7.86, or went up another 14 basis points. So over that 30-year period, for an investment of $10,000 on day one, if you rebalance monthly, you ended up with about $76,000. If you never rebalanced, it was about $82,000. So that's 6,
there was your 0.3 right there then, between rebalancing monthly and rebalancing never.
Right.
There's about a 0.3% additional return. Fair enough?
Yeah, this is for the all equity part, though.
Yeah.
And so if for example, I also looked at a 50-50 portfolio if you had bonds in it. Let's see. And I think this was a mix of short and intermediate, right, Chris, is what your portfolios had?
Yes, it's the same bond portfolio we normally recommend.
Right. And so in that case, the compound annual growth rate for monthly was 6.14. And for never rebalancing, it was 6.39. So that's about 0.25% there again also. But the difference in this case is that the max drawdowns were a little more variable. In 100% equities, all the max drawdowns were around 57% over that 28-year period. And in the 50-50 things, they varied from 27 to 34. So that's a little bit more variation.
That's great. That's great stuff, Daryl. And Chris, would you pile on here and add anything to this?
Yeah, I think what it shows is that for somebody with a broadly diversified all equity portfolio, or somebody who's heavily equities, 80, 90%, 100% equities, the rebalancing didn't make a very big difference over this time period, 1995 to 2022. So for somebody who's invested like that, I think an oversaver who has great discipline and tolerance for the ups and downs of the market, whether they rebalance monthly, yearly, every 2 years, every 5 years, it's kind of up to them. And I don't think I'd be highly critical. For somebody, though, who has what would be considered a more traditional balanced portfolio with the protection of fixed income, the fixed income is so different from the equities that the two are likely to grow in different ways and become out of whack. And they're likely to end up in a position where they don't have the amount of protection they want. And so I think for somebody with that kind of a portfolio, the rebalancing is important. And what we see down there is that the monthly or annual rebalance kept the risk in check, but and even the rebalancing bands kept the risk in check, but the no rebalancing, let them go from under 30% of a worst case drawdown to almost 35%. So you start to get uncomfortable there, and potentially, we know that one of the worst things you can do is exceed your own personal risk tolerance and capitulate, right? Panic sell. So I think for somebody with a substantial fixed income allocation, that rebalancing is really important, and it should be an important part of what they do on a disciplined, regular basis.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note. Chris is exactly right. If you have a traditional portfolio, more traditional portfolio where you have bonds and equities in it, and you look at the drawdowns, as he mentioned, are a little bit different. The worst year is a little bit different. It's a little more worse. It's about 21% versus about 17% drawdown. The best year is worse. It's 20% versus about 22 or 23% for either monthly or annually or the bands. And the standard deviation, in other words, the roughness of the ride, is higher. For the monthly, annually, and the rebalance bands, it's around 7.7, 7.8% in terms of standard deviation. But if you never rebalance, it's up about 9.4%. So whereas with the 100% equity portfolio, all those numbers are roughly the same. The standard deviation, the worst year, the max drawdown, they're all about the same between all the different methods. But once you add fixed income to it, never rebalancing gets you really out of whack. And I would suppose, although I didn't really look at it in detail, but I would suppose that that's because as you never rebalance over the period of time you're talking about here, it gets more and more equities as opposed to bonds, fixed income. And so the ride gets rougher, the downs get more down, the worst year gets worse, and the best year gets worse. Everything gets worse. So
there is something that might get better. And what might get better is because you had more equity exposure, is that at the point that you did suffer the decline that was greater, that you still came out way ahead over the long term. I can tell you, in looking at preparing a proposal to my daughter who's about to have a child, and my wife and I are going to write a check to put away for 94 years. Now, the reason I say 94 years is because we happen to have a table that goes back 94 years. So I can look at that table and I could say, what if this little girl grows and has to go through all the same kinds of wild rides that happened from 1928 to 2021? And here's what I know. I know if I give that money to her and suggest that she put it into a portfolio that is half US, all US, half S&P 500, half small cap value, and get this money that we're gifting into a Roth IRA when she qualifies for a Roth IRA. Now, what I know is that two-fund strategy based on a $100 investment in 1928, at the end of 21, was worth almost $4.5 million, about a 12.1% compound rate of return. I also know that if they did not rebalance over that 94-year period, instead of 4.5 million, it's about 7 million. And when I first saw that, I thought, whoa, that's amazing, as we oftentimes do when we see the impact of compounding over very long periods of time. But when you figure out the compound rate of return of the non-rebalanced strategy, it's about 0.3% better over that 94-year period. And so that 0.3% that we saw going back to 1970, possibly back to 1995, it looks like that applies going all the way back to 1928, which I found was pretty interesting. Now, is anybody going to accuse me of missing something more important?
I think one of the things, and it might not apply to your grandchild, but one of the things that I think you have to consider if you are managing this yourself is exactly what Chris said, is that you have to be wary of the wild ride. I would be interested, and I will probably do this at some point just to check, but I will be interested to see what happens to your asset allocation and what happens to your, for example, what happened to your trailing 5-year or 10-year standard deviation as you move through this period, in terms of ups and downs and max drawdowns and worst years and best years and things like that. Because if you are counting on something like that and you forgot to fasten your seatbelt, let's say, you're liable to smack your head on the top of the roof of your car as you're riding up and down these hills. And so I will say one thing, that it you could argue that annual rebalancing maybe gives you a few tenths of a percent, and over an extremely long period of time, 90 some odd years, that makes a difference in terms of the length of time that the compounding has to act. This case here, where you're looking at 30 years, roughly 30 years, 25 to 30 years, you had a couple of bull markets, a couple of, well, 3 really pretty severe crashes, and a lost decade on the S&P 500. So it was not exactly a smooth ride. And if you look at the ending balances, they're about 6, 8, they're about 7 or 8% higher on the 100% equity portfolio, 82 versus 77%, $77,000 for a $10,000 investment. And if you have a 50-50 portfolio, it's about $3,000 out of about 55,000. So that's about 6-7%. So it does make a difference. And if you have the time, it can make a large difference.
And
so, Paul, There's two things I love about what you're doing for your granddaughter, and congratulations on getting a granddaughter. That's one of life's great blessings. So I'm happy for you. One of the things I love is that your granddaughter is very likely to invest like Rip Van Winkle. She's not going to peak, right? So the no rebalancing gives her a chance to learn a good investing life lesson by the time she does peak. And we know that by the time she does peak in 20-ish years, there's a very high likelihood that small cap value will have outperformed the S&P 500. Yes. And so that gives her a chance to learn the lesson early in life that, this diversification is a good thing, and having some exposure to small in value is helpful. The one thing I think I would do slightly differently is, instead of the S&P 500, I might do a total market. And the reason I would do that is I love being able to go to this granddaughter as she gets older and teach her what it is to own equities, and say, you own, every time you go to a business, you own a piece of that business. Every time you see people going to work, they're going to work for you.
Right.
You love Disney. When you watch Disney and they make money, you make a little money too. And I just think the idea of being able to say that you participate in the whole market is kind of, that's a really interesting thing. And you could even do that worldwide. You don't have to just do US. You could do worldwide. And so I kind of like that story for a young person as they get old enough to understand it. And we know the returns would be dramatically different if it was US total market versus S&P 500. If you go worldwide, then it's slightly different. But anyway, I think it's fantastic, and I'm really happy for you and your granddaughter.
Well, thanks, Chris. And by the way, it is interesting. A couple things to note from what you showed us here, Daryl, is, first of all, the CAGR, the annualized growth rate here, is not as high as people would expect from an all equity portfolio. And one of the things that has been happening, we normally think of since 2000, the rate of return on the market has been, particularly like the S&P 500, has been around 7%. Now, the S&P 500 had an amazing return from about 95 to 99, which was not true of a lot of other equity asset classes. But it shows that for long periods of time, you may not get that famous 10%. And by the way, one of the things that the three of us are working hard to do is to find those folks who want to do this themselves, so that they didn't have to pay somebody 1% a year. And had it been 1% a year instead of 7.57, it would have been closer to 6.57. So there is an even bigger payoff if we can find the comfort and the knowledge to be able to do this ourselves. And speaking of that, I do want to, let's see, the next table I'd like to have up, if you would, Daryl, is the one on the combination of the S&P 500 and the small cap value indexes. This came to me out of a conversation that I was having with Craig Apple, who is the gentleman who the very young gentleman who developed our calculator. And we're going to have a conversation with Craig about his trip to the world of the FIRE movement, which I think you're going to find very interesting. But in that FIRE movement, there are a lot of people who believe that all of their money should be in the total market index. And Chris just mentioned that a minute ago. And this is the US total market index that is commonly recommended. And of course, our position, I would say, not just mine, is that it would be nice to also have some small cap value in that portfolio. And Craig had an opportunity to talk with people who are very committed to total market index only. And one of the reasons is because it is so simple. Of course, I get a little confused in why that recommendation, if you want simplicity, wouldn't be a target date fund. But aside from that, when I heard that this challenge to people to be able to deal with two funds instead of one, I thought about this table that you put together. I think it started a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, Daryl. And in fact, I think this one goes through 2020, not 2021. But this is the fine-tuning table where on the left-hand column we have the S&P 500. On the right-hand column we have 100% small cap value, and in between are combinations of the S&P 500 and small cap value. And of course, that led in our work to showing people the implications of 50-50 in each of those. But what the conversation with Craig led me to kind of maybe to restate this combination is, rather than looking at having a whole bunch of small cap value, much like Chris has in his two funds for life strategy, what if that combination included only a little bit of the small cap value along with the total market index? Well, we don't have the total market index as such in a table, but the S&P 500 has virtually the same return since 1928. In fact, I think there's a 0.1% advantage to the S&P 500. So for all practical purposes, same return, largely because they are both cap weighted, which means the very, very large companies drive most of the return in that index. And what I wanted to take us, and for us to take a look at, in the hopes of thinking in terms of, could we educate the people in the FIRE community to what it suggests if we only put, let's say, 10, 20, even 30% of the money into small cap value. And Daryl, if you'll scroll down so we can look at the end of this 51-year period, you'll notice the S&P 500, the annualized return was 10.7%. If you put 10% into the small cap value, that return goes up 0.4% to 11.1. But what I want you to see is what was the worst 12 months when you look at those two. Well, the worst 12 months for the S&P 500 only was a loss of 43.3 versus 43.9.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So you took a little bit, and if we looked at the worst drawdown, the worst decline before it turned around and went back up, the difference is 51% for the S&P 500 versus 51.6%. In other words, they are virtually the same in terms of the risk characteristics, but one produced 0.4% more. But we need to go further. We need to go further because if we go to 20%, the return is 11.4%. And yes, the worst 12 months was 44.5 compared to 43.3 from where we started. And the worst drawdown was 52.4 versus 51. Again, I cannot believe that anybody would remember that difference when they were going through it. I can tell you, nobody was happy when that was going on. But what was the impact of that extra risk, if you want to call it? You picked up now 0.7. And if you just go one more column over to 30% in the small cap value and 70% in the S&P 500 or total market index. Now you have added 1% from the original, an additional 1%. And we have talked ad nauseum about what does an extra half of 1% mean to a lifetime investor? $1 million to $2 million. So we're talking about potentially $1 million to $2 million worth of additional money coming out of these investments over a lifetime, and what you leave for others by going up to a 30% small cap value. And what do I see on the worst drawdown? What do I see on the worst 12 months? Still, the differences are minimal, and not the kind of differences that would cause one to feel like, oh my God, I've done something stupid here. And by the way, it's worth mentioning, and I know short-term returns don't mean a thing, but when I look at this year, guess what has done better? Small cap value or the S&P 500? I think there's a 5 or 6% advantage, even though it's still a loss, with small cap value this year versus the S&P 500 or the total market index. Now, you two, Chris, please fire away. What more would you add to what I've just said?
Well, some people listening may be hearing the annualized return went up by 0.3, and the worst case drawdown went down by a similar amount. You know, those sound like they're in the same ballpark. You know, what's the big deal? Well, you have to remember that the annualized return comes in, it's compounded over all of the years that you're invested. So it's like you get that benefit, that few tenths of a percent across the whole 30 years, 40 years. The worst drawdown you might only experience once. Maybe you experience something similar twice, but they're short-term pain compared to the long-term gain. And so even though the numbers sound like they're in the same ballpark, the annualized return numbers are way more important.
Terrific. Daryl, do you want to add?
Two things. I think the drawdowns here, like Chris mentioned, they aren't that different, but the drawdowns represent a behavioral finance risk of capitulation.
Yeah.
And if you're okay with a 51% drawdown, but not with a 53.5% drawdown, I think you need to ask yourself why you think you're that smart to know the difference between that little bitty difference. Yeah. And so if you're not going to capitulate at 51% with a total market index, why would you at 53% if you even knew that was the difference? And so I think going to 30/70 small cap value total market or S&P 500 is not a big leap in terms of additional risk for the potential benefit you get with a potentially in the past, for example, over this 50 some odd years of a 1% difference in your compound annual. You get that every year, not consistently, but over time, that was your annual difference in return. The other thing I would point out is down here on the lower right, is that how often did the small cap value portfolio, these are 100% numbers, outperform the total market or the S&P 500? And you see that more often than not, although it's about 50-50 over this 50 some odd year period, 51 year period, I guess it is. The small cap value did better 27 years and the S&P did better 24 years. So that's essentially half the time, one way or the other. They kind of bounce back and forth. And so the good news is you got some of both. And so when one's doing better, it pulls the other one up. And so that helps. But the other key difference, and this is where I think these differences in returns comes from, is that when the small cap value portfolio outperforms the S&P 500 portfolio, it does so by almost 5%. No, by almost 6% rather. When the S&P outperforms the small cap value, it does 11% better per year than the small cap value did. When small cap value outperforms the total market, it does almost 17%, 16.8 almost does 17% better. And so even though they kind of ping pong back and forth, half and half, when the small cap value does better than S&P 500, it does better, much better than when the S&P 500 outperforms the small cap value.
This question comes up later. I'm going to address it now. And basically, I'm restating the question a little bit, but what the person wants to know is if they follow our advice today, are we expecting them to keep doing this for the rest of their life? Now, I didn't mention I was going to bring this topic up today, but it's certainly something that's been on my mind recently, particularly when I think about this wonderful little girl that's coming into the world, and her grandfather and grandmother want these wonderful things to be done in terms of being able not only to have more maybe security herself, but to be able to do good for the rest of the world is when we're not around. And the three of us are not going to be around forever. It's one of the interesting challenges. Daryl, how many years are you going to be around?
Till the end.
Well, I'd like to think I've got another 15-year run.
Yeah, maybe.
But not doing this. I suspect they will have put me out to pasture before I get to 15 years. But it does pose a very interesting question about, okay, I buy the idea of the best in class that Chris comes up with the ETFs. But Chris, what would you tell somebody who is depending on these great picks that you put together? What would you tell them about 30 years from now, beyond the point that you're likely to be wanting to be doing this? What would you tell them? What do they do?
I think to the extent that they can stick with one plan, that they can pick one and stick with it, it'll be better for them. But there will be twists and turns along the way. Fund names will change. Funds will go out of business and be acquired. They'll learn new things. Somewhere along the way, they may exceed their risk tolerance and panic sell. And I think the Jack Bogle quote of, you'll do all right as long as you don't do too many things wrong. I think that's true. We're all making mistakes all the time. And I think this is where either an advisor or a sounding board can be really helpful. If you can find somebody, maybe it's your companion, maybe it's another investor. If you can find somebody you can talk to along the way about the big decisions you're thinking about making, I think that's a great way to short circuit a lot of the mistakes and then slowing down as well. So, you hope that people are consistent and find something they can stick with for the long term. But reality is that, we're all going to make changes along the way, and just hopefully not too many big mistakes, and we'll be okay.
You have just reminded me of advice I gave to folks many, many years ago, that if you could find somebody else as committed to this process as you are, to do the right thing, to understand how the process works in your best interest, if you could find that partner, then you could, in essence, manage each other's money, to take the emotion out of that process. Now, I know there's a lot of things that could go wrong with that, but the idea is your idea, Chris, of finding somebody to work with that isn't going to charge you 1%, but is going to be working to the same end that you are, to help bring that peace of mind that you need. And Daryl, do you want to add anything before I go on? I'm not sure.
I'm good.
Okay, good. There you go. Okay, that's great. Well, thanks for that, guys. Good stuff. I want to read a letter. It's a little lengthy, but there's a great story in this letter. Karen says, I'm not sure if you will read this or even respond. I feel stuck. I mean, really stuck. I love to research things before I make decisions. I read your book. We're talking millions in parens for my daughter who is investing at 18 and doing well. It was fantastic. I have listened to so many YouTube videos, podcasts from Choose FI to Bigger Money Pockets, Clark Howard, Dave Ramsey, Stacking Benjamins, and so many more. They all have fantastic advice. I'm still stuck. I haven't made any meaningful changes to my portfolio, even though I've been researching for over 2.5 years. The problem is there are too many choices. They all look good, every single one of them. I'm definitely a do-it-yourself investor. We came to it late. We need every penny we can to work for us. I definitely feel I'm able to do this. I just can't make a decision. I'm in my early 40s. I do not work, but feel like my part-time job is keeping up with all the investment research and news, and my husband's in his mid-50s. We currently have a very small $250,000 in total investments between 401ks and Roth IRAs. And she goes on to talk about, I'm acutely aware of how far we are away from our target goal, but I also now know that we're better off than others. Since we are late to the game, I just worry that whatever plan we choose will be the wrong one. I am perfectly willing to set it and forget it, and I love the idea of passive investing and indexes. They give me a safe and secure feeling of good diversity. I can ride the market. I have no problem with that either. I would consider myself conservative to moderately aggressive, although I sometimes think I should be more aggressive, given the fact that we are behind our goal to retire at age 67. And she goes on and she talks about how great the 2, 3, and 4 fund strategies are, the work that we're doing and others, but she is still not able to make the decision. She says, I know you probably get a lot of emails from a lot of people, so I apologize for not keeping this brief. If you're able to give me any insight, I would love to hear from you, Karen. And my God, does my heart go out for Karen. And so the question is, can the three of us turn Karen's life around? And I've got some ideas. You guys have got some ideas. Chris, why don't you come out of the gate first on this one?
Well, one of the first things that strikes me is that her email presupposes she needs to change something. And she didn't tell us what her portfolio is. She might not. She may be just fine. So, you know, that's interesting in and of itself. She might actually have the right instincts that her portfolio is okay the way it is and leaving it alone is just fine. The other thought is that when you're stuck like that, finding somebody to talk to who can advise you, it's not us, we can't, but finding somebody you could might be very helpful. So finding a fee-only advisor willing to talk to her for a few hours, you know, even if it costs a few $100s or even small thousands, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 might be worth it in the long run to have that confidence that either what she has is fine or that there's a prudent change she could make that will improve her chances of meeting her goals. And in her case, especially since she feels behind, somebody who has planning skills and the software to run some scenarios for her to let her know whether she's going to be able to catch up or not, I think would be really useful. So I think in her case, finding a little bit of professional help could probably be very, very good.
Terrific. Daryl?
Yeah, I feel for her because it is hard to change your portfolio or to do something, to pull the trigger. It really is. You're always worried about doing the wrong thing. But I think this is, she's done enough research and she's got a field of good choices for the most part in front of her to pick from. And I think it's like Chris mentioned earlier, you know, you only have to do a few things right. As long as you don't do too many things wrong, you'll be okay. And I think picking again, for the most part, any one of those portfolios is going to be not wrong. I used to have a mentor who said, the better is the enemy of the good enough. And so many of those portfolios will be good enough. And it's hard to say which one's going to be the best, but many of them, maybe most of them, are going to be good enough. And that's where the advisor might be able to help you. One thing I would offer to her is that we have a suite of what we call no nonsense portfolios. And they're simple portfolios. They have 1, 2, 3, or 4 funds in them, equity funds. And then they kind of cover the gamut of a lot of different things. But one thing I would offer for her is to take a look at those portfolios on the website. And I'll just point out a couple of things here, if I can figure out how to share this. There we go. So this is kind of a comparison data table that we have. There's a lot of numbers on here, and it's very busy. And I apologize for that, but if you take the time and you look at it, there's really some good information on here, I think. So, and the one thing I would draw her attention to is the U.S. 4-fund portfolio. She mentioned in her email, she mentioned J.L. Collins, for example, which he's a total U.S. market person, which is essentially the S&P 500. And so over the last 50 years or so, that's had about 11% return. Well, the U.S. 4 fund has had a 13.2% return. That's a high, a 2% per year higher on average return than the total market. It's 4 funds, and you can rebalance it, but it sounds like she's capable to do that, has capability to do that. But the other thing is that I think since they do have a short period of time, I think it's important to look at the consistency of returns. And if you look at the total market, the decadal returns for the 70s, 80s, 90s, aughts, and 10s, let's say, they had 6% for the 70s, 17% for the 80s, 18% for the 90s, 0% for the aughts, 15% for the 10s. So it bounces around quite a bit. The 4 fund had about 11, 19, 17, 6, and 14. It's a much smoother ride. I added some numbers to our table here. This number down below here, 5.1%, that's the standard deviation of the decadal returns. And it's 5.1% for the 4 fund. It's almost 8% for the total market. So the ride is much smoother, and it's more dependable. And her husband in his mid 50s, and they're targeting retirement at 67. They have a short time horizon, 10 to 15 years maybe. So looking at these decadal returns gives you a feel for how, in the past, how dependable the returns have been for these different portfolios. If we take a look at that and we see how these, I don't know how many there are here, nine portfolios, see how they stack up relative to each other for each decade during the past 50 years. So here, you can see on this chart here, and we can probably put this in the show notes, can't we, Paul?
Sure.
So this is the portfolio. On the left here, we have the portfolios of these 9 or whatever they are portfolios.
11, I think.
Sorry?
I think there are 11.
11 portfolios ranked by their returns for each decade, the 70s, for example. The S&P 500 is at the bottom with a 5.8% compound annual growth rate. The all value worldwide is at the top with a 14% growth rate. But if you look at the 4 fund, it had an 11.5 or it had a 10.5%. It's in the middle. It's this blue one here.
And this was from 70 to 79.
70 through 79, right. And the green down here is the total market. And it was 6. If you go to the 80s, the US 4 fund is in the middle again with almost 19. Total market had 18, but it's at the bottom. Not that 18 or 17, not that that's a bad return, but it's at the bottom, and the 4 fund did better. In the 90s, the US 4 fund had 17 and the total market had 18. In the tens, or the aughts rather, the 4 fund had a 6% return and the total market had zero. You're no better off at the end than you were at the beginning. In the teens or tens, total market had a 15 and the 15.2, and the 4 fund had a 13.7. Kind of in the middle of the stack again for the 4 fund, and not that much worse than the total market. Like back in the 80s when the 4 fund was a little bit better, but not a lot, than the total market. So the point of all this is that the total market bounces around of these 11 portfolios, which are all fairly simple and straightforward. The total market, spent 3 out of the 5 decades at the bottom and 2 at the top. So it was not always a best performer. The 4 fund is in the middle and had fairly consistent returns when you look at them decade by decade. So with only 15 years to go, I think that having the 4 fund as your equity portion of your portfolio will provide a smoother return with the opportunity for higher returns than the total market. If you go back and you look at this here, it was over that 50-year period, it's 2% per year better.
I think that's great stuff, Daryl. And I would just add one other possibility. If she is this nervous about every step that she takes, it could be difficult. But let's say I'm going to take her at her word. She looks at her job she says, I do not work, but feel like my part-time job is keeping up with all investment research and news. I would like to believe that a good buy and hold investor maybe has to spend 5 or 10 minutes a week keeping up, because you're a buy and hold investor. You're not looking for the information to make the next move. So I've got an idea. You have found some wonderful folks in terms of their desire for you to do well on your own. And so how about taking that $250,000 and breaking it up? You got time. Breaking it up into 5 different portfolios, independently managed, using, for example, out of our collection, maybe you could use the worldwide value portfolio for one portfolio. Maybe you use the 4 fund US for another portfolio. Then you hire J.L. Collins. I don't mean you're going to hire him, but you're going to use his advice and put another part of the portfolio into the total market index. But you find, I don't know what Paula Pants recommends. I don't know what some of these others recommend, but I do know that if you look at them as all being fantastic, then why do you put them, all 5 of them, or whatever it amounts to, have 5 different portfolios that have some differences? Maybe something with some international in the portfolio that you're not going to get with the 4 fund US. You're not going to get with the J.L. Collins. And use that to spend your time. And by the way, Daryl's right, Chris is right. We have no idea which of these strategies are going to be the best for the rest of your life. And of course, the older we get, the less dependable those expected returns are likely to be. I hope that is helpful.
Paul, if I can just add
Yes,
one last thought for Karen. If she's really committed to the DIY path, similar to your idea, but more incremental, she could take 1% per month. So, she could, every month, she could say, what truth did I learn that I believe in that is not reflected in my portfolio? And then take 1% of the portfolio and put it in that. And if she did, the thing I like about that is that, that's 12% per year. In 8 years, she will have touched the whole portfolio. So it's gradual. But it gives her practice too. Every month you do something, and every month you do something, you realize it didn't kill you, right? It's like, oh, I can trade. I can do it without making a mistake, right? So it's just another way to break it down, because your approach would have her trade everything in the first month into these 5 different portfolios, and that might just be too much. It would freak her out. So, and maybe it's 2% per month, whatever it is. I think that's another way to come at it, is just move little bits, move little pieces, and over time evolve, and then you'll build confidence and be able to do bigger changes over time too.
That's great.
I think one other thing that she should think about, and that's that what will be your post-retirement asset allocation. Presumably it will have some fixed income in it. And so maybe not right now, but sometime probably in the next 5 to 7 years, you will have to start gliding towards that retirement allocation. So she should think about what that allocation is, and then as part of her 5 minutes a month, look at what the glide path would need to be and when it would start. I think that's good. I look at Chris's touch it every month with a little bit of trepidation, because, and I think you even said this, Chris, is your portfolio is like a bar of soap. Every time you touch it, it gets smaller. And so I think DIY buy and hold is just that. I don't know that she needs to do it all at once. It's inside her 401k and IRAs, so there are no tax implications. But if she wanted to, it's not really dollar cost averaging, I guess, but if she wanted to transition to whatever portfolio she decides over a month, that would be fine. But
if she really wants to go crazy with work, then she can go to the article entitled 150 Portfolios Better Than Yours, in which at the White Coat Investor, where they have looked at 150 different portfolios that they believe are all legitimate portfolios. The one thing, and in responding to what Chris said, is if she is now presently all in equities, but the equities don't represent strategies that somebody has taken a look at in terms of their likeliness to work for them, to do it all at one time and get it into 5 different portfolios is probably, one, going to be more diversification than she has now. 2, is likely going to be in the kinds of funds that she should be in, I hope index funds. And 3 will represent portfolios that will give her a return that will meet her needs. Gentlemen, thank you for that. I'm going to move on here to an email. Says, I appreciate all that you and your foundation do for financial education. I'm 44 years old with a long investing horizon. When I first created my allocation, I intended for a small cap value tilt, which I have with my US equities. I may have misread that. At the time, I do not have access to a good small cap value international fund, which I now have via ETFs. Do you think it would be better now to change from my international small cap blend, a Vanguard fund, to the international small cap value that Chris has in his best in class? That's an Avantis a small cap international value. Would you expect better long-term performance by doing so? Chris, what say you?
I would expect higher returns in an international small cap value fund over an international small cap blend over the long term, provided Yeah, it's got a good expense ratio and a reasonable exposure to the factors. And it sounds like he has access to a good fund, so that would be the case. There's no guarantees, though. You could go a decade. You could go, 2 decades even. In there's just no guarantees without seeing that benefit. So, I think if you're going to do it, you do it based on a firm belief in the academic research and the historical returns, and then you look away and you let it go.
That's great. Daryl?
I agree with Chris. The only thing, and I don't know enough about the factors and how the international small cap value indexes are constructed, but I suspect, or I've heard, that that's probably a very small asset class.
Yes.
And so I would be concerned about whether there's enough there to construct a good quality index and maintain it over time. But Chris is way more knowledgeable about this than I am. And also, I don't know if this is the case now of going from the international small cap blend to the international small cap value is again another case of enemy of better is the enemy of the good enough. I'm not sure about that. In theory, yes, it should have a higher expected return, but I would just be a little concerned about it. But that's me.
Well, there are a lot of international small cap value companies. Chris, I don't know if you know how many the Avantis have in that particular portfolio. Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm not worried about the Avantis fund being bigger than the market opportunity at this point.
Okay.
If it was Vanguard and it was a really popular fund, I might be a little more worried about it. But even DFA, who's been around for ages, they have a very, very large investment in that part of the market, and
that's true.
Still invest there out of the belief that there is a premium to be had and meaningful diversification benefits to be had as well.
I sit corrected.
Well, I will just add that looking at the DFA a book that I have here, and we look from 1990 to 2021, whether you look at the small cap growth versus small cap value, there's about a 2% advantage to the small cap value. Or if we look at the large cap blend versus the small cap value, there is also about a 2% compound rate of return advantage. So intuitively, I would think too that small cap value is going to be better. You guys, we have spent a lot of time on the questions we've gone over. Is there a question you really of the group that we were going to do? Either one of you got a question you really wanted to focus in on and share some information?
I have one, and I can make it quick. We had a question about a woman who was concerned about her daughter.
Yes.
And she was 64 years old and retired, and her daughter was 36 and has some challenges. And what the mother wanted to do was set up a fund for her daughter so her daughter could retire. And she asked whether or not the Vanguard Life Strategy Moderate Growth Fund would be a good alternative to start putting some money in and have whatever proceeds or whatever funds came along at the time go into that fund for her daughter. And I think that that's probably a good option, but I would offer something different for her to think about, and that would be maybe a target date fund. The VSGX is a 60-40 fund, and so it's got a risk profile like this. This is an asset allocation table for the Vanguard target date glide path, and it goes from for those who can't see, it goes from years to target date, and then to beyond the target date and shows how different funds are allocated between U.S. and international stocks and U.S. bonds and international bonds, and some short-term tips. But the point here is that the fund she picked has a constant asset allocation of 60%. And so if she puts it in there and lets it ride, even into her retirement, her daughter will have a fund that has 60-40%. If she puts it in the target date fund, say she picks the 2055, that's what, about 30 years from now, 20 years from now, 25 years from now, let's say. She will start out young. She's right kind of in this ballpark right here where it would 25 years before retirement, where it would be 90%. And so she would get the advantage of having a higher equity allocation and higher returns potentially early on in the phase here. And then as she gets closer and closer to retirement, it will automatically reduce the equity allocation down to a lower risk profile, to where by the time she's a few years after retirement, it'll be down to 30%, and nobody has to do anything. That happens automatically. And I think it gives her the opportunity for higher returns early on, and moves her to a lower risk profile as she nears retirement. That's
good. And the other thing that she could do, taking your advice, she could, maybe she's worried about having any more than 60% in equities, in which case she could go to the lifestyle fund now, but she should be prepared to move it into a target date fund later on, when that target date fund is sitting on 60% equities, and then let it go in the target date fund from that point on. She just may not want to expose her money to that much risk. Well,
the other thing is the mother is 64 now, and the target date fund won't reach 60% for about another 20 years. So the mother would be 84 then, and she may or may not, nobody knows, but she may or may not be around to help her daughter at that point.
Yeah,
and that's what I like about the target date fund. It's automatic, and it gives you the opportunity for better returns early on, and manages your risk after retirement.
Terrific. And that's great, Daryl. And Chris, do you have another topic you were going to wanted to talk about?
Nope. I think we're good.
Okay. Well, you guys have done it again. You are absolutely wonderful, and I get credit for things that I have not done. And I want to be very careful in this regard. Like somebody will write and say to me, "You and Chris have done a great job at blank." No, it was Chris did a great job at whatever that project might be. The same with Daryl. I am really but a lowly teacher here, passing on the good work of these folks, and along, by the way, with our truth tellers. So
it's good that you're humble, Paul, but we couldn't do what we do without you.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's great to have you on the teams. So thanks to you, and thanks to all of you. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure when this conversation is going to be released. If it is prior to November 5th, I just want you to know that I'm going to be spending a morning on November 5th with Tom Cock. We'll be sending out information, but Tom and I are going to have a conversation about things that are on the minds of people either close to or in retirement. I worked with Tom for many, many years. He is, as well as far as I'm concerned, a great truth teller, and I'll be happy to be there with him. We will not have Don with us, Don McDonald, but it's going to be a great day for me, and I hope for the people who they can be there live or they can be there online. So watch for that notice, if you will. And we, all three of us, wish you all the very best. And we want to be part of the team to help you have a better financial future. Thanks for being with us.
It's Paul Merriman with Sound Investing. Sound Investing, soundinvesting.com, and paulmerriman.com are produced and exclusively owned by Paul Merriman, who is solely responsible for their content. For more information, free articles, mutual fund recommendations, and more, visit paulmerriman.com. with Sound Investing. Here's Paul Merriman.
When we started our foundation, we created a mission. And that mission was to provide information and tools to help investors of all ages. And we really meant of all ages. It's pretty easy to think about how you could give advice that could last from the time that somebody goes to work and puts money aside and then retires and eventually passes that savings and portfolio along to others. But our goal was to go further, and that was to offer advice on what to do for even a newborn child. Now, it's been a while since we've had a newborn child in our family. I have a 9-year-old grandson, but in the last month or so, we have a new granddaughter. And this made me rethink and really focus on what am I going to do? And I say, what am I going to do? It's what are my wife and I going to do to do something good for her as we have done for the other grandchildren. And it made me go back to the drawing board and think of the implications of how this money was set aside. Now, I'm going to be talking very openly about what we did. I'm going to talk about it generically, and then Daryl is going to dive into some numbers. I mean, he is the man of tables here, and he's going to present a whole bunch of tables. But these are tables for people who might want to give less, maybe give more, might want to do it for different reasons, might want to take different levels of risk. There are a whole bunch of variables that Daryl's going to take a look at. But it starts, I think, with somebody being interested in the idea of helping other young people. So we've written articles. When I say we, I mean Rich Buck and I have written articles about how to put away $365 a year, how to put away $3,000 one time, and how to invest that for a newborn child. And this time, instead of putting the money into a crummy trust, which we've talked about at length some years ago, and just so you know, a crummy trust makes it possible to put away some money for anybody, but it could be a newborn child. And there is a way that you very easily can give that money to them, take it back, put it into a trust that they can't touch for however long you want it to be. And I have grandchildren who can't touch it until they're 65. And that money is compounding tax deferred until they are 65, and then they get to start taking some money out. But this is a very different approach. But the idea was, how could we put some money aside that could compound tax-free or tax-deferred for the rest of their life? And how could we do it in a way that if we gave it to them, it would likely remain trying to achieve the original goal that grandma and grandpa had for this grandchild? And so what we're going to discuss today is what I consider to be our best shot at having that happen. If I could, the $10,000 that we have gifted to each one of the grandchildren, all we really wanted to do was to put it aside and let it compound tax-free if possible. The problem is that to do a tax-free compounding means a Roth IRA. And we don't have a way to put this granddaughter to work and pay her for her work and get that money set aside. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put that money into an account, and Daryl will talk about how that is going to work, and then to move money out of that account into the child's Roth IRA when they have the earned income, in essence, as quickly as possible to get everything underneath the umbrella of that tax-free environment. Now, I've been criticized. Even my wife has criticized me about this idea of tying up the money until the child is retired. But I look at it differently. You know, people save money for the down payment on a house. They save money to go for a trip. And the idea is to have enough to do it the way that you would like to do it. And what I do wish for each of our grandchildren is that when they retire, hopefully having done something remarkable or fun or productive during their working years, that they will then spend probably a third of their life retired. And by the way, those that don't have enough are really likely to work until they're 70 before they retire. Maybe with this $10,000, it could produce enough return over 50 or 55 or 60 years that they don't have to work until they're 70. Or, as in my case, if they're loving what they're doing and they're willing to work until they're 70, I think it would be nice if they found that in retirement they had enough income to do everything they might like to do. And they're really, as I think you all know, if you had a wish list and you could just magically have the money in your retirement account to pay for the wish list, there probably are places that many people would like to travel, or experiences they'd like to have, or money they'd like to give away to causes they care about, but that they have not unlimited amounts of money, but more money. And by the way, it may be simply to live a better lifestyle in terms of, doesn't have to be something where you travel the world. I know lots of people, I'm kind of one of them, that if I didn't travel a lot, it would be quite all right. But a lot of people do want to travel. A lot of people just want to have the security of having enough during a period of time they no longer have income, and they like to have the idea that they have enough. And of course, I've always thought to have more than enough would be nice, just in case something went wrong. And for some people, I think the money might not have much impact on them, but they might like the idea of giving money away. I must say that it is a luxury to be able to donate amounts of money to other people for projects that my wife and I think are honorable, good things, and to be able to support those charitable organizations. That can be very special. And in fact, the older I get, the more fun giving is. And I think most people have that experience as they get older. In fact, I have read or been told that the average person really doesn't start giving away much money until they're about 62. So to be able to have extra money to give away, I think that would be a neat thing to do. And my wife thinks that everything I do has to do with my ego. Well, maybe it does, but here is a little thought I have, and this is my ego showing. I'm thinking that if this $10,000 works out, and our grandchildren will have more money to use, to enjoy, give to others, I hope the impact is good and doesn't cause a problem. But by the time you get to retirement, really that's a I think a whole different ball game when it comes to money. So what I'm hoping is that our grandchildren will remember us from time to time. And by the time they're 60 or 65, it wouldn't surprise me if my wife and I were not daily topics of discussion. But if we've helped leave them a pool to enjoy life, I think it would be nice to have them remember that this was a dream we had. And right now, we're working on an article for Market Watch. Rich Buck and I are working on an article that is going to include a letter that will be given to our granddaughter at some age. She might be 18, she might be 21. That's going to depend in large part on her mother when she shares this letter. But that letter, it really isn't about money per se. It's not about investing per se, but it is about the dream that my wife and I have in terms of what this money might do. Now, what we're going to show you are some numbers. I'm going to call them, for the sake of discussion, the nominal numbers. These are the theoretical numbers. But as so often happens, there are the real numbers that it can be very different from the nominal numbers. So I know that inflation will eat up a lot of the value of the growth of this investment. I know tax laws will change. I know it's also possible that our granddaughter will not wait until she's 60 or 65 or whatever that age might be that we had hoped that she would. So the money would grow to be of a significant amount and be used in those years of retirement. But we know that might not happen. Those are the real numbers. And there are 50 things, 50 hurdles. Well, in a sense, there are thousands of hurdles because out there, when this pool of money grows to be significant, there are thousands of people who have got a great idea better than what we're going to suggest that money be invested in. And we'll be talking about that as well today as a part of this presentation on how this process works. So there are a lot of hurdles to be cleared, but I think the process, at least theoretically, is pretty simple. And Daryl has done, I just think, a great job of putting together the numbers. Remember, we always like to follow the math when we can. And I think you'll find this a hopeful trip. So, Daryl, would you be so kind as to lay it out, kind of step by step, what you did in terms of the numbers, which, of course, also implies what happens to the money and how it gets invested. Could you please do that? And then when you're done, old Chris, you and I can butt in at any time. That's the deal. Because, and Daryl, it won't be rude, but if we have a question, we're probably thinking somebody else has a question, and we're not going to wait till the end for all the questions, but we'll try to stay out of your presentation as best we can, Daryl, and just let you have the fun. You've done a great job on this project, and as always, you guys are masters at helping people understand investing. So fire away, my friend.
So Paul gave a very good introduction about what we're going to talk about this morning, and that's how to build a fund for your grandchild that can provide a lasting legacy for your grandchild. So, as Paul mentioned, there are many reasons you can do this, and they're personal and varied for everyone. You can provide supplemental income during retirement, achieving life goals for your grandchild, provide a buffer against life's unknowns, and all of these things, and there are many other things too. And all these things mean you might operate the fund differently than you intended to begin with, or that the way we've chosen to implement the fund, it can all be different. And so what that means is that maybe the amount you can put in isn't the same. Maybe you don't feel comfortable reaching for the rate of return that we show. Maybe you can't maybe your child's already 5 years old, and so your grandchild, so you can only start now. There could be many different things. And so what we've done here is to build a simplified scenario where we can change many of those different variables and see what the effect on the ultimate outcome for the grandchild is. How much do they end up having if they retire? What if they retire early? Those kinds of things. And so we try to go through and look at what the sensitivities of those different parameters are to give you a feel for how your decisions can change the ultimate outcomes. And we've simplified the approach, and it's only to provide an indication of what those sensitivities are, not to provide guidance or tell you what the returns are going to be, because nobody knows, those kinds of things. So the basic scenario, Paul described this a little bit, but the basic scenario that we've again simplified is to start with $10,000 at age 0. Child's born, boom, write a check, $10,000 into a taxable investment account. And for our baseline scenario, all these accounts grow at a constant rate of 12% per year. The taxable account, obviously, you have to pay taxes on the gains and dividends in that account, capital gains and dividends on that account. So those are paid by withdrawals from that account. And also, when you make withdrawals from that account to fund the Roth IRA, you have to pay taxes on that. So those are all included in the simulation. The baseline, again, is retire at 65. Take 5% of the Roth account balance at the beginning of the year, every year, for expenses or whatever they want to do with it, basically. And the plan ends at age 95. This is a simplified approach. There are many ways you can make this more complicated, but this is simple enough to show you the sensitivities for the key decisions that you have to make in trying to implement this account, and hopefully make the ones that make your account do what you want it to do. Some of the assumptions we've had to make about this approach is that Roth contributions are made on the first of the year. Dividends are considered as 100% taxable. Capital gains are considered 100% tax. Capital gains distributions are considered 100% taxable. The capital gains actually are 100% taxable. And all taxes are paid by withdrawals from the taxable account. The Roth contributions are made on the first of the year, and the retirement withdrawals are taken on the first of the year, once a year. And also, we've chosen to not take any retirement withdrawals from the taxable account. So if there's one still in existence at their retirement, what that means is all these withdrawals are tax-free. So if they wanted to take something from a taxable account, they would obviously have to pay taxes on that. So,
Daryl, can I just butt in here for a second?
Absolutely.
In this case I'm working on right now with our granddaughter, that taxable account is opened in the name of our daughter. And so she will be investing that account. The express purpose of this individual separate account is to fund the Roth IRA for the granddaughter. So some people might choose to put the money in the name of the grandchild in a custodial account. The only thing I'm concerned about is if they do that when the child reaches 18 or whatever the age of majority might be, they have access to that money. And I'm a little sensitive about that. I would rather have an adult in charge of it in those early years. And so in the first 20 years, most all the money is in that taxable account in my daughter's name. And it is only then that some money starts to trickle in relative to the body of the money into the Roth IRA, and gives it some time for the child to get used to having this account. And by the way, I think it's important. that child will be able to see how that investment did for her for those first 18 or 21 years. So there'll be some real history of how the money grew. So it will be a kind of personal experience that is typically hard for someone to get because all they know is what other people got or they read about. But this will, in essence, be hers eventually.
Right.
Thank you.
If we go ahead and look at the way the simulation is set up, even though it's simplified, there are a lot of different inputs to this. The starting age, the starting amount, the rate of return, when you start to make Roth contributions, how much the Roth contribution is. We've chosen to make it, Paul has chosen to make it $8,000 here. And that's to try to reflect the fact that those Roth contributions might eventually get bumped up a little bit by the time you start making the contributions here. Do we inflate the Roth contribution? Do we do catch-ups? When do you retire? What's the withdrawal rate, portfolio withdrawal rate? When's the end of the plan? What kind of inflation rate do we use for converting to real dollars? Capital gains tax rate, dividend rate, ordinary dividend tax rate are other inputs. You can see those when you look at the slides here. So, but the baseline scenario starts at age 0, $10,000, earns 12%. Start making Roth contributions at 21. Contributions are $8,000 a year. Grandchild retires at 65 and takes out 5% of the portfolio balance every year at the beginning of the year, and the plan ends at 95. Inflation is 3%. Capital gains tax rate for this was 15%. Dividend rate is 2%, and ordinary dividend tax rate is 24%. That's basically your marginal tax rate. So in this scenario, you can look at the summary of the results down here, and the balance in the taxable account when the grandchild retires is over $1 million. The balance, these are nominal dollars, and the balance in the Roth account is almost $11 million. So that means the first retirement distribution is $542,000 or $43,000. And the last retirement at age 95 or 94 actually is $3.2 million. Those are nominal dollars. And so you look at the total of the retirement distributions and the ending account balances, you end up with a total benefit of $147 million. Well, those are nominal dollars, and that's over 95 years. So what that really shows you is the power of inflation. Okay, what we're going to look at for purposes of the rest of this discussion here are real dollars. They've all been brought back to essentially the age when you start the plan. Dollars. So if you start at age 0, then these are age $0. And so that $147 million total benefit is $10 million total benefit. That's still a lot in today's dollars over 95 years. First retirement withdrawal was $80,000 in today's dollars. That's a good bonus.
By the way, I might also add there, Daryl, that retirement balance that is taxable is still in the name of the mother, my daughter.
Probably not at the end of the plan, Paul.
Well, that's right. I mean, and so at the point that her mother passes on, that money then can be inherited with a stepped up basis.
Right.
I mean, now who knows what the tax laws will be, but at least with today's laws, that's the way it would work.
Right. Okay. So let's look at some of this data. So this screen shows the actual simulation spreadsheet driver, the driving spreadsheet. We'll just step through this a bit and kind of give you, not going to look at all this and go into all this detail, but it's just to provide you a little peek behind the curtain. So when we look at the tables, you can understand how they were arrived at. So again, this is our basic scenario. You've seen these inputs before, and then these are the same numbers we saw before with the $10.06 million total benefit. Contributions start at $10,000. By the time you make the first Roth contribution, the account is worth $98,000. And that first $8,000 contribution goes into the Roth account. And then at the end of that year, you have to take out about $1,800 to pay taxes on the gains in the account and the withdrawals on the dividends and on the withdrawals in the account. So that means when you get ready to make the next withdrawal for the next year, the account balance is actually bigger than it was when you started before. And then you do, it's 99, almost 100,000. So you do the same thing. And you continue doing this until age 65. When you are age 64, when you make the last withdrawal, and that goes into the Roth account over here. And after you make that last contribution, the account is over $10 million. And then the rest of this, as Paul mentioned, it sits in the taxable account and continues to grow. And then in the Roth account, at age 65, the grandchild takes out $542,000, and these continue to grow. These are nominal dollars. And so at the end of the scenario, at age 95, the Roth account or the taxable account has a value of $31 million. The Roth account has a value of almost $70 million. And the total amount of the real amount or the total amount of withdrawals made in retirement was $46 million. Nominal dollars. What that really means in real dollars, in terms of what he or she could have bought for it, is about $4 million in retirement distributions. There's about $2 million left in the taxable account, and about $4 million in today's dollars in the retirement account, for a total benefit of about $10 million. So that's the layout of how this normally works. We can just look at I'll show you one quick example here. If you only put in $5,000 at age 0, what you see happen is that at age 21, when you start, the account is only worth $49 million. So you take out $8,000, you put it into the Roth, same thing. But next year, the account is only worth $45 when comes time to make that second withdrawal. And you notice that by the time the grandchild is 28, the taxable account has been depleted. The Roth all of the funds have been moved to the Roth, and the Roth has an account balance of about $100,000, and it continues to grow out, and it ends up at about $40 million at the end of the plan. And the total retirement distributions were about 2.3 million instead of the almost 4 million it was before. So let's go back now and look at some of these tables. Okay, so this is the summary chart that we showed initially for the 12% returns. You can see these are the same inputs that we described before in the $10.06 billion for the total benefit in terms of real dollars. So what we did was we went through and we looked and we saw, what if we change some of these values and looked at ranges of these values? How does that affect the outcome? So the first one we looked at was, what if we changed the rate of return? Instead of 12%, suppose we only looked at 10%. We only got 10% return every year, year in, year out. So the total of the retirement distributions for 12% was 3.9, almost 4 million. At 10%, it's only 1 million, a little over 1 million. These are real dollars. So that's the power of the 2%. That's the difference between getting 10% and 12%. If you only get 8%, then the real amount of the total retirement distributions is about $240,000. In that case, the first distribution was about $8,000. The last distribution was about $7,500. The total plan benefit varies from 10 million at 12% to almost 400,000 if you only choose to get 8%. So The next table is the amount of the initial amount you put in. If you put in 10,000, the total benefit. I'm only going to speak to total benefit numbers here because there's so many numbers on this table. You'll have to look at them in the show notes and explore them to your heart's content. But the effect of the initial contribution of $10,000, the total benefits again 10.06. But if you only put in 5,000, it's down to 4.6. And if you only can afford to put in 1,000, it's $940,000 for the total benefit. That resulted in almost $500,000, $456,000 of retirement distributions. That's still a lot of money.
That's
for $1,000 investment. That's a real dollar distribution over retirement.
And I can just hear people saying, who is going to leave the investment in equities their whole life?
And we'll talk about that.
Pardon?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
In a little bit.
All right.
And the only thing I can say about that is, you can change this. This was meant to be simplified. So we can talk about rates of return in a little bit. Again, if they choose to take out 5%, it's almost $4 million total distribution. If they take out 8%, remember they're making 12% every year. So if they take out 8%, they still end up with $3.8 million left over. If they take out only 3%, they end up with not left over, total distributions, 3.8 million. If they take out 3%, they end up with 3.4 million total distributions. So the total distributions is fairly insensitive, relatively speaking, to the amount that they take out. Part of that is because the less you take out, the bigger the account is. So the smaller percentage is still a bigger number. So, but the total benefit is what changes. If you take out 8%, your total benefit is only $7.3 million, only $7.3 million. And if you take out 3%, your total benefit is $13 million. But where most of that is, all of that is in the Roth balance. It's either 7.8 million if you take out 3% or 1.6 million if you take out 8%. So it depends on how much is left, or how much you take out ends up how much is left in the Roth account. The taxable account balance of about 1.9 million at the end of the plan stays the same because you're not touching anything in that account. So then we looked at starting ages. How sensitive are those things? If you start at 0, again, the total benefit is $10 million. If you start at 5, it's $6 million. This is everything else being equal now. If you start at 10 years old, it's $4 million. And if you start at 10, the total retirement distributions are about half of what they were if you started at 0. Retirement distributions run from $40,000 at retirement to $100,000. Those are real dollars. If you start at age 10, and that compares to $80,000 and $203,000 for the last distribution if you start at age 0. The effect of the Roth starting age is kind of interesting. If you start making Roth contributions at 18, if the child earns money and can afford to support a contribution to Roth at age 18, their retirement distributions goes up quite significantly. And of course, the Roth account is empty. The taxable account is empty. There's nothing left there because all the money has been moved to the Roth account. If you wait until age 25 to start Roth contributions, the total retirement distributions are about $2.5 million. And part of the reason for that is because you don't have enough time. And why it is so much less is because you don't have enough time to empty the Roth taxable account before they retire. And so you end up with a large retirement, a large taxable account balance. and the Roth account is there are fewer years. So the Roth account balance at the end of the plan is much smaller than if you had started Roth contributions at age 21 or earlier. Total benefit is fairly insensitive to the Roth starting age. It varies from about 9.3 million at age 18 to about 13 million over at age 25 if you start then. Still a lot of money. If they retire earlier or later, if they retire earlier at age 60, remember the basic total benefit was $10 million. They're down to about $8.6 million if they retired at 60, and about 7.4 million if they retired at 55. So that's, again, all things considered, relatively insensitive and a relatively large amount of real money. Yeah,
And,
go ahead,
and
Paul.
Daryl, we're throwing a lot of numbers at them.
Yeah, I know.
Really, and what I believed when we first started talking about making this presentation, maybe 4 or 5 people out of 100 that follow our work are going to be interested in this. But my belief is those people are going to want to see these tables. And there are, as you look at these tables, like, for example, the one you were just talking about, if you retired at age 55, the first year's distribution is about $34,000. Instead of retiring at age 65, when the first year's distribution is about 80,000. So when you dig into these tables and you've got the time to be thinking in terms of your own possible situation in the family, I think you'll get a lot more out of these tables just because you'll see these numbers. You'll see what it's going to mean to your grandchild or your child.
Yeah, I agree. I feel a little bit for the people who are listening to the podcast and not either viewing the video presentation or don't have the tables in front of them. It's going to be a little hard to follow. So I would heartily recommend that you actually get the tables and look at them, download them from the site and look at them, yeah. and or watch the video presentation. It'll be a lot clearer, I hope. I hope. If you're a numbers geek and you look at the numbers and you think about how all this works, there are some very interesting observations that come out of it and can, I hope, can help you decide how to try to set up a fund like this for your grandchild. So moving on, these sets of tables we just went through here were all assumed a baseline return of 12%. What happens if you only get 10% every year in, year out? So if we look at that, if you remember, the real amount for the total benefit was a little over $10 million. It's now $1.9 million. And the only thing that's different is that you got the 10%. We talked about that when we actually looked at the spreadsheet. So I'm not going to go through all these tables, but all the same tables are replicated here for a baseline annual return of 10% as opposed to 12%. And so you can see how that affects the scenario, your particular scenario that you may be interested in looking at. That I think is going to be helpful. You also, if suppose you only choose to get 8% or you only end up getting 8%, well, then your total benefit is about a little less than $400,000. Everything else is the same. This is the power of 95 years of compounding. It's impressive. Okay. The same tables again. Go on and on.
Can I add something here that may be confusing to people?
Yeah.
When it comes to an investment that, like a 401k, where you're putting new money in every month, then the sequence of events of the returns, the sequence of returns are going to drive your final result. But remember that what this investment is really doing. It's one investment, whether it's 10,000 or 5,000 or 1,000. It's one investment, one time. And we're investing it in a way, for example, in the case of our granddaughter, what we have recommended to her mother is that it be 50% S&P 500 and 50% small cap value. Whether it's in the taxable account or it's the tax-free account, the Roth.
Yeah, we're about to talk about that, Paul.
And it's all the same money. This is
Right.
not new money coming in. So when we talk about a compound rate of return of 12%, it doesn't mean it needs to be 12% every year. Because when you have a lump sum investment, it doesn't matter when the good times and the bad times are. So
well, the only thing I would say about that is it does matter in retirement, because their sequence of returns does matter, because there you're taking money out every year.
Okay.
So it's like a negative contribution, right? And so it does matter whether the market or your account balance is up or down.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
So yes, up until retirement and
Yep.
you start taking distributions, all that really matters is what the aggregate compound annual rate of return has been to that date.
Yep.
After that, sequence of returns can bite you.
You're right. You're right. I stand corrected.
Or help you. So we talked, as Paul mentioned, he talked about the rates of return, the 12% and the 10% and the 8%. And those were constant all the time. And we talked about why that may or may not be true all the time. But this is also a fairly simplified simulation. So how do you get 12%? How do you get 10%? How do you get 8%? So there are some ways you can do that. And so these are some options that we've put together for how you can do that, or how you might be able to do that. If you're targeting the 12% rate of return, and you use, and again, for these scenarios, the asset allocation never changed. Okay, it was because the rate of return never changed. And what we've done is put together a portfolio that gets about 12%, and that's 50-50, the S&P 500 and the US small cap value asset classes. And the historical return for that allocation for that portfolio would have been 11.9% from 1927 to 2022. Over the last 52 or 3 years or so, it's been about 13%. If you decide that you don't like the risk profile of that type of an account in terms of standard deviation or other risk parameters, you could target a 10% account. It would be just strictly the S&P 500 index. And from 1927 to 2022, that got you 10% a year. From 1970 to 2022, it got you 10.5% a year. So that's about a 10% account. 8%, this is where you can start putting some bonds in. And a 60-40 S&P 500 5-year treasury note account for the bond side of things would have gotten you about 8.3% from 1927 and about 9% from 1970 to now. So those are some options for how you can modulate your return rate, how you can choose to target a return rate. Call it a target return rate, because nobody knows what it's going to be in the future. These are historical returns. But if you want to target a higher rate or a medium rate or a lower rate, these are some options for how you can do that. As we mentioned, these are constant rates of return. Doesn't matter before retirement, but it does afterwards. So these are not necessarily real results that you saw. The sensitivity studies are meant to show you how your decisions can change the big things at the end, what the retirement withdrawals are, what the total benefit is, which includes how much you have left to give to others after you pass on at the end of the plan. An example of funds you might choose to implement the asset allocation shown here, shown on the bottom of the slide. And These are drawn from Chris Pedersen's best in class recommendations, and you can find those on the site if you choose to want to implement a plan like this and target some of those target rates. I think that's about all I have for now.
Daryl, I know
that's a lot of numbers.
We have people out there, they've got a question. They're not sure whether that number through 2022 through October of 2022 or November of 2022.
To be honest, I don't know that it matters. I think it's through the end of October, but
okay,
it's over 50 years or over 92 years. I don't think 1 or 2 months is going to change anything.
I just wanted to answer it now rather than later.
Yeah.
So
I think that's the other thing to remember is, to a certain extent, even quoting returns to a decimal point here is little bit, almost a little bit disingenuous. Okay. Because those are the historical returns. That's true. But to think that gives you an idea to that level of precision, which you might get in the future, I think you're reaching there. So this is not that precise.
Chris, what would be your comments now about generally the questions are being asked out there, and what thoughts you have about the strategy?
Well, my first thought about the strategy is that I love the idea of setting something up that shows your child of they're cared for, that grandpa wanted to help provide for them and help them be financially secure. And I think the letter that you're going to write with Rich is a really, really important part of that. I love that this gives your grandchild the chance to have a meaningful, and representative learning experience about investing. One of the biggest risks with learning about investing is that you learn the wrong lesson. You invest for a short period of time, you have bad luck, and you decide that tells you about the future. There's a lot of people who invest in the stock market for a short period of time, lose some money, see it go down, and then decide to never be in the stock market again for the rest of their lives. And they've essentially learned the wrong lesson. By waiting a longer period of time, you're more likely to learn the right lesson. So your granddaughter probably isn't going to really look at and remember this account until she's in her teens, maybe even, late teens. And by then the odds are in her favor that she'll learn a good lesson. So I love that.
There are some big decisions to be made. This obviously is a plan. It's a very long-term plan. But let's talk about the idea of this being an all-equity portfolio for the entire life of this investment. This is not an investment that's meant to be the investment for this person's retirement. I think the granddaughter is going to have to do her own saving in order to be prudent, because she doesn't know what it's going to take to cover the cost of living when she's in retirement. But Chris, what would be your sales pitch to the family that this should be all equities for the rest of a child's life? Or if you didn't want to make that sales pitch, and what you really believed in was they should be all equities until they're 55 or 60, and then from then on they should go to 60-40, or what would your plan be?
The reason we have people move into fixed income approaching retirement is to reduce the volatility of the amount they have saved for retirement. It reduces the uncertainty that, in the account size of the account balance. For somebody who has significantly oversaved, dramatically oversaved, they may not need to do that. As the grandchild is getting older and they understand what the potential benefit from grandpa's contribution is and what the potential benefit from their 401k is, they'll have a feeling for that. I feel like they're just kind of on that, adding the two things together. It's just about the right amount. I would expect them to want to do something probably with a target date fund or a balanced portfolio in their 401k, where they start to reduce the uncertainty that it's going to, the drawdown, effectively the drawdown risk that they're incurring. Because then as they get closer to retirement, they can look at the sum of the two and be confident that they have enough money to retire, even though it might go down by 20 or 30%. But if they've saved and they've much as they need approaching retirement, and they can tolerate a 50% drawdown and still have enough to retire, they could be 100% equities. Well, I think it, now that assumes that they can sleep at night with that, right? So that's the other piece. It's behavioral, and it's also, trying to make sure you don't end up with too little money at a key point in your life, right? Those two things both matter. So they'll figure it out. I hope you're, I hope you have enough years left, Paul, and I think you have enough years left to give your granddaughter all the information she needs.
Well, that would be nice if I could stick around that long. What about you, Daryl?
Well, I will say one thing about the asset allocation, and that's that the tool doesn't care about asset allocation. It cares about return. And so there are any number of ways you can get any kind of return you want. We showed a way to get 12% with a 50-50 S&P small cap value. You could just as easily get 12% with a combination of small cap value and fixed income. I don't know what the ratio is, but you could look at that. I'm sure it's in one of the fine tuning tables we put together somewhere. And you can go through and look at that, and you can figure out how to get your own rate of return with your own asset allocation. The chart that we looked at, the table or the slide that we looked at, was just a couple of options that you could use to get the target rates of return. There are any number of ways you can use the fine tuning tables, for example, to figure out how to get the return that you think you want. Or think you need. Or want. Actually, this is a want. That's the other thing. It depends a lot on why you set this up. If you set this up to be primarily something for your grandchild to use in retirement, as Chris mentioned, this is supplemental. This is an oversaved amount. They didn't save this, so this represents an oversaving amount from their perspective, potentially. On the other hand, if you set this up, suppose your grandchild is a special needs child, let's say, and you set this up to provide either support to them sometime during their life prior to retirement, or allowing them to maybe retire earlier if they need to, you need to look at retirement early years. And if they retire at 55, maybe you need to reach for 12% and try to do that and maybe you choose to do it with a small cap value fixed income to sort of smooth the ride a little bit. This is like, as Chris mentions, this is the Larry's Swedrow's barbell portfolio. There are any number of ways you can try to get a return and modulate that return based on the purposes behind why you set this fund up. Because at the end of the day, this is really a pretty simple thing to do. It sounds complex. You got all these numbers. There's a blizzard of numbers out there. But really what it boils down to is putting money away early, transferring it to Roth as soon as you can, and don't touch it. Don't peek. Let it work. That's the key thing, because you've got 65 years of compounding before retirement, and you got 30 years after that. And that's the power of this whole concept. It's at root, it's really very simple.
I really like what you said there, Daryl, about a special needs child too, because you can't anticipate which children are going to be special needs. Sometimes disabilities come up later in life. You don't always see them at the beginning. And it's nice to think that Grandpa's generosity is providing a safety net that might provide in that circumstance for somebody who doesn't have the ability to save their own retirement.
Right. It has a lot of potential, a lot of different applications, a lot of different ways to help your grandchild. I think it's a great concept, Paul.
Well, thank you for doing all that work, Daryl. Thank you for your thoughtful comments, both of you guys. And the letter will be out in an article at about the same time as this podcast comes out next Wednesday, I think it is. And I look forward to having a link in the podcast to that letter. And we would love some feedback on this. I know what my dream is for our granddaughter. My wife feels the same way. I'm actually being very forceful, I guess, in recommending that they split the money between the S&P 500 and small cap value. That gives them large growth and a little bit of large value and small growth, and actually very little small growth, small value. I'm actually telling her that don't even rebalance. Just the time that you'll rebalance, you guys may criticize this, but when you start taking the money out of these two funds to go into the Roth IRA, that at that point, the money that comes out can be a 50-50 to start all over again. And whether they do that until they're 40 or 60 or for the rest of their life, I'm not going to be around to find that out. But my sense is, and this is the story I'm going to tell my granddaughter when the time comes, there are literally, with the portfolio that she has, millions of people every day going to work for these companies. When you have the S&P 500 and then you have another 500 or 1,000 companies that are smaller companies, you got a lot of people working to make those companies money. At the same time as those millions of people are working hard to make those companies money and make themselves a living, there are another group of millions of people who are the shareholders in these companies who benefit from the success of these companies. So now we've got many millions of people who are participating in this process. And there she will be owning these companies along with the shareholders, along with the people who are going to work every day. And they are theoretically all legitimate companies. Yes, there will be a percentage of crooks in the mix, but generally, these will be companies that will be trying to add value to the economy, to their company, and likely would be, as if you looked at it as one company, that would be one heck of a company to own for your entire life. That is the story I'm going to, and the only thing, well, the two things that could get in the way of it working. One is the behavior of our granddaughter. If she decides, because she'll be able to, when that money goes into the Roth IRA, she can take it out. Now, her mother is the one sitting on the bulk of the money. The granddaughter isn't. And so what I told my kids, and my son reminded me of this recently. He reminded me that I told him, as I put money into his IRAs, I told this to all my kids. If I find out you've taken that money out, that is the last money you get from me, unless you're at the age of retirement, period. And I asked my son, did you believe me? He said, yes. So, there is a way that this can probably work. But the bottom line is, it's a legitimate thing to do, to own that. I mean, it's kind of like people who get into real estate. There are people who own real estate to make money off of the real estate all of their life. That would be misery to me. I would not want any part of that. But I do understand there are people who do that. I am more comfortable having a major part of our portfolio in equities than I would ever be in taking responsibility for being in the real estate business. So, they're going to find their way. But Chris, you're right. I'm hoping I'm around to at least share some of my ideas with her as she is in her probably mid to late teens. So thank you guys. Thank you always so very much for what you do. And gosh, I don't know if we're going to do a Q&A before the end of the month. This is it for this month, huh? For us working together.
Well, it's kind of up to you and scheduling. If you want to do something else, we could probably do it.
Oh, well, that's a good idea.
We have our normal first Tuesday meeting next Tuesday. So
all right, great. Well, we'll do one more piece before the end of the year. Thank you very much, and again, thanks for all you do, and thanks to our listeners for all you do. And boy, when you refer us, your friends, to our work, maybe this is not the piece to make the very first piece that they come to, but we want to try to help all levels of investors, from those who want a little to those who want a lot. So all the best to all of you, and thank you for watching. Is there anything that could make any of the three of us look better, other than being younger, of course? No?
Yeah, that would help a lot.
Well, I am excited about this.
It's Paul Merriman with Sound Investing. Sound Investing, soundinvesting.com, and paulmerriman.com are produced and exclusively owned by Paul Merriman, who is solely responsible for their content. For more information, free articles, mutual fund recommendations, and more, visit paulmerriman.com.
Well, I want to welcome you all here today. My name is Jim Hopper. I'm the Executive Director of the Bainbridge Community Foundation. Today's presentation is sponsored by three organizations: the Bainbridge Community Foundation, Library U, which is an educational program of the Bainbridge Public Library, as well as the Merriman Financial Education Foundation, which you will hear a little bit more about when Paul is speaking. We at Bainbridge Community Foundation have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ensuring that all voices are heard, and that we're respecting the backgrounds of other people. So I'm going to start today's presentation with the Suquamish land acknowledgement. Paul and I and some others on the call are joining you from land that is in the original Aboriginal land of the Suquamish people. Chief Seattle said, who was a member of the Suquamish tribe, Chief Seattle said, "Every part of the soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished." So we'd like to acknowledge that the land in which Paul and I and others are gathering on is Aboriginal territory of the Suquamish people, the people of the clear salt water. Expert fishermen, canoe builders, and basket weavers, the Suquamish live in harmony with the lands and waterways along Washington's central Salish Sea, as they have for thousands of years. Here the Suquamish live and protect the land and the waters of their ancestors for future generations, as promised by the Point Elliott Treaty of 1855. So just to get, before we get into our presentation, I want to tell you just a little bit about Bainbridge Community Foundation. So for those of you that are on Bainbridge, you might know about us, but for those of you that are joining us from places afar, I'll tell you that you probably have a community foundation in your backyard. Community foundations' jobs are to understand the needs of the community, to raise funds in order to support those needs, and then to put grants out to nonprofit organizations that are actively doing work. And here in our own community, when we think about the quality of life, whether it's the great school system or the access to nature or the arts and cultural community that we have, we've got nonprofit organizations and incredible donors who are standing up behind all of those elements of the quality of life, helping to make them sustainable. So one of the commitments that we had, as I mentioned, in diversity, equity, and inclusion is ensuring that people have access to educational tools that they often won't. And financial education is absolutely one of those areas in which that happens. We tend to leave our very best financial education to those who have great financial resources, where those who have fewer financial resources are often left behind. So I'll introduce Paul in a moment. Paul is on a one-man crusade, hopefully not just one man, but a personal crusade to ensure that there is greater equity in financial education. And this presentation today is one of those things. But before I introduce Paul, I do want to go through a few logistics. We're asking that you put your questions in the chat. And I will help to make sure that those questions get answered. We are going to have a Q&A session toward the end of the presentation, so you're also welcome to save your question there. If you submit a question and you have that you want to follow up to Paul to mention, go ahead and raise your hand and put the question in the chat. That way it gives me the heads up that I'll stop Paul's presentation to ask him that question. We are, I think, ready to go, right, Paul?
I'm ready.
Okay, fantastic. Well, it is my pleasure to introduce Paul Merriman. So Paul, in addition to being an incredible communitarian here on Bainbridge Island and a member of our board, is a nationally recognized authority on mutual funds, index investing, asset allocation, and both buy and hold and active management strategies. Now retired from his company Merriman, the Seattle-based investment advisory firm he founded in 1983, he's dedicated to educating investors, young and old, through weekly articles on MarketWatch and via free ebooks, podcasts, articles, recommendations for mutual funds, ETFs, 401k plans, and more at his website. And I'm sure many of you are well aware of that, since that's why you're joining us here today. In 2013, Paul created the Merriman Financial Education Foundation, dedicated to providing comprehensive financial education to investors with information and tools to make decisions in their own best interest and successfully implement their retirement savings plan. In his retirement, Paul remains fervently committed to educating and empowering investors. In 2012, he wrote and published the How to Invest series, distilling his decades of experience into concise investment books targeted to specific audiences. Some of you are familiar with First Time Investor, Grow and Protect Your Money, Get Smart or Get Screwed, 5 Steps to More Money, Less Risk, and More Peace of Mind, and of course his latest book, We're Talking Millions. He's been called one of the best minds on Wall Street and has been credited alongside Warren Buffett, Charles Schwab, Peter Lynch, just to name a few. And as I mentioned, he's a member of the Community Foundation and is dedicated to improving the lives of those people around him. So with that, welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Jim, very much.
Thanks for being
I want to make sure now that I have control here. Let me just confirm that. No, I guess I think you need to let me share. Whoop.
Sorry, you can just redo the share there, Paul.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
And Paul, as we're getting started here, we have one question. How does emerging markets compare to small cap value in terms of risk adjusted return and historical evidence? So I'm pretty sure you'll be covering that.
No.
Great.
No.
Okay,
But I can tell you
we're going to get you started.
that the emerging markets is more risky than you would find the small cap value or the small cap blend. Much higher volatility. But I may talk about that on the 15th in more detail.
Sorry.
What I am going to talk about today is, first of all, this whole series we're doing here, and my thanks to Library U and to the the Community Foundation to support this idea of focusing on our island, and they were kind enough to let us expand it beyond the island and let everybody in on these presentations. We've got some great speakers coming up in the coming weeks. I'll talk about them later. But today I want to talk about just one sec here. I want to talk about a whole bunch of topics that seem to be on people's minds. One of those is about the bubble that's coming or that we're in. Another is about inflation that's about us. Another is about hedge funds and GameStop and all sorts of things that are the exciting aspect of the investment community, which may be more harmful than helpful to a lot of you. But we're going to talk about a whole range of things that have to do with being a better investor. And this whole idea of being financially literate, I think it's important to understand why I want to spend all this effort and all the teachers across the country who are now starting to teach financial literacy classes. The bottom line is we know that almost every major decision we make in our life has some financial aspect to it. And that includes from the day that we're born until we die. Now, we have the good fortune, hopefully, of having people making good financial decisions when we're in our childhood, but those decisions are still to be made. And it may be that this one topic, if we could educate students all students in this whole topic of financial literacy, could be a huge step from what we would think of as striving to thriving and to some level of success, whatever that might be that one is after. And then we are now being asked to solve a lot of financial problems we didn't have to solve before. When I was a 20-year-old, lots of people had pensions. When I was a 20-year-old, we didn't have IRAs or 401ks. We weren't asked to save. Other people saved for us. Well, that's changed. And today we are asked to take care of those things, which means people need to learn how, in fact, to do that. How big is the payoff? Well, the payoff, I think, is huge. On the 15th of April, I'll talk about $12 million financial decisions. That's a pretty big impact. And those are 12 separate, each one $1 million decision that every young person is going to make either by design or by default. And if we can get people financially literate, they're going to make decisions in their best interest, not Wall Street's, but their best interest. They're going to have less debt and they're going to pay less for it. We already know this is the case. They are going to invest earlier. They're going to have more equities in the portfolio. About 25% of millennials refuse to have any equities at all in their retirement portfolio. And some of that must come from not having the education to understand the implication of no equities in your portfolio. You have a chance to retire earlier, to have more money when you do retire. I think you'll set a better example for your children. And one of the things I have found is that people who understand the investing process are not as likely to jump ship when the process gets very difficult, when you're in a severe bear market. And if you don't really understand all of this financial stuff, it's hard to build a plan. You have to understand a lot of that information in order to build a legitimate long-term plan. We have challenges for young people today, huge challenges. There are more sources of easy credit. There are way more products available to us. And the Googles of the world and the Facebooks of the world and the Amazons of the world, they are so efficient at marketing that they are able to get more money out of the pocket of the young people than ever before. And some of that money needs to be put aside. And if we don't get kids to understand why that's important, they are likely to have a serious problem later in life. I've been around this now for over 55 years. And here's what I've learned. I've learned that most investors don't have a very good understanding of the process. In fact, one of the books I'll recommend today, Your Money and Your Brain, talks about all the different ways that people simply have it wrong about who they are and what they're doing and what kind of returns they've gotten. And I think that's because they just don't understand. And that difference, in fact, let me just share one of those studies. They looked at a bunch of, I think they were architects and engineers, two groups of people, wanted to know what kind of return have you had over the past X period of time? Don't remember how long that was. Their guesses were 4 to 5% higher than what they actually experienced. And if those are the kind of returns you think you're getting, you could have made some really bad decisions about how much you need to save in order to get to the point where you'd be able to retire. So there's a lot of little things that people can learn. Easy, none of it's difficult. But if you don't understand that we have two major forces fighting for you to do the wrong thing. Now, when I say fighting, that's kind of radical, but Wall Street, you see, the more efficient you are as an investor, the more things you know that minimize expenses, that maximize diversification, that control the taxes, most of those things that you learn mean that Wall Street's not going to make as much money. They don't like that. I mean, they have an obligation to make their corporations, their families grow. And the way they do it is in some ways to have investors invest rather inefficiently. But that is only the first, in fact, not even the worst enemy of investors. It turns out, according to the experts, that the worst enemy of all is the person we look at in the mirror in the morning, ourselves, and our challenges around the emotions of money. Because the reality is, when it comes to sex, food, and money, these are not intellectual decisions. They are emotional decisions that often drive the person, the investor, in the wrong direction. And a lot of investors think that successful investing is all about taking risk. Actually, it is about understanding risk, but it should be all about managing risk. And I'll talk about those things later this morning. And I do believe that the best education is the best defense is a good education. Because if there are 25 risks that you face, and there are, I'm not going to go through them all today, but there are, you should know how each one of those should be managed. Not so that you make less money. That really isn't the goal. No, we don't want to manage the risk so you make less money. We want to manage the risk so you don't unnecessarily lose money that should have been in your pocket. And I think one of the challenges is that investors are so often focused on what's happening now. The short term is important to them. It turns out successful investing is actually about the long term, but we think about it all in terms of short term things. So I just want to picture for 1 second here, this circle, this universe of all investment knowledge. And there's stuff going on inside that circle I don't want you to worry about because you can't do anything about it. And then there's stuff going on in that circle that you can do something about. And I want to kind of, for a second, picture how much you might know about what's in that circle. Because if everything there is to know about investing, nobody can know everything. There is a piece, though, that represents what you know you know. You might know mutual funds are better than picking individual stocks for you. You might know that low expenses are better than high expenses for you. You might know that putting away money inside of a tax-deferred or tax-free investment is better for you than paying taxes for the next 30 or 40 years on that money. There's a whole bunch of things that you could say, I know, but then there's what you don't know. And it seems like a lot of those questions people ask me are about the things they know they don't know, and they think that somebody in the industry knows. Well, the good news is, if you want to think of it as good news, that nobody knows the future, what returns will be in the coming years. When we think we know, we can be so unbelievably off base that it's just you can't believe it. For example, in the late 90s, surveys were taken of investors about what they expected over the next decade the S&P 500 would return. And those numbers ranged between 20 and 30% a year. Now, I think many of you know the S&P 500 has a long history over 90 years, although most of it's hypothetical, but they show it as the history of the S&P 500 of compounding at 10%. How could anybody believe that for a decade there would be a compound rate of return of 20 to 30%? Well, it's easy, because the most recent thing that had happened to investors in 1999 is from 95 to 99, the S&P 500 had compounded at over 28% a year. So now they want to know, are we going to have more of that? Well, we know it's unlikely, but we don't know what it's going to be, and we have to deal with that. It's because there's so much that I know I don't know that diversification, that word, means so much to me and hopefully to you too. And then there's a piece of pie that represents what you don't know you don't know. And the fact that you don't even know that you don't know it would suggest you have no idea how big that piece of pie is. Could be large, could be small. But the sad fact is, so many of the times, something happened to investors that caused them great grief was because they didn't even know this particular risk was around them. So maybe they had all their money in one company because that was the company they knew, that was the company they trusted. But then something they didn't know sunk their investorship. And so that piece of pie is important. Another reason why I am a great believer in massive diversification. And there's what you know, but you're wrong. I love this piece of pie because it has been the basis of me building a collection of myths, investment myths, over 200 of them. There are so many things that people actually believe drive the investment process. It turns out those things are, in fact, not what drives the process. But a lot of people make decisions based on those myths. That can be really expensive. And then there's what you know, but you don't do anything about it. I have spent my life on a diet since the 5th grade. And at some level, I could say I'm an expert on losing weight. And yet, what have I done about it? Well, the evidence is not very good. But the fact is, I know this stuff, but sometimes putting it into action for some reason, oftentimes because there are emotions, remember, sex, food, and money, there's that food, that's the type of thing that emotions get in the way of the intellect. But what I spend my time on in trying to help people is these two pieces of this pie. I want to expand what you know. Warren Buffett said, to be a success, you only have to do a very few things right, as long as you don't do too many things wrong. I want to make sure you know those very few things you need to do right. Because if you can get those right and then not do the wrong things, unfortunately, too many people want you to do the wrong things. But if I can get you to see that, And by the way, it's not unusual that people in this business see things from two different sides. So I'm not the last expert on earth, but I do know this, that it's not just enough to get you to know these things, but somehow through the work that we do, and I'm not an investment advisor, I'm just a teacher. And with the help of Rich Buck, I'm a writer. And with the help of Tom Cock, learned to be a podcaster years ago. But I want to know, how do I get you to actually do the things? What could I say to motivate you to change in your best interest? I don't get a penny from people for doing what I do. So this is not about me getting rich off of you. It's about me helping you take care of yourself. Here are the kind of questions I get from investors that make me believe that their concerns are short-term. The market's very high. What should we be doing now? Tesla is down from its high. Should we be buying on dips? Inflation is heating up. What do we do? How do we make money when we have higher inflation? And if interest rates are rising, why would anybody put money in bonds? I mean, that's crazy. And the Bitcoin, obviously, this is an easy way to make money. Is it a good investment for the long term? Now, that's the one that, in a sense, comes the closest to being what we want to know. Is something that we're putting money into good for the long term? Warren Buffett said his favorite investment period was forever. Now, the rest of the story is Warren Buffett has sold many of the companies he's purchased. So it's forever until he decides it's not forever. But the bottom line is good investing is about the long term. Short-term moves are really more about speculation. But let's talk about the cryptocurrencies for a second. I have, unfortunately, when I say unfortunately, it's unfortunate for the people who asked me, because it sounded like they were about to put their money into Bitcoin. And I would go into my song and dance about why I don't think Bitcoin is a good place to invest. But it turns out that's like trying to convince somebody who thinks they have the winning lottery ticket, and the winning lottery ticket is the numbers that they have, saying, no, it doesn't make any sense to put money into lotteries. Yeah, try to tell that to a winner of a lottery. Well, the fact is, the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrencies, basically this is a currency for people to buy and sell services. And that's cash, basically. It's what we consider to be like cash, but it's digital cash. And typically, we don't think of investing in cash or currencies. Yes, currencies rise and fall. And some very rich, smart people have placed very large bets on the rise and the collapse of currencies. But the fact is, when you put money into a currency like Bitcoin, that there's this possibility they won't survive. It's hard to find a place you can go cash in a Confederate bond or Confederate cash. And there are over 1,000 cryptocurrencies that have failed. And they are unregulated. You are exposed to fraud and theft and the complete loss of all of your money. And if you don't have that little key that tells you what Bitcoin is yours, it's gone forever. I mean, the people who have lost their key and literally lost over $100 million. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So let's talk about speculating, investing, and gambling. First of all, I saw some numbers that were really interesting about gambling that I was surprised that it's been studied, but well, I shouldn't be surprised, but it has been studied. And it turns out that some 4,400 people were surveyed, gamblers. And it turned out that and this was for over 2 years. And of the 4,222 gamblers, 7 of them made over $5,000 over that period of time. 217 lost over $5,000. While gambling is something that people like to do because you don't have to wait around for the S&P 500 for 10 or 20 years to get your return. You get your return now. And you learn whether black or red, whether you get to double your money or not now. That's the way gambling works. Speculating is different. And there is little evidence that speculating, well, by the way, there's lots of evidence that speculating leads to huge returns for some people. But our work and the work of, I think, anybody who's trying to get people to do the right thing for the long term is really based on high probability success, very high probability success. Day trading, 3% of day traders make money. I'm thinking, that's not a very good probability. How could I possibly recommend to a young person that the key to success is be a really good day trader? Now, there are people who make a ton of money on day trading. They are generally the people who sell the classes, the educational material to people so they can lose money trying to day trade. Hedge funds have been in the news a lot lately. Hedge funds have a terrible track record. At the end of 10 years, only about 5% of the hedge funds that started 10 years earlier are still in business. Those are not great probabilities. Of course, the few that do magnificently well, that's something different, okay? They get all the press. They're the ones that cause people to drool over the idea of being rich and being able to put money in hedge funds. On the other hand, the S&P 500, if we look at the results over all the 15-year periods going back to 1926, I think it is, or 28, anyway, all of them profitable. And if you go out 40 years, not only are all of them profitable, but the average 40-year return on the S&P 500 is an 11% compound rate of return, the best 12.5, the worst 8.9. So what that says to me, if I want to invest in something that is likely to give me a really good return, and by the way, you may not see 10% as a really good return. I will write articles about making 10%, and I will almost every time be questioned, where do you think you can make 10%, Mr. Merriman? They haven't found it, but in fact, that has been the compound rate of return, as it has been the compound rate of return for the total market index since they've tracked it. They've rebuilt it going back to the 1920s, just like they rebuilt the S&P 500, virtually the same return. And here's what I find fascinating, just fascinating. Dr. Bessembinder, in fact, you can read the report. The report is entitled, Do Stocks Outperform T-Bills? But historically, going back to 1926, going back to 1926, 1 out of 25 companies, public companies, have hit home runs. We're talking life-changing kinds of compound rates of return. I'll show you a couple of those in just a few minutes. And I'm sure everybody knows who the ones are that have popped up recently. Sometimes they don't know the ones that happened 50 years ago, but I'm going to show you a few in a second. On the other hand, the other 24 out of 25 stocks as a group averaged 3%. Now, going back to probabilities, here's what the academics tell us. The academics tell us if you'd be happy with the 10%, you're better off just to buy them all, then you're guaranteed to get that 1 out of 25. I own Tesla. I own Microsoft. I own Facebook. In fact, I own, not just my money, my wife's and our investments. We own TradeStop. We bought TradeStop at under $10 a share. And I called the mutual fund, by the way, that did it to find out if they sold. And yes, they did. They sold at over $300 a share. I did all of that by simply putting the money into a portfolio that basically, because there's more than one fund in that portfolio, kind of owns everything. The right balance of the different asset classes for me. But I have chosen, and I think investors are smarter, to choose the total rather than trying to look for the 1 in 25. There's an article, if you simply do a search for top 50 companies of all time, it's a Kiplinger piece. And there's a reason I'm a great fan of Kiplinger. I've got them on a list later that I'll give you. And that's because they have, if you are taking their online newsletter, so many wonderful lists. I happen to love lists. And so I find it a great source of information, whether it's about taxes or mutual funds. Interesting stuff. Of course, they want interesting stuff because they need those eyeballs on those sites to sell advertising. But they looked at the Bessem Binder study, and they looked at the top 50 companies. This is not all 50. I didn't even pick the biggest 50, but these are out of that 50. But I wanted you to see something interesting. It shows when they started. And then McDonald's started in 66. And from 66 to 2016, they compounded at 17.9%. That's a fantastic return. And over the last 15 years, and the reason I use 15 is I can go right into Morningstar and see what something did, whether it's a mutual fund or a stock, for the last 15 years. But McDonald's has compounded at 14.7. That's really good. Pfizer started in 44, and by 2016, it had compounded at 15% over the last 15 years, 5.2. Let me drop down to Coca-Cola. From 1926 to 2016, 13.1, but the last 15 years, 8.4. And it is so interesting to look at GE because GE, because I've been around this business for 50 years, for most of that 50 years, you'd be an idiot not to own GE. And yet over the last 15 years, a negative 2.5% a year. What is interesting is the S&P 500 compounded at 10 for the 50 years and compounded for almost 10 for the last 15 years. It is historically so dependable. Remember I talked a little while ago about from 1995 to 99, compounded at 28.5%, the S&P 500. And prior to that, it had always compounded at about 10 over long periods of time. If you include if you start at the beginning of 1995 and you go through 2020, guess what the compound rate of return of the S&P is? It's about 10%. And so this is a choice that we make. Do we try to pick those companies that are going to outshine the rest? And a lot of them don't. Exxon. Exxon is the #1 provider of earnings in history of public companies. And yet its return from 1926 to 2016 is only 11.9%. Yes, better than the S&P 500, but over the last 15 years, 2.8%. I want to talk about the magic of compounding. And in a second, you're going to have to be patient with me because I don't do humor, or if I do humor, I don't do it well. But I'm going to try to be humorous for one moment. I just want to prepare you that it's not on this slide, but this slide is the setup for the next slide. And that is, we don't do well with this concept of compounding. We just don't get how powerful it is. I personally would love to leave $2.7 million to the Bainbridge Community Foundation. And it's really easy. They'll have to wait a while to get it. But if I could find a newborn child, open up an account in that newborn child's name for $100. And then as the child gets to 15, 16 years old, whatever the $100 has grown to, let's get it over into a Roth IRA. And then let's just let it go. And let's just let it go until that child turns 90. And then let's give it away to BCF. Because at a 12% compound rate of return, yes, I've been talking about 10 with the S&P 500. I understand that, but it turns out small cap value has compounded at over 13. Why? Because it's more risky. I'll talk about that on the 15th. But here's the bottom line. At a 12% compound rate of return, $100 turns into 2.7 million over a 90-year period. So it's not difficult to do, but it is kind of remarkable of that building money on top of money on top of money. But then there's a problem we run into. There is the magic of compounding in reverse. It is called inflation. Because that $2.7 million, when you inflation adjust it over that 90-year period, is only worth $173,000. That's the impact of inflation. And this is a reality that we have to face when we're building the plan. Now, I want you to have a plan. I want you to put inflation in there as part of that plan. Because if you don't put inflation in there, you may think you only need $1 million when in fact you need $5 million if you want to replace the $60,000 a year now that you think you could retire on in 40 years. Inflation adjusted. It could be $200,000. So is 3% inflation? Is 3% inflation the right number? Well, remember Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon? Remember Karnak with his envelope? Well, as I was thinking about this, is 3% the right number? I thought about a possible Karnak the Magnificent bit. He gets the envelope. The question is, or I'm sorry, the answer is over $2 septillion. And then he opens it up and he would always blow in it and then he'd take it out. Of course, they would always interchange some, say something smart alecky. And the question is, what will a 5-cent piece of bubble gum cost in 2,000 years with 3% annual inflation? Over $2 septillion. As a matter of fact, one thing I didn't mention about the last slide, I forgot this part of the setup. The visible universe that we see, not we see, but the scientists can see, is 1 septillion miles across. There's 140 billion galaxies within this universe, according to the scientists. But there's 1 septillion. We're talking about this piece of gum that today costs 5 cents, let's say, costing $2 septillion in 2,000 years if we accept 3% as the inflation rate. It really makes me curious to know what will our currency be like in 2,000 years. But the thing about inflation is people spend a lot of time worried about losing money in a market decline. A lot of time worrying about bear markets and how devastating they could be. And yes, bear markets happen about every 4 or 5 years. And yes, on average, they lose about 30%. During the decade of 2000 through 2009, there were 2 bear markets that cost investors 50%. Okay? Bear markets are not our problem historically. Now, if you're a retiree and you just retired and you have all your money in the market and it goes down 50%, you got a problem, which is why you wouldn't have all of your money in the market, more than likely. But the real bear market is inflation, because it will take away 70 to 80% likely over your lifetime working up to retirement and then beyond retirement. It has a huge impact, which is why we so want young people to focus on equities. Go for the gas, not for the brake. The bonds are the brake. Go for the gas when you're young and have the opportunity to take advantage of bear markets. That's the way real investing should be done. But inflation may be upon us, and what are we to do now? We know that historically stocks make about 10%, and there's 3% inflation. So the net for stocks is approximately 7%, and the inflation is around 3%. So we know that's a plus for stocks. Yes, they're volatile, but bonds just don't come as close to doing the job as stocks do. Plus, stocks have a long history of earnings and growth and dividends of about 5% a year. Earnings and dividends, both growing historically. But a lot of people are concerned about bonds and the fact that if bonds interest rates go up, bonds can go down. Long-term bonds go down more than short-term bonds. I'm going to show you some good numbers here in just a second. But people oftentimes will say, why would you ever want to put your money in something that when interest rates go up, they're going to go down? And those same people, I'm always kind of shocked at this, are sitting on a portfolio of stocks that have built into them a 50% loss. Both Warren Buffett and Peter Lynch have said, if you're not willing to lose half of your money, you shouldn't be in the stock market. So let's talk about bonds, how different kinds of bonds act during inflation. Let's talk about the worst inflationary period from 1968 to 1981. Inflation was 7.6%. In the S&P 500 over that same 14-year period, it made 6% a year. That's before inflation. It's large cap blend, by the way. Small cap, the S&P 500 is basically a large cap blend, some growth, some value. There's also large cap value. Those are the out of favor companies that are large. And you'll see that during that same period, they made 10.7%, even better. And small cap blend, smaller companies, growth and value, compounded at 9.5. And small cap value, the gold ring asset class historically for return, 13.6. But if you want to be prudent, you build a portfolio that holds all four, the four fund combo that we write about at length, 10% compound rate of return over that same period. Historically, a better protection against inflation. But let's look at the bonds. T-bills actually compounded at 7.2% a year. T-bills, 30-day T-bills, almost what you would consider to be absolutely no risk, made almost as much as that inflation, which is the tendency for the short-term instruments like money market funds to do. 5-year treasuries, a little more maturity, 6.2, and long-term government bonds, 3.3. And oftentimes when we look at long periods of time, we look at the bottom line, we miss some of the reality of living through how you got there. Let me show you the reality for that period of time. There it is. There's year by year long-term government bonds. Looks to me like there's 6 losing years there. I'm sorry, 7 losing years with long-term government bonds. The 5-year treasuries can't stay as close to what's happening now. So there was 1-year loss here, but the 1-month T-bills never had a losing year. So you could conclude, if you want to, the smart thing to do if you want to be a market timer and you want to move to where the best action is in short-term bonds, maybe 5-year treasuries, intermediates. Certainly the long-term government bonds are at much higher risk. But I want to point out something here. Even with the terrible performance of the long-term government bonds, those losses are chicken feed compared to what happened to the S&P 500 right around here, 73 and 74. I mean, you can complain about putting money in something that went down. I'm talking the bonds, but the losses, remember, gas, that's the growth. The break, that's the bonds. It acted like a break. Even in the worst of times, even the long-term government bonds did act as a break compared to the losses of the stock market. So it's, is this a lesson worth considering? Well, you know, the problem is every time we have a long period of some sort of thing happening, whether it's high growth, low growth, no growth. One period you might do certain things to develop a portfolio and it performs a certain way, and then the next time a similar thing happens, you try to build the same portfolio and it doesn't work. Give you an example. From 2000 to 2002, the S&P 500 was just terrible. If you had your money in a broadly diversified portfolio, you actually, at the end of that 3-year period, about broke even in an all equity portfolio. It was an amazing difference. Then the next bear market happened in 2007 through 2009. Guess what? Both the S&P 500 and the broadly diversified portfolio failed, and both lost around 40%. So just because we see this grand return back during this period when inflation was terrible, doesn't mean it will happen the same way. It's just a strange thing about building portfolios to survive each situation. If you try to build a portfolio based on the bad thing that just happened to you, most often you'll find it doesn't work to protect you the way that you thought it would. For example, I've seen people who after a 2000 through 2002 thought the smart way to make money in the market is to hire people who short the market. So when the market goes down, they're making money on those investments while the market goes down. That's how shorting works. Well, it turns out the worst performance long-term you could ever put into your portfolio would be a short seller. And so it is just one of the difficult things with investors. They love doing what just recently did well for investors. So again, massive diversification. I think that's still the right answer. Well, let's talk about bubbles, because a lot of people, professionals, smart economists, whatnot, think we are likely in a bubble. And bubbles I think, are fascinating. Alan Greenspan claims he did not see the collapse in the U.S. housing market that happened in 2009, 2008, and 9. The dot-com bubble that happened from 2000 through 2002. You read stuff that people wrote after it was all over, and that's, yeah, we knew it was coming. We just didn't know how to stop making the big money. We kept hanging in there for the next good deal. In 2000, 2002, people lost in the dot-com bubble. If you didn't lose everything because you owned a couple of companies that went totally bust, if you owned a diversified portfolio, you probably lost 80%. Japanese market is fascinating as a bubble, because you had this huge run up from 1950 through 1990, 40 years making, I think it was over 17% a year. And right at the end, it got really, really good. Kind of like what happened at the end with the S&P 500 in the late 90s. But then there was a collapse, a big time collapse. And today, the market is still, I think, probably 25, 30% under where it peaked back in 1990 or late 89. The stories about the value in Japanese real estate is just, I mean, it's amazing. If you don't know that story, young people, go to Wikipedia or go to Investopedia and read the story about the history of the Japanese real estate and stock market bubbles. 29 to 33, you could have lost 90% of your money in US stocks pretty easily. In the S&P 500, it probably wouldn't have been 90, probably would have been more around 80, and in the small cap, could have been 95. Huge declines. And the Dutch tulip bubble, in that 36 to 37 year, it went up 20 times. Tulips did. The price of tulips went up 20 times. And within that same period of time, it collapsed to be down 99%. I just heard this morning that my grandson, now I can't remember. This getting old is terrible, but he builds little buildings and things. Legos, that's it, Legos. Legos are going at huge premiums. They're collectibles. Art, look what art is doing. Somebody gets, what, $69 million for a picture of a whole bunch of faces. Who's to understand this kind of thing? It will be, in many cases, these things like Beanie Babies will be laughed at. But there is a downside to this, and it's a horrible downside. And that's what happens to the individual investor so often. I'll talk a little bit more in a few minutes about Jason Zweig and his Your Money in Your Brain. But one of the things that we know is that people have a tendency to think that what has happened recently, I mentioned this earlier, has more meaning than what happened before. Even down to flipping a coin. There is no particular belief about a head or a tail on one flip. They can't make a decision what the next one will be because that's a random event. But if you get two heads in a row, it turns out that way more people pick Another head coming on the third flip. What's that? Where's that coming from? Where's the evidence that that should be the case? It's just the human mind at work, thinking linearly with recency bias. And so when something is just going great, those people who decided that they could go flip a house in 2008, 2000, they wanted to make some quick money, borrow some money, easy pickings, and they get hurt and they get set back for a lifetime. That's what I worry about, is all those people who get suckered. And it's a sucker punch, because one bad bubble can take 10 years off of when you're going to retire, or I should say add 10 years. I remember speaking to an investment club back in late 99, early 2000. And I was told by one of the members of that club that they had been all their lives CD investors and utility company stock, really conservative. But they belonged to this club and everybody was getting rich, making big money in stocks. And by the way, I never know whether to believe those stories when people tell them, but it was enough for these people to cash out the CDs and the utility stocks and go all the way. Now, these people are hard workers and they earned it all back, what they lost, but it put off their retirement for, I think, at least 5 years before they could get where they wanted to be. And I worry about that, particularly since people today, young people, I do believe that they've got more challenges in the future than certainly people of my generation. You're having to compete with everybody in the world now. I didn't have to compete with everybody in the world, but they do now. And when you are a believer, excuse me here, when you are a believer that this is going to work, you don't have to have diversification. You can just pile on. As a matter of fact, you can even, you're so convinced, you can add leverage. And the fact is, at the peak of those markets, brokers, salespeople who live on commissions, I don't mean everybody's evil that sells something that's got a commission on them, but I can tell you what I was told when I went into that industry back in the 60s. I was in that industry for about 3 years, that the reality is during these big bull markets, you got to make your money because you make nothing during the bear markets. So you know what that means. These people, they understand the psychology of all of this. And they're sitting on a bunch of dogs and they seem they've missed this big run. Well, there's still time. And the other thing that is not spoken of often is that when people suffer these large losses, never again, I'm never doing that again. Stock marketplace, that's just it's just, you might as well go to Las Vegas. Just a gamble. No, it's not just a gamble. But a lot of the things that people do with the stock market, I would say, yes, are a gamble. Are we in a bubble now? Could be. I don't know. Fear of missing out, the fear of missing out, which drives people to get in, is very high. A lot of day trading going on. In fact, there's more day trading going on right now. More day trading than there is in institutional trading. And the biggest fool concept, that theory that it's okay, you're a fool if you buy something, but as long as you can find a bigger fool to sell it to, it's okay. And there's always somebody calling for a bubble. There's always good news and bad news. There's always list A, the good news. There's always list B, the bad news. So it could be. What do? I say you carry on. If you have the right balance of big and small and value and growth and equity and fixed income and US and international, and I'm not talking you doing exactly what I recommend, I'm talking about you have found your own personal ultimate portfolio. You just keep doing your dollar cost averaging, or if you're living off that money in retirement and you have the right amount of fixed income in the portfolio, there you go, you're okay. You're always ready for the big decline. My wife and I, we're 50-50 stocks and bonds. We know we're going to take a hit one of these days. In fact, we're shocked we've done as well as we have, because over the last years, the news hasn't all been that good. But yes, you got to make sure it's built for your risk tolerance. I think it's never the right time to do the wrong thing. It's just that most of us need someone to help us clean house. But for young people, the bubbles and the bears lead to great buying opportunities. That's at least my experience. A free lunch? Yeah, there are lots of free lunches on Wall Street. If you shop CDs, you can get better returns and not take 1 ounce of additional risk. More diversification, what the industry says, the academic side of the industry says, diversification is a free lunch because the expected rate of return of one stock is the same as 1,000 in the same asset class. So if you own 1,000, you are expected to get the same rate of return as one, but the one could be Enron. Not having to pay loads is kind of a free lunch. After that's the commission to buy mutual funds, after maybe you spend a lifetime buying load funds. There are now literally mutual funds that have no expenses, no expenses. We have commission-free trading and target date funds. I'll tell you why I say that target date funds are a free lunch. Historically, when you buy a mutual fund, what they do for you is they put together a portfolio of the best stocks they know. And it's your job to figure out, okay, I got that fund, that Janus fund, which was very, very popular in the 90s. And over here, I've got some fixed income. And so I will know as an investor how to make that change to go from less of that Janus fund into more of that bond fund. And most people don't get that right, aren't very good at that. In fact, they really hate to sell that equity fund when it's doing so well. But inside of a target date fund, not only do they pick the individual stocks that need to be in that fund, but they change the bonds based on how far you are from retirement. They are a fantastic product. I get a lot of questions here on Bainbridge about ESG funds, what we used to call socially responsible funds. And now it's about sustainability and other things, but it's still the same thing, looking for companies that somehow are doing good for the long term. I would have in the past said, no, I don't think you'll make as much money in the ESG funds as you would in a standard mutual fund, but expenses have come down in the ESG funds, turnover down, diversification better. So I gave you 3 examples here of very low expenses and returns that are virtually market or better rates of return. So yes, I do think that, but by the way, when I say I think you can have ESG funds, socially responsible funds that will do as well as the normally managed funds, but not if they have high expenses, high turnover, and minimal diversification. The investor's worst enemy themselves. I mentioned that earlier. There is Ben Graham, the father of security analysis. The investor's chief problem and even his worst enemy is likely to be himself. And Gardner Morris, in a article in a Harvard Review, Business Review, says, not a second goes by that our ancient dog brains aren't conferring with our modern cortexes to influence their choices. And then one of my favorite book authors, Jason Zweig, the best investors make a habit of putting procedures in place in advance that help inhibit the hot reactions of the emotional brain. So what keeps investors from making better financial decisions? You know, it really is, it's just the challenges of how the human mind works. Emotions over intellect. Brains are lazy and like easy decisions. Greed and fear, very powerful forces. As a matter of fact, you know, people are so afraid of losing money. The overconfidence. People think they understand stuff they don't understand, but they sure feel like they do. And our memories are not very dependable. So when you had an experience earlier and you bring that memory forward to making a decision today, sometimes not very good. And then we trust the wrong sources. My view, you have a choice: Wall Street, Main Street, or University Street, the academic community. I'm just telling you, from my 55 years of experience, the academic community's work is actually being built for you. I've got 4 great sources of these are great educational sites. The balance. You want to read about some topic, they do one of the finest jobs, whether it's about IRAs or 401ks or some tax question or some asset allocation question. They are terrific. Morningstar, they are the top of the heap on mutual fund information. I mentioned Kiplinger earlier for the lists. And then MGPF, we are going to hear from the man who started Next Generation Personal Finance, Tim Ranzetta, in a few weeks, end of the month. He has got the most amazing organization providing free curriculum for homeschooling, for regular schooling, for people who want to teach their children about personal finance. An amazing man on a mission without compensation, personally puts the money up to do what he's doing. He is truly one of my heroes. We'll have him with us. Today, not today, any day, I want to encourage you, for anybody who is, you know, somebody getting started, go get the free PDF copy of If You Can by William Bernstein. He is one of the smartest people in the industry, great writer, but this is a simple, easy to read, short read, terrific. I hope you'll do that. Your Money and Your Brain. I found a place where you can get a free PDF copy on the internet of Your Money and Your Brain. And if you want to buy it, if I had my book here, I'd show you. I've got notes on almost every page of his book. I read it at least 6 times. We're talking millions. People who sign up today and get a free copy of this, and you'll be signing up for our newsletter. If you do, it's free. We will send you the PDF for that book. And by the way, if you want a PDF, I'll have to talk to Jim about this, but we will have a PDF available of this presentation. It is available now. I know you'll be able to get it at the paulmerriman.com, and I think you'll be able to get it at BCF as well. This next week, Christine Benz, an all-star from Morningstar. 8 years she's been the director of financial planning. She is a whiz. She's going to be talking about sequence of return risk, inflation risk, healthcare and long-term care risk, longevity risk. She is terrific, and she does a wonderful piece on the bucket strategy for taking money out in retirement. I'll be back on April 15th. If you know anybody who's early in the process, or whether it be a young person just getting started or somebody who's starting late but just getting started, please have them join me. And then after that, we have Larry Swedroe. And I'm going to be interviewing Larry for an hour. And then you're going to ask him questions after that. We'll be talking about his new book, The Complete Guide to a Successful and Secure Retirement. And I'm expecting that you're going to write to me, Paul, at paulmerriman.com, and say, please ask Larry this question. Happy to do it. And then Tim Ranzetta, as I mentioned before. And then this is our website. I hope you do become one of our students, because we are here to do all that we can to help you in that process. And you can sign up for that email if you wish there. And Jim, I am ready. I think I talked longer than I was supposed to. What else is new? Let me be here to answer some questions, if I might.
Okay, great. Thanks, Paul. Let's go ahead and close your
Oh, I got to stop it
sharing
first. Yeah. I'm sorry. There we go.
You'll be able to see some of those questions down at the bottom here. But so picking up from the top, the question from Kathleen: how did Bill Huang manage to blow the hedge fund game? I don't want to make the same mistake with my $1 billion fund.
Every hedge fund has a strategy. I started a hedge fund in 1995. It has been one of the better performing. It's been nominated a number of times for best in class in this particular group. That particular strategy combines market timing with leverage. It's an aggressive strategy, not for everybody. But there's a set of conditions under which that fund could fail. Long-term capital management, by the way, run by some of the smartest people in the industry, failed. And they failed for one reason, was because they had a perfect strategy. Turned out it wasn't perfect, but they had a strategy that they believed they could borrow $100 billion on, I think it was 15 billion. So they had 100 billion at risk. All it had to do was go down 1.5%, and they were wiped out. And in essence, the industry and the government had to come in and salvage it, because there was talk that if they had been allowed to fail, it would have brought down the entire financial industry globally. And yet nobody virtually knew the name long-term capital management until the damage was done.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Next question from Steve. Is it wise to hire a certified financial planner and pay 1% on our investments in order to save taxes on RMDs? Isn't that just shifting paying fees to a private corporation from paying the government? How does this help?
Well, now I'm just a little bit confused. First of all, let me talk about paying somebody 1%. I'm devoting my life to helping people do it on their own, because the savings of 1% for the rest of your life can be of great consequence. The question is, can you deal with the emotion of it? And I was in the business of taking care of money for people who just didn't want to do it themselves. In fact, the way we built the business was showing people how to do everything on their own so they wouldn't have to hire us. But there are people who want that help. I would encourage people, if they can, to find somebody that will work by the hour. You may only need 5 hours of their time in order to get what you need out of them. To be fair, for full disclosure, my wife and I use a financial planner. But it's not because I couldn't do these things, but I would be a basket case. I would be worried about stuff that I don't worry about. And so there is that, just the freedom, emotional freedom, that somebody's taking care of that for you and for your children and the family. And so, but every time I can save a young person 0.5%, it should equal $1 million to $1.5 million more money in retirement, or to be left for others. If I could save somebody 1%, or another, if I could save somebody 2%, or show them how to make 2% more for their lifetime, and they didn't pay me anything, that would be one heck of a return on the time it takes you to get the education, because you got to stop and read or listen. So do I want people to pay 1% if they can do it on their own? No. If you can't do it on your own, do I want somebody to turn to somebody who's going to get a commission in the process? My answer is typically no. It's not that those people are evil. They are not evil. They just are human. And commissions make it a more complex relationship.
Mhm.
Now, whether I really answered Steve's question or not.
Well, let me reframe it a little, reframe the second half of that because I think the question is, sometimes we talk about how, the right professional advisor can save you money in the form of taking getting tax benefits out of that. But I think what Steve's kind of getting to is that there's a continuum, right? So there's certain investment situations where you do want to maximize your taxable. You might be in a taxable situation where you want to hire a professional to help you navigate that. And then there's also the other side of that equation where the likelihood of you're not likely to put yourself in a really compromising tax situation if you were to do it on your own. Can you talk a little bit about that spectrum, Paul?
Well, I mean, to the extent that something needs to get done and you don't do it, then you're better off to pay somebody to do it. I mean, now the question is, will you get a return on it? And to do that return analysis, it takes a little time. You have to look at the numbers. My sense is that most people are not very good at taking care of these things themselves. One question is, could they find a CPA who could help them with the tax decision, who also happens to be a PFS, a personal specialist, financial specialist? Same thing as they're the same thing as a certified financial planner. And they might work by the hour. So it's a question of, could you get that same work done by somebody who would do it for less than 1% of your portfolio? I see people in 401k plans. I don't know who the trustee is who sets this up, but they are charging all of the employees about 0.5% to have the right to have access to a mutual fund family and somebody to talk to. And that's fine when your account is 50,000, maybe. But when your account is $1 million and you're paying 0.5% and you don't even need their help or want their help, how is that fair to all those people who are individually paying that extra 0.5% that they didn't have to? Well, they might say you could have used it. That's not a good argument as far as I'm concerned. So this is always sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't. If it's a $10 million account and you're paying, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year, and out of that you're getting $5,000 worth of value, then you might have to question whether that's the right thing to do.
Great, Paul. So I'm gonna put you on the 1 minute response plan, just because we've got some really good questions here. So
that again.
If someone was to get a large amount of money, like a windfall, would you recommend to them that they would invest all of that at once in the 10 funds that you recommended, or would you advise that they spread it out over several months?
When I was an advisor, I'd have to know a lot about them to give the advice. What else they have elsewhere, how much risk they're at elsewhere, how much risk they're taking with what they're going to do with the money right now. And so for most people who don't have the experience of the market, even though the studies show you're better off just to dump it all in, when you got it, put it in. I've never been very comfortable with that. I do think a dollar cost average strategy has historically worked better for most people who are not savvy investors, because the worst thing can happen, you get all this money, it's an inheritance, it's maybe your parents' money, and you love them and you don't want to do anything that, and then the first thing you do is you put it into something and the market goes down 50%. And now not only have you lost money, but you screwed up your parents' money. It's a big emotional deal for a lot of people. And so you have to take those things into consideration too. Treat it with a lot of respect.
Great. So Paul, question, is it still a good idea to put college savings in the market if you're going to need it in the next 5 years?
Well, a lot of experts will say if you're going to need the money in 3 to 5 years, you shouldn't have any risk. Now, remember that if let's just say you're 5 years away from the first year of the students going to college, it's really, you're talking about 9 or 10 years of investing in distributions. Look, you can look at the glide path of Vanguard. Vanguard has funds that are managed for 529s. And you can see what they have chosen as the right combination of equity and fixed income at the time period that you're looking at. These are some of the brightest people in the industry. And I would say that would be, if you did what they're doing, you'd be probably headed in the right direction.
Great. So I want to hop forward a couple. I'm trying to decide if I should roll my pension as a lump sum into a traditional IRA or pay the large tax and roll into a Roth. Any recommendations on that topic?
You know, something that takes, you need to work with somebody on that for your particular situation. I could not give advice that would lead to the right outcome.
Great. What's your take on international investing index and what percentage is a good part of your portfolio?
Well, John Bogle would say 20%. I'm talking about the equity part of the portfolio. We have 50% of our equities are in internationals. We have portfolios that also show 70% in US, 30% in the international. It's not a huge difference in return. There is some difference when you add internationals. 30% is just fine, but you do get some currency diversification. When things go haywire here, oftentimes they'll do better there, not always, but oftentimes. So like in the early 2000, that period, well, in fact, going back to the early 70s, the international markets did great while the US market just fell apart. So there can be some advantage, but if you don't want internationals in your portfolio, you are going to get most of what you need with as little as 20 to 30%.
Great. To achieve diversity in my portfolio, is it wise to include a fixed index annuity?
I wouldn't. Well, excuse me. I'm sorry. Indexed annuity, indexed to the market. That, you know something, there are so many terrible products in that arena that before you did that, I would encourage you to maybe go to a website, Stan the Annuity Man. He's got a huge amount of educational material. And I would go, again, stantheannuityman.com and read what he has written about these different kinds of products. And no salesperson is going to call, just so you'll know. But there's some really bad products in that arena.
Great. When an employer's 401k plan doesn't give much choices on investment choices, and employer contribution is really small, should I contribute toward my personal investment account?
Absolutely. For what little I know right there. Yes. Why? Well, to begin with, I don't know what your income is, but let's say you're in a tax bracket where you're allowed to do a Roth. Do a Roth. You can get access in an IRA to all of the asset classes you want with lower expenses, with more diversification. So to the extent that you can, I would move toward a do-it-yourself through an IRA.
Great. Okay, well, we're just at the tail end of our presentation for today. I want to thank you all for coming, and I want to thank Paul for being here as always and putting together a terrific presentation. Paul, do you want to stick around for a little while and answer any questions that folks might have directly?
I'll be happy to. And I would also, by the way, appreciate any feedback. Paul@paulmerriman.com about the presentation, what more you would like to have us cover. We're hoping to have this be an annual event. And so anything you give me today, I can be thinking of using those thoughts for next year, because we want this to be helpful to as many Bainbridge people and those that are not Bainbridge people as we can. That's our mission.
Okay.
I appreciate you
so much.
Yes, I will stick around.
Okay. So for those of you that need to leave, go ahead and hop off. If you have any questions, go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll unmute you, and then you can ask questions of him directly.
Are you looking through the chat room, Jim?
I am, yeah. Do you see the chat there too?
Oh, I haven't looked at it. I'm sorry.
And just for anyone who's still curious, I put in the chat box a list, a link for the slides for Paul's presentation. You can also find that at our website, bainbridgecf.org. Look at the financial education series, and then just next to the title of this, you'll see the link for the PDF.
No. Can we take a show of hands if somebody would rather not put it in the chat room? Or maybe we've actually worn people out.
I think maybe we've reached that point. I just want to make sure. I think you should all be able to see in your reactions that. Oh, good question. Okay, how can I locate a by the hour financial planner?
Well, you can go to Garrett Planning Network, GARRETT, planningnetwork.com. They have advisors all over the country who, by contract to be part of the Garrett Planning Network, are required not only, they have to offer hourly services. And it's difficult to find the hourly people. It's much easier to find the people who make the big money managing money for a percentage of the assets or taking commissions. Somebody has to be willing to take a lot less income in their life if they are an hourly planner. I know, for example, is it okay if I just give one name, Jim, or would you any concern about that?
As long as it's not an endorsement from us.
Right. Okay. What I'm about to say is not an endorsement from BCF, Library U, or the Merriman Foundation, but Paul Merriman knows this lady. Her name is Trish Howe, and she's in Seattle. And she's not as old as I am. I mean, she's been around the industry for a long time. And she's one of those people who finds she's got a passion for trying to help people, even what helps young people, which is very difficult, because when you're an advisor, you're really looking to help the people who have more money, because that's where the money is for the advisor. So there's one example. So
great. Okay, so Ricky's got a live question. I'll ask you to unmute there.
Hey, Paul, thanks. What a great talk. I always love talking. Sorry, you might hear my kids in the background.
Thanks, Rick.
But yeah, I'm trying to teach them young too. I heard that international investing, you actually helps when the dollar goes down or when there's inflation. I kind of didn't understand that. Could you sort of explain why investing, if the dollar it gets weaker, investing internationally might be a good thing?
Well, what happens, the relative value of international securities with a stronger dollar, they in essence go up in value. And so that happens. Currencies go up and down. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that back in the 70s, the internationals did better than the US because their currencies were stronger. And it has to do with what the dollar will buy or when you have. Let me suggest this. This is one of these great examples. I mentioned thebalance.com. I really recommend you go to thebalance.com and read what they have to say about it. It's a complex enough subject that I would like you to get a really good explanation. And it'll be better than mine. And it may take a few minutes to go through it, but it'll be worthwhile.
Great. Thanks, Paul. I've got another live question from Matthew.
Hey, good morning, Paul. First, thanks for the presentation today and all you do for us. A lot of the retirement planning nowadays seems to revolve around the 401k, but there are still some of us out there who would be getting pensions, such as federal government employees. What are some different considerations people might need to make if they are looking at having a pension instead of a 401k?
Well, certainly at the time that you make the decision, if I understand the question here, at the time that you retire, you can make the decision to put that pension to work and actually be guaranteed a monthly income for the rest of your life, maybe with or without a COLA, but it'd be guaranteed. For a lot of people who have not learned how to deal with the stock market and investing with risk involved, it might be foolish for them to start doing that, particularly if that income from that pension is going to cover a lot of the cost of living of that individual. I know a lot of people who between their pension and their Social Security, and there are two of them that qualify for both of those things, they're in great shape. They don't have to have investments doing anything fancy. I always worry about people who decide to take a pension and invest it in the stock market. This is more likely to happen when the market is high and been making people a lot of money. And so people thinking they're, in a sense, smarter than the market will get caught putting their life savings that have been put aside in that pension at risk, and all of a sudden their life income is cut substantially. I do think that when you have a pension and Social Security that may take care of your needs, your cost of living, you can afford to be a lot more aggressive or more conservative with the money that you've saved above and beyond that pension. And which begs the question for a lot of people, how aggressive should you be with that money that is above and beyond the needs you have today? I could make the case that if that money is eventually for your children, you should invest it with the risk tolerance of your children, what they should have. If it is really the backup in case something doesn't go right, you probably shouldn't be investing aggressively like you might for your children. So there are a lot of little decisions that are made in and around having different sources of income in retirement, and how much risk that you take, and how you build that asset allocation, equity versus fixed income. Does that get you along the right track, or is there more, Matthew?
That helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Great. We've got another live question from Johnny.
Hey, Paul. I just want to say thank you for kind of just the information and just helpful content that you create. So I really do appreciate it and all the time that you dedicate to giving this just information for new investors. And so I think for me, just as a new investor and wanting to manage my own investments personally, I think the most daunting part is just trying to understand an investment strategy, understanding that in some of your podcasts, you talk about your portfolio changes, or the best time, or your portfolio changes should be made when your financial goals have changed, not when the stock price has changed. And so I think I'm just trying to understand, just early on, just trying to understand, how do I manage this portfolio? And then also understanding kind of the risk loss tolerance. I know that's kind of a loaded question, but
well, Johnny, when you come back on April 15th, when I do the We're Talking Millions presentation, I will be addressing those comments. I think in that presentation, the difficult thing for me, I'm 77 years old. I am trying my best to give you a strategy that would work for the next, how old are you, Johnny?
30.
For the next 70 years. That's a lot to ask because, target date funds are relatively new. ETFs are relatively new. Who knows in the next 70 years what's going to be thrown at you? My hope is that you will have a plan now that will get you to some place that you can't really know for sure is going to be there. I had no idea when I was 30 that by the time I was 40 that I would have managed a public company and then started an investment advisory firm. We can't know these things. And that I had no idea, if it had not been for Lou Mandel, a friend on the island of Bainbridge, who was one of the founding fathers of the financial literacy movement in our country. He retired here and he became a mentor. He changed my life. Now, the bottom line is you're going to have 100 things that are going to happen to you. And I am trying to find a portfolio that is going to live through all of that for you. And we've talked about the 2 funds for life strategy. We'll talk about that on the 15th. And then the 4 fund strategy. You need to find the glide path. That combination of equities and fixed income, and under what conditions will you change and have more fixed income? You need that. You need to have the right equities. The good news is they're very cheap and they're all available through indexes. And they're all available so you can rebalance them at no cost, no commission. And so there's never been a time that investing has been more efficient than it is right now. What we need for you is a strategy that hopefully you can live with over a long period of time. I'm working on an article right now, Johnny, about, I'm not advocating it for you, but what if a person decided they wanted to be all equity for the rest of their life? I've met people at my age that are still all equity. And by the way, they've done quite well. I would not have had the guts for it. But I want to look at it and think, who would this be right for? But as you know, I spend a lot of time warning people about the risks that they take with their investments. I guarantee if you follow my advice, you will lose money along the way. I want to make sure the amount of money you lose is acceptable to you so that you don't cash out and go put your money in an annuity. But I'm still only a single teacher who cannot give personal advice. That's the challenge.
Yeah. Paul, another a question from Jackie. At about what age should we be shifting our funds to less aggressive funds as we near retirement?
That is, there are a whole bunch of different ways to do that. It's called the glide path. Let's say you're going to retire in 2060. You could go to Vanguard and look at the glide path of their target date fund. And that glide path would show exactly what they're going to do for you over the next 40 years. So you would see whether you want to put your money in their target date fund or you want to create your own glide path. You could use what Vanguard has laid out as the recommended glide path. Now, then we come along and others like us to say, wait a minute, your target date fund doesn't have enough small cap value. We think you should add 10% small cap value. So then we're advocating for a change in the glide path. So anybody who's worth their salt is teaching or managing money knows a lot about the glide path. And the question becomes, who are you going to trust to choose your glide path? Here's a glide path. Subtract your age from 120. Now, some people used to say 100. So if you were 20 years old, you'd be 80% in equities and 20% in bonds. And as you get older and older, you're going to have more bonds. Then people said, wait a minute, that's too conservative. Try this glide path. You take 120 and subtract your age. Now, all of a sudden, when you're 20 and you take 120, now you're 100% in equities at age 20, where you should be. But that glide path, in fact, one of those free books on my website is entitled 101 Investment Decisions Guaranteed to Change Your Financial Future. Jackie, go get that book free and read the appendix. The appendix is about a whole bunch of different, let's call them glide paths, how you would know how to change from equity to fixed income. Try that, and if that doesn't help you, get back to me.
Great. Mike wants to know if there's a diversified international fund that you would recommend.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, Mike, if you look at go to paulmerriman.com, then you'll see recommended, a link. When you go to recommended, those recommendations are for funds that Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab, T. Rowe Price, and then there are ETFs. And we recommend international funds for big and small and value and blend and REITs. And we have recommendations for all of those different asset classes.
Great. Do any of your books contain information about deaccumulation strategies to use after retirement occurs and one needs to start drawing from retirement assets?
Let me suggest that you go to paulmerriman.com and take the best advice link. There'll be a drop down. The first thing you'll read about is the ultimate buy and hold strategy. That's about what equities I want you to own. The next thing is called the fine tuning tables. That will tell you how much in stocks and how much in bonds and what are the implications in terms of risk and return. The third level gets you down into, or the fourth level, into distributions, fixed distributions and flexible distributions. And in fact, I have brand new podcasts that I've done this year and also the tables that show people how they can select how aggressive or how conservative they want to be. If you take 5% out of what we call a fixed distribution strategy, you are likely, if you're very young, to run out of money before you run out of life, if you adjust that 5% by inflation. But if instead you simply take 5% of whatever your value is at the end of each year for the following year's income, it lasts forever. You got to see it to believe it, but there are decisions that you're going to make that have a huge, huge impact on how you're going to be when you're old. And the problem is we don't know how old is. I'm amazed I'm still alive.
We're grateful for that. Follow up on that question from Tom. If my pension and Social Security covers my living expenses during retirement, should I be 100% invested in stocks?
It could be, as long as you're sure you really have enough. I mean, some people say I have plenty. I'll give you an example of how interesting this can be. I'll ask somebody about their expenses. They'll tell me how much their expenses are. And I'll say, well, now, does that include your taxes? Oh, no, I didn't include my taxes. Well, I see taxes as an actual expense. Yeah, and so you got to make sure everything is in there. But if you have the risk tolerance, and by the way, if you've not been an all or heavy equity investor for most of your life, being in retirement and starting to invest heavily in equities, small, sounds like the top of a bubble to me. I mean, it worries me that you'd be even considering it at the top of a market. But by the way, it would be hard to consider at the bottom of a market because people don't want to invest at the bottom of a market. But yes, you could be. And by the way, if you look at my fine-tuning tables that I have on under best advice, you're going to see that even if you went 60% equity and 40% fixed income, the loss that you're going to sustain is going to be reasonable, but the returns of 60-40 have historically been great. Maybe you don't need to go to all equities to get a better return than what you're doing right now.
So to a somewhat related question from Russell. So regarding pension, is it reasonable to consider a pending pension, annuity or lump sum as the bond portion of a total portfolio and allow more equities to exist in the 401k?
You can, you could. That takes, again, should be where the planner that you do that type of thing, because some people like to think of Social Security as a bond. Well, it isn't a bond. It is guaranteed cash flow, either for you, for your life, or you and your spouse. What I get concerned about is people say, well, I've got this Social Security, so that's a bond. And therefore, I put that into my portfolio, and now my portfolio could be all equities. Then I ask them, well, what's your risk tolerance? Tell me, how much would you be willing to lose, let's say, just in a year? And they say, well, I don't know how much mine I lose. Well, okay, 50%. No, I don't want to lose that. I've never lost that kind of money before, and now I'm retired. And we get them down to maybe 20% they're willing to lose. Well, that tells me that in reality, they probably, in their equity fixed income portfolio, need to take that loss down to the level that when the market is just falling apart, that you'll still stay the course. That's the magic of an advisor, is it's the person who can keep you on track when you want to jump. When the fellow that I've talked about in the past, from Louisville, John, when Clinton got elected and he said, sell everything. I mean, I worked for 45 minutes to keep him invested because I had to convince him that it didn't historically have the impact on the market that he thought it was going to have. He thought Clinton was the end of the world, just like some people felt that way about Trump when Trump got elected. And so the job is to try to keep people in there. And one of the things that keeps people in there and staying the course is when they don't expose themselves to more loss than they think is whatever their limit might be. And I don't like the fact that my wife and I are set up for a 25% loss. I don't like it, but I also know that I'm willing to accept that because I'm trying to grow the portfolio so I can leave some money to Bainbridge Community Foundation, for one thing.
Great. So there's just two more questions. One, is there a better time to rebalance your 10 fund portfolio, or does it not matter?
Well, typically the first quarter of the month has historically been a good time to do that kind of work. Other people do it on their birthday. I mean, they have some date that's set up, so that's what they do every year. It isn't important to rebalance every year. We're going to do a study on this. I think if you rebalance every 2-3 years, that's probably enough. The fellow who's the director of research for our foundation, unpaid, he's working on a new book called Two Funds for Life. It is a marvelous book. I've read it and it's just great. But he talks about a process of actually nudging, not rebalancing, but nudging your portfolio as you take money out in retirement, actually taking money out of the asset class that is out of balance. And it's a fascinating study that would eliminate the typical concern for rebalancing that people have.
Great. All right, our final question. So what is the best plan for which dollars you take from different areas of your portfolio in retirement to also minimize taxes? So when you're trying to pull money out of your portfolio, do you pull it out of, where do you pull it out of first, and in order to minimize taxes?
To minimize taxes, you would probably take money, depending, let's say that the money you have is taxable in an IRA. When you take it out, you're going to be taxed, or in a 401k, take it out, you're going to be taxed. They're not a Roth, it's a regular. Then you would be wise to consider taking money out of your taxable account first, because that would have less impact. See, if you take $1 out of your IRA, every penny is taxed, unless it's a Roth. When you take money out of a taxable account, let's say that you're selling a stock and you've got a capital gains. Well, you're not going to be taxed on the cost basis. You're only going to be taxed on the marginal profit, and that would be a lower tax bracket, supposedly, than you would taking the money out of the IRA. So you use your taxable money first. Oh, I'll tell you who's going to love this question. When Larry Swedroe is on our meeting presentation later this month, that is a topic he covers beautifully in his book. But I will make sure we cover that in the Q&A that I do with Larry.
Mm-hmm. So do you, when you're in your 70s, do you need to worry about capital gains issues, though, if you've got a portfolio of mostly equities?
Well, if you have to have money and you're looking at the most tax efficient way to get at it, then you should take it, theoretically, you should take it out of the investments that when you cash them out have the lowest tax rate. And the lowest tax rate, if you're being taxed on everything that comes out of the IRA at the highest marginal tax rate you have, versus being charged a tax only on the profit, you're better off to be taxed only on the profit, and that would be theoretically a capital gain at a lower tax rate than you're paying on the money you're taking out of the IRA. So it's better to use the taxable money first. Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of people, in their balance between the 401k, for example, and IRAs and their taxable, they may have all equities in the taxable and have the less tax efficient assets inside of the 401k and the IRA.
Okay, so I guess one more follow up on that. So if you have an high equities portfolio and you want to put more, you want to diversify and include more bonds, how do you do that to maximize the tax, the capital gains issues of selling the?
Oh, now that's a whole other question.
Okay.
Well, I mean, when I sold my business in 2012, I knew that I would never. I mean, that was a business that was built to try to make money. It wasn't a passive thing. So I had to make the decision. Do I sell my company and pay the tax, or do I take the risk of continuing to be in the business and having the responsibility of that and the risk? I thought it was time to pass the baton of risk to somebody else young, rather than, I don't think that I should have all that risk in my retirement. And I knew I'd never be able to replace that, but it was very risky. And so that's that decision. I know a lot of people who still hold major positions, a lot, I know some, in Microsoft. And it's easy for people to say, oh my God, you shouldn't have that much money in one company. And they will often ask kind of, well, would you have convinced me to sell it 10 years ago or 20 years ago because of that? And of course, this is like trying to tell the lottery winner that it's stupid to buy a lottery ticket. It's a tough talk. It's a tough conversation. But my sense is that, again, it's never the right thing to do, the right time to do the wrong thing. The question is whether somebody thinks it's wrong to have the.
Well, I guess on that, we recognize that I think you froze there at the tail end. So that's
Oh, I did? Oh,
nature
okay.
telling us that it's probably time to wrap up. So thank you again,
Jim.
Paul.
Thank you. All of you came out and stayed through all of this. Appreciate it. And this will be archived.
Yes, on our website, and I sent the link to that in the chat, and that'll be within the week that you'll see that come up there. And there's a PDF of his presentation on that or live right now on the site. So
great. Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
And thank you, folks.
Thanks,
All of
everybody. Bye-bye.